Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NAL Playday 6. This is our third week of regular season where we have another day of 5 best of ones coming your way. Starting off with DZ against Envy, but before we jump into all things, hi, I am Jeannie, and I'm joined once again with Foxay and Lax, and we're gonna do our best to dissect whatever happened yesterday and whatever is happening today. Starting off with yesterday specifically, because we thought quite a lot of those games were going to be pretty close, but Foxay was like, not really the case.
Yeah, no, none of the games yesterday were close besides that last one. Obviously, the last one was a pretty good one to watch out for, but we started off the day with Cruelty SSG, and Cruelty showed us absolutely nothing. They ended up losing 7-1 to SSG, but it was a great slaughter from SSG if you like kill cams and stuff. It was a 4v5, we'll give it to them.
I mean, jumping into the second game, I mean, once again, Cloud9 coming in, firing on all cylinders, getting yet another 7-0. I didn't think it was going to be possible, but they managed to achieve it, and they looked good.
And then DarkZero OXG was an anticipated game. OXG is looking brand new with this new powerhouse entry of Adam and Gomez. They shut down DarkZero on Lair, which was a real upset to say.
This one was actually an upset for me because I thought Wildcard was going to be the one that was walking away from this. Little did I know Envy is ramping up on all sides of their performance. Now, that game did get a little dicey towards the end there, but they did end up closing out, getting a much-needed 3 points, and looking pretty at top of the standings.
And Lax, the game of the day, SR versus M80, Shopify with a 6-1 lead going into their attacks, and they blundered it with some beautiful clutch rounds from Kino, specifically this last one where he was in the basement, ended up clutching it out for M80 in the end. Beautiful stuff from M80 to have that resilience to bring it back.
Yes, and with that also the standings are updated. M80 is going to be in the top spot because this is the only team, Lax, that has remained undefeated.
Wow.
But then you're also looking at Cruelty and Standby on the phone.
Yeah, no, you talk about standings, but it looks like some of these teams are sitting down, specifically Cruelty and Standby.
Oh, right. That button should not be abused today. But let's dissect this a little bit further because Foxay, you're looking at Envy. They're sitting on that third slot. They are basically probably most likely going to be heading into the playoffs. And they had such a strong performance this stage.
Yeah, they did have a strong performance. I mean, we want to see them follow it through, even if they are close enough to securing themselves in the playoffs. We don't want to see them just taper off going into it. We want to see a hard finish all the way through so that you're confident going into the playoffs. And because they're a newer team, it's something that it's always a learning experience for those teams.
Yeah, let's start off the games today. DZ against Envy. When we're looking at this matchup, Lax, schedule, start off with there. DZ Envy is going to be the first game that we're looking at. But you know what I'm really looking forward to? Cruelty M80, because Lax, stop. Because Lax, they genuinely have the opportunity to do the funniest thing.
Yes, they absolutely could do the funniest thing and somehow just world star M80. Don't really see that happening with this form of M80 and even the form of Cruelty. But a game that I'm actually looking forward to is C to Oxygen versus SR. I mean, SR yesterday fumbled that game. Oxygen, on the other hand, doing very well in terms of their performance. So I'm curious to see if they can, again, rewrite history and beat Shopify.
I know each game has a so to say, favorite of it, but at the end of the day, for me, I mean, I'm excited to see Envy DZ, just because I hope Envy can get that next top tier level of team beat under their belt. They got Wildcard. Now, if they can get that another top 4 team under, that would be a pretty good resume to be building up going into playoffs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's just like, it would in general speak volumes in regards to like the improvement that we've seen from them from stage 1 to stage 2. And luckily for us, that also is going to be the first game of today. But for those of you at home who are wondering whether it's that whatever it is they're hearing, okay, let's start off with this. DZ Envy, let's start off here because this, as we already touched upon, Envy is one of those rosters that, you know, they're heating up. Things are going really well. Stage 2 is a completely different beast, but then it's kind of the same story for DZ, but like the opposite side of the coin.
Yeah, absolutely. DarkZero has not been looking that great, especially after that loss coming off of Oxygen. And then you look at Envy. Knight in shining armor, to say the least. This team is doing it all. I'm excited to see what this game brings us.
Yeah, before we actually like dive further into this game, like what we got going on, I would like to establish the fact that we have this button. It's not someone in your room that is making these noises. It's not like whoever, it's actually the analysts. I don't know. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. But let's jump straight into things because DZ is the roster that when we were looking in stage 1, Foxay, we were praising them continuously. We were calling them the Swiss Army knife, the team that can do no wrong. But it feels like they've tried to make a couple of changes for whatever reason, and it's just not sticking.
It just seems like they've overcomplicated a lot of things. I mean, their start to the game is very good. I mean, their bans were smart. They banned Clash from OXG because they were abusing it on their attacks. Once DZ gets the defenses, they ban the shields away from Forest, but that's something that OXG's been adapting. Something that DarkZero hasn't been doing is playing without those shields, because the biggest issue comes from their entry. If they don't have spirits on that Blackbeard or the Blitz to be able to find the entries, that's where they fall short. If they're not getting that, they completely lose the round. And obviously they need that first step in the door. They haven't adapted past it, considering that's was figured out in stage 1, and it hasn't been working since then.
Yeah, something as well that we touched upon a little bit for the last couple of playdays is the fact that when we're looking at DZ, they were so good at getting those entry kills and converting those into rounds, but where has that gone?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, they have completely overcomplicated it. At least in M80's matchup, they had 9 opening kills, but they just couldn't win out in the late game, which is uncharacteristic of DZ setting up and not getting those executes. But against OXG, they couldn't even get their foot in the door. So especially on Lair, which was the map that they were exposed on how to be beaten by SR, that's a prime example of why they cannot change past, you know, the ground roots that they've been able to build. DarkZero's in a position where if they're not getting that opening kill, which is their bread and butter of the start, they can't set up and they can't go for the executes. Where has the DarkZero that was their stage 1, where have they gone? They have not been showing up at all.
Maybe they're just like taking a little nap, and it's this game against Envy that's going to wake them up. Because Envy, this roster lacks, we've talked about the fact that they have improved so much throughout the next couple of stages, and it is absolutely wonderful to see how well they have been doing.
Absolutely, they've been looking phenomenal. There was an interview yesterday where JJ said some things that really stuck out to me and Fox, and I'm curious if the audience also saw it as well. And we're gonna go and throw back and look at that interview in terms of what JJ was saying, because a lot of things rang true.
That this was like one of the first games, like as a T1 team, like we've actually put like a week of like hard prep into beating Wildcard and came up with like a completely new game plan that revamped like the map just to beat them. So like this was probably like the first like edition of us like really diving into prep work. Like, going into this stage, I reached out to Geo, who like Alt TSM and Sonox Geo, and asked him how he went about preparing for like games and stuff and everything. And so he shared some stuff that like made a lot of sense, where like we're just kind of focusing on like stylistic matchups with our opponents. And like one thing, like we study how every team plays, so we know like what their style is and what to expect, and like we just play around that. So like Wildcard, we just like Baby Shark can't help himself but to backstab every round on Dokkaebi. He loves Dokkaebi, and like we're like backstabbing with like a random op. So we took Dokkaebi out the game and just played heavy intel and just knew where everyone was on defense, right? And just like had intel to do anything we wanted to do. So like that was kind of like our ideology there, just like kind of countering their play style.
Listen, and I gotta say, I am really impressed with how JJ handled that entire conversation, that little piece in general. I mean, it's talking about, you know, he's reaching out to former players, historic players like Geo. What does he do to prep? What are the things that he can take from, extract from that, and implement into his game? And, you know, talking about that stylistic matchups, that was such an important thing that you even mentioned. That's, you know, a key to a success for a team, whether that's regional play, whether that's internationals, understanding those idioms of what teams do, how you can counter. Every team's gonna have their own play style. What's important is actually being able to reel it back in and understand how you can counter that, and that's exactly what they were doing in their previous matchup.
Yeah, specifically against Wildcard yesterday, and there are a couple of rounds that really highlighted that. Round 11 and round 12 are just a continuous testament to how much preparation Envy has been putting into these matches.
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about how fundamentally sound they are. And again, I question in terms of what this match was going to look like. But even in round 5, right here on Exo Stairs, I mean, we saw this great play from the Clash to be able to take the distraction away off of Wildcard, get a C4 below, and then commit to this round of getting it flawlessly done, executing and delivering on that defense-sided front. And then you go to round 11, where they wanted to create some chaos. They wanted to go for a fast round. The other attacks weren't working, but this goes back into the systematic playstyle of what JJ was talking about, is realizing we can fall back into our fundamentals. We play our game, then we go into round 12. They slow it back down. They understand that they can go at their speed, at their approach, and reel that game in. It started out into a 5v3, fell into a 3v1. They close it out flawlessly, and then you even look at it. And again, this is a brand new team, which is why it needs to be harped upon, is that they have an opening of 100, well, they have 100% conversion rate on their entry kills. And this, for being a brand new team to the league, the least amount of experience, to be able to reach these hurdles and get over them over and over again, I mean, it's something that has to be praised, because I don't really think that there's a team that has all came into the league from T2 and managed to make this much of a headway in comparison to the rest of all these teams that came in from a T2 scene. So I really have to commiserate in terms of what Envy is doing this stage, prior to their last stage.
I mean, it's so impressive for them to be able to understand the other team's play style, and especially with being able to close out 100% of the rounds to get the first kill. It goes to show that they can understand if we get the first kill, the other team's going to ramp up their aggression. So they understand when to fall back, and that's so important. And that's something that, like we said, only top teams that have been able to experience and understand what the other team's going to do have been able to understand how to do that with the other team's information.
I think it's also really important to highlight here that this is something that we've seen Envy do in such a short period of time as well, because we touched upon it before, like the NAL, it's not like you have a lot of play days. And with the map veto being done and dusted as well, we're going to bank. There is a world where, you know, they can set themselves up for success.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan for bank for Envy. Obviously, DarkZero banning out Lair, so Envy gets to pick the side. They pick attack going into bank, which if they can start off hot with a good attack, be able to abuse the fact that DZ's strongest side is defense. They have their struggles on offense, so obviously if they can get a good amount of rounds under their belt, at least a 3-3, I'd say minimum. For DarkZero, on the other hand, it's really going to be a question is how they can approach this game without having the shields, without being able to just rely on spirits, because it's shown up time and time again throughout this stage that if the shield isn't able to get those opening kills, where do you go from there? Where does DarkZero go from there? If they can't set up on a map like Bank, they need to make sure they're keeping track of time. If they can't do that, where does DarkZero go?
Well, what I'm curious and what I'm going to be looking forward to more so than any other team, I'm going to be looking at Envy to see if they're switching up from their games prior, because they talked about, you know, their game versus standby, then the immediate transition into SSG where they got smoked is because they didn't change anything, and SSG was going to punish them based off that. So going into their defensive half, I am going to look to see if DZ is banning out the Azami, especially for those CEO takes, and then see what they do and bring an operator to then try to counter whatever DZ is then trying to do to go for that CEO take. But then on the side of attack, I don't necessarily disagree with them picking attack here, because again, that does force you to be in communication with one another, that does force you to work together. So at least then when you fall back on that defense, and to your point, DZ hasn't been looking too strong on attacks, they should feel more comfortable in their state of defense. But again, it does all revolve around being able to reel it back in, play their style of siege, while also countering and not relying on certain pieces of an operator if they're banned out.
And their biggest issue against SSG was once rounds they started to lose, that's when they started playing so individual, all going for their own plays. I mean, we saw Aiden inside of Tellers. You know, we'd see players playing out in the open. So obviously, if we can see them play off of each other better on defense, or at least have a different game plan to swap to, if the rounds don't start out in their favor, that's the progression I want to see from Envy.
So now that we've seen the map as well, when it comes to predictions, are we leaning more towards the Envy, both of you? Okay, I would really like to hear that, because I know DZ has been on like a downward trajectory this stage, but is it really easy?
This was before I saw the map, honestly. The map's a pretty good DZ map. Envy did not look that thrilling on it against SSG, but I don't know, I believe in Envy. I feel like with all the progression they've made, this would be a really good nail in the coffin if they've been able to improve their bank since that match.
This would prove that they can hang with the
absolutely, and I am going to keep my Envy stance on this. I'm not going to switch it to DZ. They do have the prep based off their SR versus DZ, with them losing that out to SR. So they do have VODs in terms of order to be able to counter just like they had against Wildcard. So I really want to see everything that we discuss here be implemented on the side of Envy to get this win over DarkZero.
Well, let's see whether or not Envy can pass this test as well with Flying Hollers, as they're going to be going up against DZ, a team that is looking to kind of crawl back after a very dormant start to Stage 2. We're heading over to our casters, Lynx and Ollie, who are ready to cover it, and I don't know what that was. I'm sorry.
I mean, Ollie, I think the biggest highlight for me is DarkZero at 6 points, Envy are at 12, strength of schedule, blah, 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 right? But the highlight for me is, why not? Why can't Envy win this game? As you saw yesterday, DarkZero haven't had a great shot. Envy have had a good performance. I think they've earned the right for a victory on their behalf in this game to be taken seriously.
It's got to be a conversation now, hasn't it, with the way that we've seen Envy played so far. Yesterday, they did a fantastic job. Now, throw it into the context of things, yes, it wasn't the most clear-cut game against Wildcard, but they were able to push it over the line. They did face adversity. They saw a lot of success in the early part of the game. Then they felt the momentum shift, which can very often happen in the game. But fortunately for them, we're able to drag it back around before things really started to run away with them. But I think that shows huge development and huge growth as a roster. And on the flip side, you look at DZ and you think, well, you know, did they impress us yesterday? Probably not. Wow. I don't think it was DZ's finest hour by a long stretch. They were terrible on the opening pick. It was... it was just a really poor showing from DarkZero on a side where we expect them to be quite good as well, and on a map that we know them to be good on, with that being the Lair game against OXG. So it's got to be taken seriously, and I think that there's enough tape on both of these two teams now on bank for both teams to have a pretty good idea coming into it. We may be questioning DarkZero's map choice yesterday, and I don't know, maybe by the end of this series we'll be questioning it again today. It isn't their highest preference map by a long chalk, and they haven't won it in a very long time in a T1 game, but of course they will have been practicing it in scrims. They have already played it once this stage, so they're showing a willingness to come to bank. It's just about, are Envy ready, and have they done their homework? And I would say that based off those bans up there, Lynx, that Envy have done a little bit of research.
It's actually, I get to talk about it. Last stage I was so excited, and I literally was like, NGR's most played out was Tachanka, and he wasn't even in the game. That's how excited I was. But NGR is in fact in the lobby. He does play a lot of Tachanka, and also, to be fair, generally a lot of teams have started playing Tachanka on basement. I say started, it's not like it's a new thing, but it definitely feels like in the past 6 to 12 months, it's like everybody's got a Tachanka strat on bank. And so in this game, banning it against NGR makes perfect sense. If DarkZero also weren't in the lobby, I'd also say it makes perfect sense. It just wouldn't be as obvious of a ban as I think it is, because NGR's in the lobby and he does play a lot of that operator. Rival's in the map within the first 30 seconds, by the way. And if this ends up being like a good entry with intel backing him up and he doesn't die early, that'll be really impressive that Envy are setting the pace so quickly, especially as you can see that DarkZero are pushed out very aggressively on the middle floor. 3 different defenders all hovering around Tellers, Archives, and Square. So Envy really have to be careful, 1, not to walk into these crossfires, but 2, not to place their foot wrong and step on one of these C4s.
It's a good deathmark tracker there in onto Cities, and he really just gets caught out there. Some fantastic teamwork. Not the Deimos to get that final kill, by the way. Instead, Aiden on the Glaz entry. We've seen it a couple of times throughout this stage, and we've certainly seen Aiden do it yesterday. A really big early pick, and Citizen was looking a bit dangerous there with his Nitro position. I thought he had a really good chance at Rival, who was already in upstairs, who had already made that quick progress that we'd spoken about. The next bridge, though, to get through is going to be Pambazoo here, playing inside of Staff Room. He's got a lot of setup inside of open area right now.
A lot of setup, and I was about to say, could probably hold on for about 5 to 10 more seconds. He'll play it safe and fall back, and I think with half the round gone, that's a very wise decision on his part. Also shooting some of those X-Kairos on the way out. That's a big find, though. Is that the Blue Stairs player, perhaps? Yeah, it was. Well, JJ's position, was Spirits getting a little too aggressive? I mean, pulled all the way back in Archives. I doubt he was in Square, rotated back, and then hopped in the window to turn around. That must have been Spirits swinging a little bit. If that's what occurred, that is a major misplay for DarkZero, unfortunately. In a moment that Envy will take firm grasp of. Only slight issue is the one bit of hard breaching they have to open this wall is the hard breach canister, but the wall itself is soft. And with that shotgun, Snake can make extremely quick work of that. It'll be Aiden with the DMR instead to fire open holes in that wall, as it's a very late execute. In all likelihood, once JJ gets into sight on low HP as well, NGR has already got that toxic canister prepped in hand, ready to burn out the remainder of this round as the utility goes through the bolts and the candelas. DarkZero seem prepared, what little bits of defense they have remaining to shut down these attackers, and yet aside from that immediate frag, it all falls silent, but it stops the diffuser. That might just be enough as Snake moves down, shotgun in hand. There's 1, but only 3 to go with 1 trapped in gold. Someone's got to put this diffuser down. Nafe locked inside of gold. This diffuser is safe, and the attack is Envy's. The first round on bank goes to the underdog.
Was getting a little bit touch and go there as to whether Envy were going to spoil that brilliant record that they've got so far on opening kill conversion. Currently, the best team inside of North America, when they get that opening pick, they will convert it into a round win. Coming into this game, 17 out of 18 times. So as near as damn it 100%. They've dropped the ball once on it. And again, they were able to convert in round 1 on bank, in part due to some fantastic early game roam clearing, dealing with Citizen very early, and punishing a lot of aggression there from DarkZero. I don't think that Spirits needs to be playing that aggressively upstairs or up on those blue stairs. DZ's lineup as well, also you could have maybe poked a bit of a question at it. No Goyo canisters. So, yeah, you've not got the Tachanka, but why are we not bringing the Goyo? Goyo's still fantastic for that site. Instead, we had the Mozzie. I'd much rather have Citizen play Goyo and place his canisters, then get off upstairs and use the Vector. And yeah, if he dies, he dies. He's not lost his utility. It's a very similar sort of end result. Envy seems to still have a plethora of information regardless of the Mozzie pick, so I highly doubt that's being played for the pests or to stop any efficient drone work going through. And I think that DZ maybe just needed a little bit more if they were going to play and roam a bit more heavily upstairs to rely on in that later portion of the round in terms of denial, because no C4s, a couple of Toxic Babe canisters, it was never really going to stop that plant from going down dead in its tracks.
I also think it's worth pointing out that you and I are pretty unrepentant Goyo enthusiasts. Like, you and I are very, especially on Bank, you and I are like, if you can fit him in a lineup, just do it. Like,
I think we just like fire, don't we?
yeah, well, I mean, like, we love talking about Tachanka, we love talking about Goyo. I always highlight the Capitao.
Yeah.
I even start talking about the little fire pipe sometimes. Just a couple.
Maybe we were just fireworks.
I was about to say just a couple pyromaniacs on the broadcast. Big Prometheus fans. Oh, that's a nice bit of info. You'd see Pamba getting aggressive. This is always one of those players, though, that you see him getting aggressive on an angle like that, and you're like, I can win that, I'll challenge it. But then you remember it's Pamazoo, who's like usually one of the best rated players in the domestic NA league in any given stage. So would still recommend Envy exercise a little bit of caution when looking towards that janitor area. Which, to be fair, I would say maybe Aiden's entry was a little solo 3 ATM, but still generally pretty cautious last time. Rival looking to make the space on the Blackbeard, burst through the wall instead of running past the janitor door. The smoke will occlude his vision just as much as the enemy's. That's why he's got Aiden to back up with that thermal scope. One defender spotted down below. Ooh, good trigger discipline. He'll give the call. Rival rushes after. Gersmont will take him down, but this entry duo, wow, that is hell of a timing on that kill right there. Aiden kills Citizen, and then DC's the moment after. Talk about saved by the bell.
That's super unfortunate right there. Snake gonna find a great kill there over onto Spirits. NJR will get one back as a trade. So with the DC, unfortunately for Envy, it leaves them equal. Still not in a bad position, as they've got a minute to play with in this full top floor control. But it's a slightly different prospect that they're going up against this time. There's a couple of Grismot mines knocking around. 3 Toxic Babe canisters. We've got the Yokai drones. They are going to need to be a little bit more careful with how they're operating here. You can see Snake just flicking a couple of drones downstairs. Got those shock drones. Oh, Emilio, that was a poor decision, unfortunately, on your behalf. Put yourself to 1 HP off the back of the breaching charge. But they haven't really got the fortune of time at the moment, as DZ just really need to tuck up.
Losing Aiden is also going to be very impactful, because now you lost the Blackbeard and the Glaz. Both of that duo, that was what got the first kill initially. Now with Emilio on low HP as well, it really feels like the Envy might have a round stolen away from them. NGR, while these smokes didn't work, or weren't sufficient to get a round win last time, they can be quite good here. Could be a pivotal entry from Snake. Just above NJR. Oh, sees the feed for just a second for trying to fire so many shots. They're a little late, but they do land, and yet that time might prove critical in Envy's round loss. NJR just able to get another smoke off before Snake takes him down. That puts JJ on 1, forces him off the plant, and then right into DZ's crosshairs.
Nathan, a nice 2-piece there to finish off the round. Kind of unfortunate for Snake to go and confirm that kill. I think if he just stays focused. I mean, he had the DMR, so he didn't have the best kit, and it was a horrible angle that he had to challenge onto.
NGR was like spinning around, dodging the shots. Like, that was crazy.
Yeah, he just had to dump way too much into it, didn't he? And again, NJR smokes, forcing that plant position to be far from ideal. You really want to get planted in behind that counter, but it only takes a couple of Toxic Babe canisters to cover that whole thing off, and it becomes very much a no-go zone. DZ level things up right now. They're actually going to take us to the opposing mid-floor site. We're going to be going to Archives and Tellers. This wasn't a site that we saw them play last time we saw them play this map against SR earlier this stage. They instead stuck to that top floor, open area and lockers. So maybe just conscious that they don't really want to just go through and entirely repeat that game. Envy have based a heck of a lot of what they're doing here tonight on that game that we saw them play at the start of the stage. The two bands themselves you know, DZ's most played operators for that game earlier this stage against SR, so they've clearly done the homework, and it makes sense. JJ was talking about that in the interview yesterday, and it was highlighted again on the desk at the top of the show that they've really started to understand and get a little bit more sort of expertise on how to prep games and what it is that they should be looking for. So it stands to reason that you would expect them to be very well drilled coming into today. And again, DZ needing to just mix things up and show us a slightly different side.
Honestly, something I do kind of want to highlight real quick is just like, it is very refreshing to see somebody so overtly passionate and hungry to learn more. Like, one in any field in general, but like, especially just, I mean, we talked this before, you know, JJ's journey and, you know, finally making T1. It's just so cool to see someone care that much nowadays. So I always enjoy hearing JJ's perspective. I always enjoy hearing, one, how excited and hungry he is to learn, but also, like, you know, very real about him and his team's shortcomings and his desire to improve upon them. And he's made for a really, really admirable figure inside of the NA League so far for that. Now, of course, we'll see how admirable they can be if they can clear this second floor realm. Would not completely damage his reputation if he failed, but would like to see it. Hello! Aiden catching another player peeking out of Janitor. Who else could it be? But I was about to say, Pamazu. Running around on that Oryx, falls back to square alongside Nafe on the cams for the moment. DarkZero clearly trying to waste a lot of time on the roam, then fall back as late as possible. Envy showing that while they aren't completely going to counter it, they're able to do a lot of damage to these DarkZero roamers and punish them for their aggression.
Citizen and Pamba both pretty low, and Citizen, again, first player to die. That's 3 rounds in a row right now. Citizen has been that opening death. It was a big theme yesterday for DZ against OXG. They were losing that opening engagement left, right, and center. And it's translated and recurred again today into another problem that isn't really going away anytime soon. At least it's a lot later this time, and at least Citizen has the Valkyrie cameras to lean back into. With no C4s, I'm not going to say that they're useless, but you're not going to directly get a kill off the back of it the same way you would as if you had a C4. Pamba thinking about a bit of a hatch jump up here. But Envy do need to get a move on. They've got great control of the vert, and they're starting to knock on the door of the side, but still a lot of players alive on this defense that have got great lines in.
Pamazu's good enough. He might be able to hit that headshot. Envy just creep in after destroying a little bit of that wall behind the desk. Yokai's impactful, though. Will stun JJ initially. Pamazu down in the process. Nafe might face a difficult proposition where he needs to get activated unless he's got enough of these Yokais to continue knocking JJ off. Trying to get into position as the Blackbeard takes a long time to plant. Oh, the timing's perfect, and they can't land the shots. Nafe disciplined on that utility usage. DarkZero get 2 in a row despite their struggles.
I do love seeing a Yokai drone deny a plant and stop it all from happening, but when you've got an IQ, you really need to be finding out where those Yokai drones are. Full top floor control for Envy. There was no one really contesting that from DarkZero from the midpoint of the round onwards. It would have been quite straightforward to move through and understand where those Yokai drones are going to be placed and see if you can build a plan around dealing with them. A little bit of an oversight there for Envy, and unfortunately they were just trying to use a little bit too much of the clock. Still liked the idea. It was quite a minimalistic take, just getting themselves in through main lobby. That was the moment there. Snake, not the player that you want to be sending in that instance, really. Especially if you know that there's a Yokai or an Echo knocking around. Maybe they didn't, maybe that was the problem. DZ, good for another here, and back down to the basement we go. The bands at the halfway point of this first phase, Ying and an Echo. Maybe the Echo a bit of a retaliation, like we've just lost the round to an Echo. We'll get rid of the Echo, shall we? But the Ying, I'm surprised to see the Ying. I would have maybe assumed that the Glaz would have gone. It's something that Aiden has ran very successfully. He's doing a great job on the entry with it. And the Ying, I mean, I don't know, I guess the Warden's banned, so you may be scared of the Ying, but it just seems like a little bit less of a threat right now for the way that Envy are playing.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
I can see your point. Honestly, it's just like Envy are still just, I think the broader problem for DZ is Envy are just constantly finding these gunfights in a way into the round. Like they're not playing perfect, or at least like it's not going perfectly. DarkZero very clearly face it, not only putting problems forth against Envy, and Envy are very, very clearly like struggling to solve them and having to put in a lot of work. But Envy have consistently been able to win important engagements, and that's not necessarily something that you're going to put down to operator selection. We have the Fuse coming in, by the way, an operator that Ollie and I are always a little less enthusiastic to see, especially since there's no Vulcan packs on board. You're not even playing the Shield?
Mega troll. Now they're playing it for Cade. I think the idea is to play it to alleviate a little bit of the Cade. Nath has gone for a lot more of a belt and braces approach this time. Not only have we got the Cade, but we've also got laser gates placed upstairs. You might look at that and just go, what are they doing? Like, but it is just to burn another piece of utility. And as an attacker, you just pick what you throw at it. You can throw a drone, you can throw any sort of throwable.
Step back!
But it is one less thing they're going to have to worry about when the push onto site comes, and it looks as though that is something that DZ are concerned about, given that they've also got the Jaeger in tow as well, and that's just going to assist this blue stairs hold for the time being. But already Spirit's having to drop off. He's actually running Jaeger shotgun as well.
That is an oldie. Oh my god, it puts Aiden that low from that far away. That is so unlucky for the Glass. Gotta be careful. Spirits might, I was about to say, Spirits might just quick peek again, knock him down. NGR with the finisher. Might be the most unorthodox and bizarre blue stairs hold I've seen in a bit, and yet Envy are completely stunned by Spirits with the M870. Snake pushing down, will find one. But JJ's gone low, Snake to half, and Aiden died in the process. DarkZero just fall back to sight entirely. Look at all the utility that's gone. Firebolts depleted. One smoke bolt out of 2 gone. They have some smokes remaining and 2 cluster charges, but the moment's kind of gone for Snake to find impact from that primary utility. You even see Rival moving over to the main lobby hatch. Could just be trying to gap spot, find a way in. As Emilio goes down, Snake's been spotted on the BP, but wins an important engagement. Still in the disadvantage. It's all on winning fights, and every one of his team is losing them despite his effort. 3K for Snake, but nothing else for Envy. DarkZero with 3 defenses in a row.
It's kind of surprising that the backstab didn't do more there, because Snake was the one that was caught on the BP for the whole time. He shouldn't have really gotten a single kill. Yet he manages to just worm his way in and get 2. I think more backstab needed and a little bit more information as to what's going on those blue stairs. If you know that it's a Jaeger, you know that they're running the shotgun, you can't take any chances. You've got to be a little bit more disciplined about those sorts of things. Would have been nice to see somebody drop the hatch potentially and peek him at the same time, but Aiden just getting a little bit unlucky there as that shotgun does hit like a truck. We do have a tactical timeout, and a tactical timeout for DZ at this point. They've just won 3 rounds in a row.
That is kind of strange. It's one thing if we saw a tactical timeout after like round 3, because they were facing issues, right? You know, Citizen going down 3 times in a row, and they constantly like getting these picks, DZ over peaking. I mean, that was a weird round, but just weird in terms of the setup. Like, you know, Jaeger M870 on blue stairs playing that far back, but like, I didn't notice anything egregiously wrong with DarkZero that round. That is kind of odd. Well, and also, like you said, just, you know, winning 3 rounds in a row, usually team doesn't take a timeout, but Kenny clearly hearing something he is not a fan of. And I'm not going to, I'm never going to complain about a coach being proactive. Prudence will take you a long way in any sport generally. So if Kenny wants to fix something, you're not going to hear me criticize it. On CEO 2, I mean, if Envy just, again, find 1 or 2 key fights, there's not a lot of room to move on this top floor for either attack or defense, and often whoever can get that initial foothold can get a lot of success in the round.
Attackers have located
See Nathan at the bottom left of your screen just hiding the Cade in the elevator. Mirror windows as well. I mean, Mirror hasn't been hidden as such, but it still hasn't prompted much of a response from Envy. Not really brought anything that's going to be good for dealing with that. This Envy lineup, I don't want to say that it's lacking, but I just look at it and I get a little bit concerned. With nothing to deal with vertical play, so okay, if you're not going to bring an Ash or a Kali or something of that nature to deal with the mirror windows, sure, bring a Book or a Deimos and go below. You have great success with both of those operators. Both of them have a good shotgun, and the Deimos, of course, has the Vendetta as well, so an ability to really dish out quite a lot of pain, and that's a great way of dealing with that Book inside of Janitor. But isn't going to be a factor right now for Envy. So the fact that they've not really opted for any sort of mirror window presence would tell you, okay, maybe they're going to go for a main lobby push-up and just try and walk up main lobby stairs. But there's key pieces of utility missing for that as well. Usually you would bring a Monty. Okay, they've got the Blackbeard, but then they've got no ranged heart breach to try and get open the Kanto wall. So you're left with one option, and that's square.
Well, it seems that they've accounted for that, and this is the only option they considered. They don't care whatsoever. Oh, but Rival, that's a default position you just turned your back to. He's made a lot of space, and it works out quite nicely. JJ off the back of it gets the diffuser down, losing 2 bodies in the process. This is a very achievable retake for DarkZero. Snake smoked off that angle, and this repel position is strong, but with players who can peek you from main lobby or just overwhelm you with bodies out the window, surely DarkZero can win this post. I mean, Aiden's doing double duty, watching his own flank from stock and the diffuser. JJ doing the same damn thing. Yet nobody from DZ's ticked it so far. We've only got 10 seconds left. How are DarkZero going to find a way through on this angle? Well, it's all just a matter of setting up. DarkZero take a lot of time, but with the Kibas, the angles, the utility, and the gunpowder, DarkZero are taking 4 defenses in a row, and perhaps we will a little too quick to get on the Envy train.
Kind of what happened yesterday with Envy and their attacks as well, where they just seem to overcomplicate things a little bit too much, try and move a little bit quicker. In some instances, try and reinvent the wheel. Yes, you can go for something like that, but we never really see that particular plant actually come out. We'll often see teams and players rush in through. Janitor, for example, it usually comes with a little bit of presence inside of stock as well, and maybe even someone jumping over Skylight onto those marble stairs. But you very rarely see anybody in that exact plan spot that JJ got it down, and it just felt like it was kind of allowed to happen a little bit. DarkZero knowing that sometimes if you know the plant's going down and you've got 5 people alive, an overreaction at that point can be the worst thing that you can do, and just try and catch, because the defenders, the attackers, excuse me, are then going to be the ones that start panicking, because they're the ones that need to get outside, find a powerful position, start to hold an angle. And I think as the defenders, it's better often just to take a bit of time to understand the situation. And DZ did that fantastically. No one really reacting, no one really doing anything that they, putting themselves in harm's way, trying to play the hero. Instead, just keeping it nice and straightforward and letting Envy sort of undo themselves a little bit there. Shame, really, because I think Envy started off exceptional on the attack, and even into round number 2, I think they played really well onto those opening picks. Round 3, and then it's slowly but surely just declined over the course of this phase.
Especially curious when, I mean, you look at the success Envy had, that they have one of the lowest just opening kill presence rates in the league, only getting the opening kill in about 1/3 of their rounds, and yet obviously they're 4-1 and have one of the best conversions in the league at 94%. And then you see them get the opening kill early on, you're like, okay, we got something working here. Then they lose 2 of those rounds, and then the 2 where they lose opening deaths, and I mean, it feels like we left some on the table, but it's quickly looking like Envy left to 3-2. Now instead might get a 5-1. Citizen just pops a C4 out the window. It says hi to Rival, then fills him with shrapnel. Down goes your RAM. Very important piece when you're attacking one of these middle floor sites to control the Archives teller's position. And DZ get that kill without basically needing to fall back whatsoever. I mean, Envy are still like 15 seconds, 20 seconds away from posing a serious threat to this roam.
JJ going to send a nade in through to Janitors, just try and displace anyone on this top floor. But Citizen has sharpened up since the early part of the game. He was the opening pick in the first 3 rounds, and he is trying to make up those numbers now, giving himself a double opening here in round number 6. Emilio will catch Spirits. Spirits just looking, honestly, a little bit lost on that top floor there. I don't think he was anticipating he was going to be in amongst a couple of those attackers. Maybe he was fancying just one. JJ can now start to move through, but with Envy being significantly weakened now, losing not only that round but also that global, it isn't going to be a straightforward push into sight.
We needed a way through, so I made my own.
JJ taking control of small office. We saw Snake struggle with this position last time. DarkZero have even more resources at their disposal. NGR beginning to burn time as the attack fires utility in turn. yet purchase on either open area or cafe remains elusive for Envy. They settle on the exact position through which they pushed last time. Big find by Aiden through the punch hole in the wall. Emilio downed in the process, but at least JJ's got inside. If Emilio can cover or DarkZero are a bit delayed, this Blackbeard's good to get the diffuser down, but getting out might be a whole different option. Must-win fight for Aiden on a lengthy pre-fire. It works. Around the corner, too. He switched to the pistol, but Citizen finding all 5. DarkZero not even close to losing this half. In Citizen, we much maligned at the beginning, gets the opening kill and then every kill after.
And at the end of round 6, he's 6-4. So he has hit 1 KPR. The work that you have to do in 1 round, getting all 5 kills just to make up for a little bit of a slow start. That's why Citizen is on this roster. Very capable of chaining those multi-kills together. And on his day, a deadly player. DZ cement that 5-1 half. I hope we don't have the same sort of day we had yesterday, where we had like 7-1, 7-0, and then we did get a couple of close games yesterday, Jesse and I. But I was thinking this was going to be a bit closer. I mean, obviously it's not over. Don't want to speak too early. DZ on the attack yesterday left a lot to be desired. They only won 2 attacks. Now, granted, it was labs. It's a very different playing field. But Envy, if the timeout earlier was correct and it was DZ's, Envy have still got a timeout in this. So maybe Envy are expecting to struggle a little bit on their attacks and really make up for it on that defense.
It would be a hell of a comeback for Envy, and most of their games have been close so far. Well, you know, obviously 7-0 against Cruelty day one is one thing, but every victory after that has needed all 12 rounds. 7-5 against teams all over the board. Cloud9, Standby, and Wildcard all going the full distance in regulation. There, and obviously a 7-2 loss to SSG on this map, no less. We'll see if in the next couple rounds that proves to be more of the same, or if Envy have something greater to offer on their defenses. First round out the gate, Lockers and Tellers, a zombie echo band from DarkZero. Doesn't really seem to bother Envy all that much. No Goyo though, Ollie. No Goyo. No Cade either, despite the 2-brow being up.
10 seconds left.
No Tachanka.
Kind of a... Feels like Envy are trying to like have it everywhere they want with this defense. We got a little bit of stall on the hatches, a little bit of stall for the plant with the smoke. They could play blue if they wanted to.
It looks like a lot of their attacks end up being where it just seems a bit confused. It's like they've kind of got the tools for a couple of different things, and then what they go for sort of takes you by surprise. I'd like I don't know. I much prefer a full commit into one style, like either full commit to a roam, full commit to a denial, or whatever it is that you want to do. Full commit to a half hold.
Oh.
Don't spawn peek, especially if there's a Cali. I mean, it didn't really matter. It wasn't the Cali that got the kill with the sniper. It was the secondary, but was that copy window?
Yeah, that was copy window.
I mean, that's not a great place to try and spawn peek, is it?
Yeah, it's like, are you gonna... was the plan is just like catch somebody droning as they run out? I don't really know, to be honest with you. It's just kind of a weird move for Envy at the beginning. Nit gets a kill, loses a lot of HP in the process, sure. But DarkZero get a 5v4, which they've already proven so far. They don't even need to win some of these rounds. Something they've also struggled to do is converting, so maybe there is still time. But because of Envy basically trying to do 3 different things with this defensive lineup, we don't really have a lot of stall for this site. We got the toxic canisters, and then maybe you can do a lot of work. You can do some work with blue or on these hatches. But I really would have liked to see them maybe commit with the Tachanka a bit more.
And kind of the time to hold blue is almost gone, right? We're approaching that final minute. You don't really find players sitting on blue into that final minute. It's somewhere that you'll make a bit of a stand and then drop back at a certain point. One secondary heart breach gadget on Citizen to open up the server wall into sight. that could be a bit of a limiting factor right now, especially given Citizen's current position, top of these main stairs. So with that being said, it's very likely going to be a back hatch drop, dropping through both elevator and gold hatch. Emilio with a big kill there onto Spirit. Citizen taking a bit of damage and falling as well, unable to deal with the garage player.
Oh no. This is not looking good. Oh my god. Okay, I guess Envy won the round.
What happened there?
Whoops.
I think that must have been observer-sided, like lag.
Yeah. Observer DC'd. So I have no idea what happened there. I mean, what I can say, definitely a little shaky on those two engagements swinging into Garage Ollie. Don't know if the Blackbeard and the Deimos just immediately, one swinging a bit out of range for that shotgun, but maybe the Two-Brow was a little closer than the Deimos thought. Definitely don't know if that was the play that needed to be made. Normally, we don't see that much focus placed on the garage player, who, to be fair, like, can be important, can be impactful. But of all the engagements I would have thought would have happened in the late round there, not one of them being in garage coming from marble direction was not really where I thought it would be.
No, like, go through garage door, yeah, great, but that's just never an angle that gets challenged for that exact reason. You could challenge them from server. You know, if you push in through server and you get the angle if the walls are open and stuff, you can see onto garage ramp, but I've never really seen anyone sort of challenge, because it's a right angle 90 degree, like it's awful to try and challenge onto. Envy good for a round on the basement then, albeit a little bit of a strange one, and DZ just looking a little bit confused in exactly what it was that they wanted to achieve there. Great opening information right now for Citizen. He's just going to let the nade do the rest of the work there. Secures that kill onto Snake. For someone that struggled at the start, he's certainly making a point of not struggling anymore.
As opposed to Snake, who is doing very, very well for himself. At least, you know, 3K in round 4, which I suppose they did end up losing, but by far and away the highest performer for Envy so far. Now 2 times in a row, he's lost himself to a wanton early engagement. And the DarkZero have just taken away as a freebie. Now again, they have issues converting, so just even getting these freebies is not a sufficient condition to take the round. But it is something the DarkZero will not complain about. Looking at the lineup they have, if you want to take open area, the vertical control will be necessary, and DarkZero are still a ways away from actually securing that control. No ram either to get vertical on these positions. So I will say, even with that 5v4, DarkZero, just because of their lineup, aren't exactly in the greatest spot ever. But if they get the buck in, obviously, at least they can start getting something done.
It really depends on what they want to go for right now. The Vert, yes, it would be nice to have. Well, they've started to move through anyway. And the book is going to be going in there and starting to open that up. But I think it's more just for a presence thing and to catch anyone on a rotate out of the site than anything else, because realistically, they have got the advantage now to just try and swoop in and take fights on the site. Spirits has a Candela left, so they can try and make something work off the back of that. They've got a couple of smokes. They've got the glass. They should be able to just almost brute force this in some ways.
It's looking a little too uncertain than I would like for a team that started off with a 5v4 very early on, and more rounds like this are just giving Envy's ways back into this game. A lot of those Candelas, by the way, were used on just baiting movement, baiting utility, which, I mean, has worked. JJ's down to no smokes. But even more of these smoke canisters being placed just to try and get an angle onto Envy. I guess it's working, but some of these kills seem incidental. Nate just gets 3 hopping into small office. I don't know if that's based on the smokes of the Candelas, but it's just crazy hero plays coming through in round 8. JJ finding 2 on the back side, but so much movement gained by Nafe. 3 kills to walk into the site. Match point for DarkZero.
DarkZero just being able to trade that numbers advantage. There was nothing really that was stopping them from just walking in and taking advantage of what they had there. They had the glass, they had the yings. And when you've got someone like Nafe who can just walk in and get 3 kills on the site, well, it makes things a little bit more straightforward. Map point right now for DZ. A night and day improvement versus their game yesterday against Oxygen. Where, honestly, I was watching that game yesterday and I had the fixtures for today in mind. And I was thinking to myself, there's a very real chance that Envy walk away with another 3 points. They walk away with a 6-point week. But DZ have managed to really steady themselves in the 24 hours or so since yesterday and have come out. I'm not going to say brand new because there's still a couple of question marks. But it's a night and day performance from what we've been seeing so far this stage, and much more reminiscent of the DZ that we had in stage 1.
Nafe just also putting in a very strong performance so far. We have, what, a Citizen Ace and then 2 Nafe 3Ks. Good to see the IGL from DarkZero just activating in this game. Certainly not going to see me complain with performance issues that just DarkZero in general have had so far, though. Nafe might be lowest rated player for DZ, but not an uncommon position for the IGL to find themselves in. Potentially the final site we have, excuse me.
He's a one-man team tonight.
He is. Nice in that round.
Lowest rated player, but a one-man team. I tell you what, you trust a Brit to drag DarkZero out of the mud, right?
And hey, to that point, Citizen still only has 7 kills and 5 of them were in one round. One-man team.
Yeah.
It's a big Brit night in North America.
Yeah, it's just a different man every round.
Actually, the Brits on DarkZero have more kills than the rest of the team combined.
Just doing the heavy lifting. Wow. Oh, look how free this is for Nath. He's quite literally just walked right up spiral stairs. Now, there's no one with him. You can see everybody else out there on rappel. I mean, Citizen will find one onto Aiden. Aiden just getting a little bit antsy and trying to make that rotate up so that he could do something about it, but Emilio should be dead right now.
And indeed he is. Spirits tanks that Boss G shot. Good for the trade. But the Ram and the IQ both fall. Not the successful clear that DarkZero would have liked. Both those roamers also getting back safely. It seemed like DarkZero were ready to cascade over this roam setup, get a 5v3 and win the round after, and yet Envy on the fadeaway. Make this a 3v3. Give them a pretty decent shot with Nafe and Spirits both low on health and potentially still Valkyrie cameras in the wind. Also Snake recovering that C4. This is a very winnable round for Envy.
Ooh, I like the thought process there, just trying to thread the C4 up through the bars. Would have been handy to have, given that there's still a little bit of information out there. Deimos, Spirits, are you the difference maker here? We've seen rounds where other individuals have stepped up. Maybe we need an individual round from Spirits or Pamba this time. I'd ask Nath for it, but he's on the Monty. It's a little bit more unlikely. Very limited options with this vert, given that NJR was taken out so early into the round and those Rams never saw the light of top floor. Nath now having to try and push through and gather this information on his own.
Ooh, just spotting JJ peeking over the top of that cubicle. Nath threads the needle on those shots, tries to put the plant down. But unfortunately, this is not a one-man army kind of game. He needs that support, and it's Snake making it happen. 1v1 with 7 seconds to go. Surely Snake's got this one. Backs all the way up to square. Holding close with the shotgun, and Spirits is out of time. Envy holding on well, but still 3 rounds to go before OT is even close to sight.
1 round at a time, that's all Envy need to do right now. The game is certainly not over yet, especially if they can keep pulling off stuff like that. I think for how much space they'd given away earlier on into the round and how much map control DZ were able to take, it was fairly shocking that they were able to bounce back on the roam so well. Nath walking up spiral stairs and just immediately having so much presence and so much map control to sort of start directing his team into. He could see the gaps. He knew where they were. it was just unfortunate that there was no one directly behind him to fully take advantage of it. But even the kill onto Aiden from Citizen, that was a great example of Aiden trying to make a rotation up those stairs and do something about the Monty, come and help Emilio. Unfortunately, JJ was there in with a trade onto Citizen, and that was kind of the start of things going a little bit backwards. A really good opening pick, traded back immediately. Envy keeping things nice and equal and then letting the clock do the rest. Down to the basement we go then. Again, basement site. This should be a pretty good round. We saw DZ, I don't want to say confused, but it was quite a strange push. All sort of accumulating at the bottom of marble stairs. No real presence or attention paid in toward the garage area. If you're going to be going for that marble stairs take, then I think garage is non-negotiable. You have to be getting involved in there. We'll see what they try and choose to do in this round.
Do like the introduction of the Cade alongside the Tubarao. Gonna give a lot more power at trying to deny those hatches. Also, you know what I like, Ollie? Snake, not a printer window.
Love that. Love that for them.
Big change. Big change. Now, if he starts walking up beepers for no particular reason, we might have another issue, but that has not happened yet. And he's sitting by this hatch. He's chilling. Him and Rival just holding down a pretty loose square roam, probably one they will certainly not commit to longer than a minute 30. Wouldn't be shocked if we see them fall back even before that. Though I will say, with one hatch open, does kind of make the K2 bar a little weirder. Wow, Citizen just going for a walkabout. That is punished by JJ. Either good foresight by the defense or bad timing for the Brit.
Tell you what, JJ's on one tonight. He hit
five
two
and
nasty
seven.
shots. Well, no, but he's just hit some nasty shots.
He has hit some nasty shots, I'll give you
Like,
that.
he hit two really stinkers at the bottom of square stairs. He lost the round, but they were great shots.
We'll give him credit for it.
Yeah, we can give him it. And then Citizen back on his entry struggles after having a couple of rounds where he's been doing very well. DZ again, very focused on this backside. They've got 4 tin openers in total. They've already used one on Pambazoo. NJR will no doubt use 2 of his to open up these open area hatches. So you're gonna, again, be questioning, especially with the current positionings. Okay, so they've already got the server wall open. Now that's fine, that's definitely workable. And it looks as though that's where they're gonna try and at least base their plan for the time being. JJ now has to try and pace these canisters out, but he's already sent 2 in very quick succession. And some C4s are destined for back hatches, so not everyone's eyes are trained on this server location right now. Spirit's above and place the ROU down, but brilliant Tubarao time in there. That's just going to catch it and stop it in its tracks.
Emilio also keeping watch on the garage position. We're laying info that nobody's pushing there yet, that this push could be a bit one-sided from DarkZero, giving more confidence to the team to focus the C4's front side, focus the angles as well. These Zotos are so rough for the ROU projectors, completely disrupting Spirits' lineup. One finally completes. Waiting to trigger the screen once that second call goes in. Snake catching one on beepers. Envy mounting a very threatening retake. And as DarkZero move in to put that diffuser down, Snake loses his fight and DarkZero gain control of the post. Oh, but what a whiff by Panba! Circling Rival's head, yet not landing the shots necessary. Envy still on the back foot, though, and they need to recover that momentum. It might be a 2v4, but it's DarkZero with the initiative and Envy who need to land this counter defuse. Rival low, Spirits so far back, Nate falls. It's easy for the defense as Spirits, he doesn't even know where to look. This Envy comeback becoming a lot more threatening as with 4 on the board. Maybe DarkZero should have waited to use that timeout.
Envy started the retake before the plant had even gone down.
We cut to JJ. We're like 30 seconds left in the post plant. That man is on second floor.
He's in janitors. He's literally in janitor. With the hatch open, looking all the way down into the site. He just rotated straight up main because him and Snake walked up main stairs. Snake takes the fight in toward open, and JJ's just like, nah, you know what? I'm just going to go up again, and we'll go through janitors and see if janitors hatch is open. Or he has the shotgun, he can open it anyway. He may have known it was open. Regardless, they'd started the retake before the plant had even gone down. Genius. if you know it's going down and there's nothing you can do about it, get up those stairs. You've got to try and retake. Great foresight to get on the diffuser straight away. There was a man count advantage for Envy as well, which was assisted them in being able to do that. If they've not got the man count, then you can't very well start rotating before the plant's even gone down to start taking, recontrolling vertical angles. Brilliant stuff there from Envy. And showing that, yep, absolutely can get it done. There was a C4 left in Emilio's hands, which would have been nice to see him thrown out, but I guess it's more important that he keeps himself alive, because if he swings and dies with that in his hand, then you'd be sat there calling, bad timing on that. So there's not really too much to fault there in that last round for Envy.
The round's just getting more impressive as the half goes on. The comeback didn't really seem likely, and yet DarkZero's some of these same weaknesses the desk highlighted, now making a comeback in a moment most critical. Open area being held by Envy as they look to complete, well, I suppose, a form of the full site rotation. No CEO defended, but would be 3 in a row to push this to 6-5. No roam presence, though. Within the first minute, DarkZero get vertical control. It's the Teller's Archives isn't the site, but I have to say, this is a bit of a risky game Envy are playing. Completely seeding the vert with a minimal roam. I mean, you can see they brought a lot of traps, Ollie, to, I suppose, compensate for that, but they've got to be real careful.
Yeah, it's not the time to really bunker down on the site, is it? But we've seen them be slippy already tonight, so why not? Hey, that's the tagline of this whole game, isn't it? It's the Envy versus DarkZero why not Envy game. Nath, just getting caught out on one of those trips. The effect does linger for some time. He will be able to walk into Tellers if he wants to. There's plenty of hatches open here, and Envy have got loads of options to drop off, make a rotate. DZ still trying to operate on this top floor. That's great and all, but it doesn't necessarily mean they know what's going down on that basement level, which is usually of far more consequence when you defend an open area.
I mean, it's the kind of thing JJ might do again to start marching up blue. The retake, the plant's not even gone down here. They're not even in square. JJ's just like, I'm ready for it. And I wouldn't blame him. Especially as Nate putting down both his hard reach charges to open up the cafeteria wall. Unfortunately, Aiden that goes down first. DarkZero taking a long time with this control, but they've had quite a bit of a buffer to do so. They've had a lot of time they can use, and yet even now, they were within CEO within 1 minute of the round, and yet 15 seconds left. Nafe still hasn't gotten into sight. Citizen going for a late clear down below. Will he check his corners? No, he doesn't. Rival gets the kill. DarkZero, when are you going to plant? DarkZero, when's this diffuser going down? Spirit's on the way out, might just down one. The attack holding on as Nafe gets that diffuse on the floor. You can see a sigh of relief escape Nafe's lips as that round was anything but one-sided.
Pamba with a big 3K there. Not the best game from them, but a brilliant end to the series for DarkZero. Eventually getting it over the line, and there was seriously a time there where overtime was a distinct possibility. And I think Envy again have showed that they can compete with some of these bigger teams inside of North America, just not quite yet, and not tonight. We're gonna have an interview with DarkZero just after this break.
Smoke dead.
Red edge.
35. Top of dead.
Nice.
Bomb
Ken's
is
out, Ken's
down.
out. Two Ken's in. Ken's in last.
Kansas last.
Nice.
Good shit, guys.
Fuck was that round, bro?
Well played, boys.
Great question. What was that round? We'll try to break it down because, I mean, to be fair, DZ started off quite strong. Envy was able to get a couple of rounds in as well, which great from their side of things. They've shown us that they have that fire underneath them. They kind of got what it takes to at least throw a punch back.
Honestly, I'm happy with Envy's performance. I think it was good. Good stuff from DarkZero, obviously. I really want to say they won because of experience. All of the attack rounds that Envy had set up, I really liked the Blackbeard Glass setups that they were going for, trying to get the execute down, trying to get fast picks with them. I felt like it started off good, but then DarkZero, just the knowledge of, okay, we got the Echo one round, we got the smokes to push them out of the default plan spots. It was experience from DarkZero that carried them through the win. So you can't be upset if you're Envy. Obviously, you know, I'm sure they would have wanted to win, but I thought it was pretty good altogether.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, sorry.
You're saying you can't be upset if you're Envy, then Lax, what if you're DZ in this situation?
I think if you're DZ, I mean, you saw Nafe let out a sigh of relief. I think they wanted to have a more cleaner of a game. It definitely went down to the wire, but I also think that does go back to Envy actually just playing significantly better this time around. I mean, that round in particular, the Echo Drone is really what saved the day there. Envy did a very good job through all the early to mid to late round. The problem was is they didn't utilize that IQ properly and get rid of that yokai drone that DZ was holding. But what we know from DZ time and time again is their defenses are pretty stellar. They're pretty locked down in terms of how they can play their positions, how they can force the opponents into unwinnable positions. I mean, Citizen was having a pop-off game. Sure, in that early game, he was getting first pick, but then he started to ramp up towards the end. I believe he was at like 3 kills at one point, then ended up shooting up to 8 in like 1 round, 2 rounds, something like that. And again, I mean, I do really just want to give it to Envy in terms of they are playing a lot better. This last round, that could have been a huge flank coming out from that blue stairs, just unfortunately fell apart in the end there. And then we possibly see an OT. But for DarkZero, I mean, fact of the matter is they got the much needed 3 points they needed here today.
I mean, him holding top blue there through the smoke, just trusting somebody was going to be there was so good.
Either way, DZ do manage to get a couple of points this week, which is very important for them. And we have Nafe as well for the interview. The end of the day, it would be really nice to start off with the expectations you guys had coming into this matchup, because it was Envy.
That was
the question. What were your expectations coming into the matchup?
I thought it was a bit more. Yeah, no, obviously. I mean, we expect to win every game. That's like the standard we put on ourselves. And obviously, like with those guys, obviously when it came down to Bank 2, they lost it quite convincingly. The last 2 times they played it. I think today it should have been more convincing too. The attacks were a bit sloppy on our end, but I'm not going to complain. A win's a win. We needed that after the last few play days.
Yes, that's exactly what I would really like to talk about next, the last couple of play days. What's going on over at the DZ camp? Why are things not necessarily clicking?
I'm not necessarily sure if it's not clicking. It's like, we spoke about it. It's like the start of the round, we are great at. The amount of rounds in the M80 game and the Oxygen game, we had the advantage, where we had the opening kill, but we're just not converting it. Like at the end of the round, we're just stumbling over ourselves constantly. I think that's the issue, and we know it's the issue. It's like stuff we need to work on. I won't go too deep into it, but yeah, I feel like we've got all the components. We're starting off the round great. Like that's usually the hard bit, like getting the actual advantage. And well, yeah, we're just stumbling ourselves.
I guess that
at
was
the end.
Oh, sorry. I guess that was the big question here. Was obviously when we look at your last previous matches, you guys were getting a lot of those opening kills, and even in this one, you guys ran away with the opening kills. It was just a matter you were able to close out this game versus the others, and then in that ending round, we saw you take a sigh of relief. I'm kind of just curious why you let out that big sigh of relief, given how that round played out.
Yeah, well, as I said, the attacks weren't pretty for us.
Yeah.
I mean, they were bunkering, giving us full map, and it's like we were ending the rounds with like a couple seconds left when we literally have the full map. So it wasn't pretty on our end. And obviously, yeah, like I'm literally planted with like 2 seconds left. There's a guy flanking service. There's like, it's just like World War III out there. So yeah, I'll just sigh of relief that we won the game.
For sure. And with being the IGL, are you kind of in some areas kind of happy with, you guys now finding your footing again? Obviously, you're saying, there's still some things needing to be connected, but now with Super Week coming next week and then into playoffs after that, depending what happens, are you finding that you guys are, getting the pieces of the puzzle fixed before jumping into playoffs? Or do you think there's still a couple more hurdles you guys have to get over?
No, I think the main thing is we know what the problem is, and like we're finding ways of solutions to deal with it. And obviously, there's all these next, I think, 3 games left of the stage.
Yeah.
Like we have to win to guarantee playoffs. So I think that's obviously the main goal: get top 6, and then we can work on it from there. We have best of 3s. Is more room to play with, even if we play bad on the first map. We there's like a safety net. So I think that for us, the mentality is get top 6 and then turn it up, play the way we normally do.
Right. Well, I want to talk about your guys' defenses. I mean, round 2, you guys smoked out the default spots, was able to just kill the diffuser. And then on round 3, you guys had the Echo to stop the plant. Obviously, they were bringing Blackbeard Glasgow for a lot of these plants. Who makes the call to play something like that or play for the denial? Is that you? Is that whoever's in the moment, like NJR on smoke?
I mean, it's like a prep thing. Like we saw that they were heavy, like they loved their shields and they loved their dope on that map. And it's like Echo's a great counter to Monty, which is why we didn't ban it in the first 2 bans. So we were into the mindset of smoke. Also, they banned Warden, and like the only good counters to like Glaz Ying is kind of smoke if Warden's banned. So, like smoke, like fire with fire. So yeah, like it just came down to it. Like we let like the 2 top guys fight it out, waste time, and me and Nick did our thing late round.
Well, you guys get the 3 points this week. You still have 3 more play days left, as you mentioned in the Super Week for next one. So best of luck with that as well, with the prep. And I do hope, since you guys are made aware of like the issues that you have, I do hope that you guys manage to fix those as we gonna be heading into playoffs soon. Take care of yourself then, and see you around.
And yourselves. See you later.
You know what? I actually really wanted him to go into more detail in terms of like the issues that they have identified themselves and like how they're going to fix that. But I guess now we're just gonna have to ask after they win another one of their games.
I mean, I can understand the sentiment of not wanting to talk about publicly, your issues for teams to then try to exploit that in a game. So, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Fact of the matter is, they did get the 3 points today that were very much needed. And that's the most important thing to be walking away from this.
Yeah, both of your predictions were wrong, but also like you have to commiserate and be for the fact that they were actually able to get a couple of rounds, which, considering their performance against DZ last stage, it shows improvement, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. But that is our first game of today, wrapped, done, and dusted. We have SSG going up against Cloud9 next, but first we're going to be taking a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back with our second best of 1.
Hey guys, I'm Eddie with Standby, and this is One Word Siege.
Just one word, right? Ooh.
C4.
No way, bro. Gotcha.
Impact.
Wait, I'm gonna guess it.
So after 3 tries, you can steal, yeah?
It might be cooked if I have to guess that one lie.
Lasers.
Claymore.
Yeah.
Bang!
Is it 1-1?
No, 1-1.
Wait,
But we
should
got it
get,
first try,
We should
yeah.
get more points for getting it first try.
No.
No. Cameras.
Valkyrie.
My man. My
What do we do?
man.
They better get something harder.
Trap.
Capcan.
Staircase.
Fenrir. Prox. Proxy 9.
No.
I got to steal.
I think I got it.
Join what you
Barbs?
steal. Yeah, Join got it. No way, bro.
Birds.
Bro, what? Are we serious?
What's the timer on the steal here? 'Cause I'm ready to go.
And now my last
So-
hit was ability.
Is exoskeleton?
Fuck skeleton P.
Bang!
Exoskeleton?
I thought that's what it's called. I forgot what it was called.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
Welcome back to the NAL with our second best of one of today. Cloud9 going up against SSG. And if the history of both these teams is anything to take into consideration in regards to how the stages has gone so far for both of them, this should be a pretty close one.
Yeah, it definitely should be because Cloud9, I mean, they're coming off of back-to-back 7-0s, right?
They are.
But the one caveat is the last time these two teams faced each other, SSG beat C9 7-4, and it looked very dominating. But that was obviously the SSG that got first in stage one. It's not the same case here.
Absolutely not. And for C9, it's also not the same C9 that we saw last stage specifically. They've had the roster change. They've had a little bit of an oopsie here and there. Then they come back with 2 back-to-back 7-0s, and they got the wind in their sails.
Hey, no more oopsies going forward. I mean, this roster as a whole has been doing tremendous things in terms of as of recently, when we talk about those 2 7-0s. But a lot of those things comes down to the 3 keys of success where it comes to Cloud9. And we can talk about those. One of those is definitely their confidence. That clearly goes to show coming in through one match, sure, you know, might have been Cruelty 7-0, but then to immediately follow that through then with another 7-0, that clearly goes to show everyone is coming in here mentally prepared. They needed that first win, then they brought it into that second one. The second key to success is the synchronization, because you aren't getting those 7-0s by a fluke, by a chance. You all have to be on the same page, on the same book, the same chapter, everyone understanding what Dream is calling, being able to make the right decisions, being able to play off one another. And then the third key to success has to be Giddy. Giddy has been performing exceptionally well. We talked about him in the later stage of the first stage. Now in second stage, he has been absolutely popping off throughout the majority of the games. I believe he is the 4th highest rated player. Silent is number 3, but I do want to give Giddy his respect because he is a rookie coming into the scene and deserves that limelight. And again, this is the Cloud9 that we've been wanting to see. Sure, Hat really hasn't been the difference maker in terms of that roster change as a whole, but it's not to say the rest of the team isn't excelling in the areas that they need to be, especially like we said, getting those 7-0s back-to-back. Now it's just a matter of going against a harder opponent today of SSG and seeing what they can replicate.
It's actually really interesting as well that we are talking about Giddy here specifically being the backbone, because last stage it was Kobe Lax.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I mean, that's, you know, Fox was talking about that early on this stage, is we needed to see Kobe Lax coming alive. But the fact is, Giddy's the one that's really picking up that and being able to get these kills, especially in that last round. I mean, Giddy, once again, just paying hugely in terms of his performance. 100% cost. Again, can't ask more anything from this guy to be doing anything less. 13-1, 194 EPS. And again, being the top 4 rated player, that's not something that you would look at this Cloud9 roster and even think any of those players would be in the top 10. Fact of the matter is they are here, they are ready to play, and again, it's more so what are they going to do against a team like SSG.
And it's been such a necessity because we talked about it from stage 1. The only real player that was getting kills was Kobe Lax. So now not only do we have Giddy doing well, we have Silent doing well. If they can just make sure they're doing the rest of the 2, you know, synchronization, then everything will look great.
What was the other one?
Hopefully we can figure out, hopefully we can see Hat perform a little bit better, because Hat so far has been playing kind of splat. So
I agree.
Has not been great. Again, we'll have to see him progress throughout the stage.
That's that brain rot you got going on where you get the memory of a goldfish so you forget what Lax said 5 seconds ago.
What's the next team?
SSG?
Right.
Let's talk about SSG, because this is the roster that actually did manage to get top 1 on the NAL last stage, but where have they been ever since?
I mean, being number 1 has really produced new challenges for them. I think the biggest issue for SSG is confidence, overconfidence. Taking Wildcard to the same map that they beat them on stage 1 and doing the exact same things to spread out. And in all of their matches, we've seen them develop bad habits against OXG, against Envy, constant bad habits. And against the bad teams or the less talented teams, those bad habits won't really make or break a game. You're still going to beat Envy. You're still going to beat some of the teams like Cruelty. But when you get up against some of the good teams, that's where those bad habits start to get exploited. And we don't want to see bad habits being made. I don't want SSG's overconfidence to be the double-edged sword that pulls them down from such a strong stage 1. They just need to be able to continue it, because in stage 1 they had that discipline. But now, because they're the top dogs, that discipline's slowly been dwindling a little bit.
Yeah, and it's also like when we're looking at the schedule for the side of SSG, I mean, considering how it's been and what's coming up, it's looking a little dicey.
Oh, it's only good teams coming up. Past Cloud9, sorry, Dream. Once they can get past this game, their super week is just going to be the 3 of the top 4 teams. So obviously, if they don't have a consistent very solid win against Cloud9. If we still see bad habits, that puts SSG in a position where they're not going to look that confident going into those super games. And obviously, those good teams will be able to exploit those bad habits. So hopefully, we can see a consistent, clean victory today that gives everyone confidence on them going into their final week.
And hopefully we can also see a map veto that isn't a little too overconfident.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the map vetoes, I think, you know, it comes down to what's going to be comfortable more so for SSG than really is going to be Cloud9. Because, again, their opponents versus what SSG has had to go through, definitely different. But to end here on Skyscraper, I actually don't mind this pick coming out of SSG, given they just played against Cruelty on. They looked very strong on it. And if you got to remember, Cloud9 played it last stage. Yes, their defenses look good. Their attacks were abysmal. That is where Envy managed to come back, winning 6 defensive rounds back-to-back. Granted, again, Skyscraper is a very defender-sided map, but with this SSG and with this Cloud9 matchup, for Cloud9 to be in a situation of being able to be on the defense already should set them up for success here in the early game, but the important thing is getting that synchronization that I'm talking about once they get to that attacking half, because you're going against a very aggressive team like SSG. They're going to fight you on all fronts no matter what side you're pushing from, so they're going to have to do their due diligence, whether they're bringing the shields, whether they're taking that map control away from SSG. It really is going to fall on that attacking half less than it is going to be on the defensive.
This doesn't feel like a confident map pick for Cloud9. It feels like, oh, we can get Skyscraper, we'll leave it up and see how they pick it. I mean, SSG played Cruelty on Skyscraper yesterday, but they played only one attacking round because they 7-1 Cruelty. So you don't have VOD footage of picking defense first to be able to counter SSG's attacks. So obviously you're just going to the map because you could get defense first and hoping that you're able to get a good amount of rounds leading up to it. And obviously Cloud9's the #1 attacking team currently in the stage, so hopefully they just have a little bit of confidence going into their side. But this just looks like that they didn't really do the preparation for it, almost as if, well, we got Skyscraper, we can get defense, let's just pick the safe option.
Yeah, for predictions wise then, when we're looking at both of you going for SSG, I mean, this is, yeah, okay, we get it, Lax. This is C9's game to win, but SSG's game to lose.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, SSG also needs points. They also need to rein it back in and show why they were the #1 team in the stage. And it goes back to what I was saying with the previous stage. A lot of those games went down to the wire where had they lost any of those, maybe we wouldn't be putting so much pressure on SSG to perform. But fact of the matter is here, this is a very good game for them to climb more points and get 3 points on the board.
Yeah, they need it because it's not going to get easier for SSG. After today, it's 3 of the best teams in the NAL. So obviously every point matters.
Yeah, I mean, after today, it's like literally putting the Super in Super Week for SSG specifically.
Super's on Shopify.
Thank you. Very wonderful, valuable information. I do appreciate that. Either way, SSG, this is genuinely their game to lose. It's a team that has had a slower start to the stage, whereas for C9, they are ramping things up and they have that momentum. And if what we've seen from Oxygen is anything to really take away, it's the fact that momentum really does carry into the next game, and it can be the difference maker in these games that are a little bit more closely matched or a bit more down to the wire. So whether or not C9 is going to be able to close this one out, or is SSG completely going to be able to get that comeback and 3 points on the board and qualify, hopefully, for the playoffs, we'll find out as we're going to be heading into our second best of 1 of today with our casters, Ollie and Lynx.
Thank you very much, Jenny and Ollie. Do we think Cloud9's third 7-0 in a row are coming out?
I've stopped trying to predict what's going to go on in this league, I think, Jeff.
Now you're finally starting to get the hang of it.
It's just one of those things. I'm just like, I don't know. I've watched a lot of Siege from a lot of different levels, and the NAL is just the gift that keeps on giving. I don't know. Are we going to see Cloud9 get another 7-0? Stranger things have happened, haven't they? Let's be honest at this point. But SSG, we didn't really get to see him yesterday. They played against a 4-man team.
Okay. All right. Took me a second for that one to click. I was like, what are you talking about? They had 5 players.
They had power issues yesterday.
Oh, there's 5 players on the roster.
Oh, yeah. Only 4 with power.
5-man team, in theory. There's
on paper.
On paper. Is an unfortunate occurrence after yesterday. But as we move into today, hopefully no power issues for Cloud9. Don't want to make things too easy for SSG. But I doubt Cloud9 will have 2 7-0s in a row, as One thing to mention, obviously, those two 7-0s coming against Standby and Team Cruelty are only two teams without a single win, not even a single OT loss in the league so far. And Cloud9, as the desk mentioned, is the highest rated attacking team in the league at the moment. However, out of the last 12 rounds they played, they've won 12, and both were against Standby and Cruelty. So not to discredit those attacking stats, still impressive to always win 6 rounds in a row, but they are coming against the two worst teams in the league so far, so that stat might be a little one-sided, especially when you consider that right before that 7-0, Cloud9 faced a pretty dominant 7-1 loss against Shopify, which not to say that SSG is necessarily on the level of Shopify, because on any given day, you don't exactly know where the level of SSG is. However, they certainly have the capacity to be on and even above Shopify's level. So we'll see how they decide to employ that, or at least exhibit that, on their attacking side today. Skyscraper attack can always be difficult, and SSG has a way of making the hard things easy and the easy things hard.
They've given themselves a good chance removing the Clash and the Azami. A Deimos and a Grim taken away from Cloud9 as well. Now, we could compare and contrast this game to the game that SSG played yesterday, but I just don't feel like it's going to give us a really true indication as to how they really want to play this map. Yes, they played lots of Grim yesterday. Yes, they played lots of Deimos, but I mean, they only played 3 rounds on the attack to start with, so the most you're going to get is 3 of each. So it's not necessarily fair to sort of drag in from that. And again, maybe a bit of an advantage from Space Station in this, that they knew they were going to play Skyscraper yesterday and they wanted to just have a Skyscraper week. They haven't actually shown too much yesterday in that Cruelty game. So for Cloud9, it could be a little bit more difficult. At the moment, there's nothing going to be happening too quickly. It's a fairly slow start to this Skyscraper. We've still got players hanging around inside of Swords. Nice Candela sent through. That's going to allow a little bit of a push up here. Oh. A great bit of play.
Ooh, great bit of play, but Kobilax having a lot of momentum, unfortunately. Ash and bobbing and weaving will find that engagement, though Hat looking for the trade. Dream as well. Both defenders positioned aggressively to try to catch an attacker lacking. Yet off the back of that Candela and the Dokkaebi call, SSG might lose 2 to Kobilax, but they come out the better in the man count. Though Benja only 1 HP, it might be a dead man walking, and a 2v2 might not be too far out of Cloud9's grasp.
Yeah, Benja does need to be careful. You can hear another Dokkaebi call ringing through there. Wouldn't take much fire from a Shumika launcher to see Benja sense the cameras. Looks like we've got an SSG player below as well at the moment. Hat still kind of playing quite aggressively, to be honest, but there is still a whole minute to try and hold on, and as soon as you give up Drum, that's it. There is no going back. He will retreat into Geisha. As SSG are using this time quite wisely just to set themselves up. Another Candela there, just to ensure that if there is anyone there, they're blind, and we can send in another Rotero drone. Of course, brilliant for blowing things up. Also, just another good bit of utility. Nashin really not wanting to take any chances here as Fultz hits a rotation, and he will look to push into Geisha from the big window.
SSG likely sense how tenuous this 3v2 is. Now quickly things could fall against them. Pat with a nice Zoto canister, staving off the Geisha push, turning his sights instead toward Drum, allowing Dream to rotate up the flank. Big trade by Ashen, looking to get 4 as Hat in the 1v2. Doesn't want to fall splat. The desk called him out for it. We'll see if he's able to land it. Just 2 seconds to go. Stave off this plant. Ashen not even going for the diffuser. They try to commit to the kill, stop halfway through karaoke, and just off time, Hat gives Cloud9 their first.
What a missed opportunity for SSG. They had over a minute. Yes, Benja's low, but everyone's one shot in this game if you get hit in the head. And yet they're not able to convert that. Cloud9 did whatever they wanted. Hat was able to rotate from Drum over the top of main stairs into Geisha for free. We saw Dream. He was able to push out of T-Room and walk along mezzanine again towards Drum. He finds one and is immediately traded, but even still shouldn't really be allowed to do that. Now the drone counter isn't always to be relied upon.
It fools you.
So I don't bring it up all the time, but it's those sort of occasions where You need to have drones kicking around. You need to know where people are. If you've got that man count advantage, use that information and find that out. We still had Rotero drones, bear in mind. We had Fultz driving around on Flores. I just feel like that's a huge missed opportunity for SSG on a map as well that is defined by 1 or 2 attacking rounds.
It's always the tricky thing with Skyscraper. Just like, this is gonna sound really stupid, bear with me. Whether you get an attacking round at 1 or 6, it doesn't really matter. But at least if you get one at 1, it's like, oh, they've got it. They might be doing it. It's just because you just get it out of the way. It's just the security of knowing, okay, we're making good progress. Even at
instead of you on 6 going, we have to get this.
Exactly. It's just a difference in pressure, even if the result is the same. So SSG letting that one slip. It's not necessarily gonna it's not a game changer, but it'd be nice. It'd be security, knowing that you've at least got one out of the way on a primary side as well. SSG will have another shot at it, but oh my goodness. They are letting these C9 roamers get a little too aggressive. Kobilax getting away with 2, and then Silent just peeking out Geisha, finds the Cappy Tau on Rappel. SSG cannot be allowing gaps like that to exist in their lineup. ROU Projector should, in theory, give Ashen the ability to cross over and contest main and drum. That's exactly where 3 C9 defenders currently are, waiting for SSG to push. Silent swings out, spots the Blackbeard pushing forward quickly. Newers takes control of main for the trade. But Vigil for Cappy Tau at 1.5 minutes wasted. That's a damn good deal.
A brilliant use of Sense's ROU Projector. It just totally invalidates the mirror window and forces Dream to retreat back. Dream lucky to still be alive in round number 2 right now. Very quickly, that first half and extension of Cloud9's defense has been dealt with. Dream will be good for 1 though. He does manage to pick Newers out. I can only imagine that was a vertical angle. Newers was framing up underneath for a little bit of action on the book. So for the ground that SSG have taken, yeah, they've done it well. They've done it in a nice flashy way with the ROU projector. It was very safe, but it's cost them greatly. 3 versus 4 going into this final 45 seconds. Good nade here, displays Kobe, but he might just push him right into a kill.
And it pushes out. Another nade sent out that'll force him entirely off the main stairs. Ashen wants to push in off the back, but these traps starting to cause a lot of problems for SSG. The F0 stays his hand. That gives Kobe the ability to retake the stairs, and yet one player just sneaks in, bolts around the corner, but they've not droned Dream. On for 3 with this TCSG. Ashen in the 1v2 won't find much. Both primary sites go the way of C9, who, despite being aggressive, are really not overplaying their hand.
I think you've always got to play Skyscraper with a little bit of aggression, and you're afforded that privilege because of the map and the way that it works. Cloud9, I don't think they're doing anything too outlandish right now. They're just holding good portions of the map early on. They've got solid setups and brilliant escape plans. Not an easy thing to do as well when you get the Azami band out away from you. You do have to be, you're forced into other methods. Of course, it gives you some other tools to play with. Dream in particular, his positioning so far has been fantastic in both rounds. Think about round number 1, he was able to slip out a T and rotate through mezzanine, gets himself a kill. It turned out to be round winning. It was traded straight away, but if he doesn't do that, then all of a sudden it becomes a much more pressurizing situation, and SSG have a greater advantage. They have 2 guns up against 2 guns that are looking at them whilst their third player plants. Dream doesn't go for that in round 1. It probably doesn't go Cloud9's way. And again, they're in round 2. Able to rotate off the mirror window very quickly and just get himself so tucked inside of Exhibition and play safe and, well, pick himself up another couple of kills. Brilliant start so far from Cloud9, and there's been opportunities that SSG have created for themselves. It hasn't really been through Cloud9's errors that those opportunities have presented.
No, I've been sure it's Skyscraper defense, but I mean we've seen plenty of good teams sometimes overcomplicate or mess up Skyscraper defense. There is something quite commendable and meritorious in just like playing a good game, and that's what C9 are doing right now. Letting one player maybe do something quirky like Kobe in round 1 or Silent round 2. By and large, just playing the setup, I've got nothing to complain about with C9 so far. Very good stuff. We'll see how Kitchen Barbecue goes. Usually the trickier site for the defense. Oftentimes we'll see a castle to make Geisha and maybe an extra room a bulwark for the defense. Aided by the bandit batteries could be nice. You could see Silent flirting with another peek outside of Geisha just like last time. Has to be careful though. Jane, I know, is not lacking on Repel, watching a different angle. He'd have a direct line onto the bandit's position. Albenja creeps along the mezzanine for a pinch, put to 1 HP from the delivery position. Cloud9 doing a great job at just harrying SSG and constantly keeping the attack on their toes. Ashen might be doing the same thing, though, because look who's found their way outside of sight.
Ashen's really slipped in there, hasn't he? Problem is, you can't do anything with this site if you don't have that top floor control. And C9 have definitely still got that. A Dokkaebi call is going to tell everyone that there's someone on those main stairs, and that someone is Dream, but Ashen is able to kick things off with a kill onto Hat. It forces Dream's attention for the time being just to turn and look toward that first floor level. But Ashen's nowhere to be found. He's rotated. He's over toward Black Stairs. He's picking apart this defense from the site level.
And now Cloud9 in a really tricky spot. Oh my god, it's what? All right, I guess the round's over. I don't really know how that happened. Ashen gets the 3rd kill on site, finding a lot of really good timings, and I suppose the same thing happened up top. First round going the way of SSG, and after round 1, you could have really had a 2-1 for SSG at the moment. Not much really else to say for that round, Ollie, other than Ashen with some good timing.
Yeah, Ashen got some great timing. He found himself a lot of space. Cloud9, I mean, naturally you give up a lot of space on that Kitchen Barbecue side because you're forced into defending the top floor, and it's usually one player's job to sit and play site. And you're expecting players and defenders to be able to drop off at points during the round, whether that's rotating down through main stairs, sneaking down Black Stairs, kind of unlikely, or more likely dropping the hatch inside of Geisha and sort of assisting you and bolstering that on the site level. But SSG doing a really good job of recognizing, hey, this isn't a round where Cloud9 have extended. Cloud9 didn't extend over toward Drum, Shrine, Terrace, Dragon. There was nothing over toward House side. Instead, it was very concentrated, and it was just directly above Kitchen Barbecue. It was Geisha, T, Karaoke. It was very straightforward. It gave a big opportunity there for SSG to take a lot of ground very quickly, and then work in off the back of that and set themselves up. Tactical timeout. We've seen a full site rotation, and I'm sure that Call Out, like us, and well, like SSG, they won't need telling this, know that there have been opportunities for SSG so far. And as you mentioned, Lynx, very easily we could be sat here at a 2-1 scoreline for SSG right now.
It's also very much dependent on the way you view it. It could be a 2-1. Could also very easily be a 3-0 if Ashen just doesn't have a big 3K. It's one of those weird games where it's like very, very plausible. Could be one-sided either way. Maybe not one-sided either way, but very plausible could be read as one team leading or that same team not having a single round on the board. Sometimes you get those. Would not exactly shocked that it's a game where SSG are involved, that we kind of have that very kind of strange kind of interpretation you could draw from the game. T Karaoke was the site that things really could have gotten started for SSG, as even though the roam clear goes a little bit south, they still come out of it with a 3v2. But Hat and Dream are able to hold pretty fast, especially Dream getting active on the flank, that Hat wins on time. Curious if we'll see SSG maybe dial back the aggression a little bit more, or dial back the clear on that office exhibition side. It's with a Monty and Glaz in play. Usually this indicates a top black take.
You would expect that, wouldn't you? Especially with the positioning of these players right now. SSG might be looking for something a little bit speedier here. Dream might have a bit of a job on his hands straight away. Got a great deployable shield setup. Not really anything to deal with that. You'd need a nade from Newers if you can try and get rid of that, but Shumikas will do a great job. There's a Vulcan pack on the door as well. It's not going to be easy to try and move through here, but Dream gives himself up.
Ooh, Ashen too!
Oh, it was the Zoto.
As Shumika on the way out slows Ashen down, caused him to die to the fire. So Ashen, who in the past couple games we've seen actually quite good at taking down the Tachanka with a Glaz. He might fall, but his core primary purpose, it's achieved. That Vulcan pack doesn't even get detonated. Fultz might need to be a little careful. He's by himself, but Newer is just going down below. I think Hat spotted on a Z-ping. So just shotguns him a few times through the floor. We've seen this Sledge shotgun have a bit of an uptick in pick rate with the introduction of the secondary automatic pistol. You can see Newer is very thankful for that. It's given the soft destruction and the ability to take down Hat from below. Nice frag by Silent as, again, Fultz finds himself alone on black stairs.
I mean, Fultz hasn't really been rallied around correctly right now. I understand that you've lost Ashen, but I think you need to bolster Fultz's position a little bit and give him something to work with. He's got a lot of space and a lot of ability to gather information. He's not really being allowed to do it. Yeah, we've got Newers working in from below, but the rest of SSG at this time are kind of sitting ducks. We have upside down repels, so we've at least got J9O safe. Fultz is going to try and get this plant down already.
I mean, might just be trying to bait. He's got plenty of time. 55 seconds, and nobody's in immediate position. Oh my God, what a shot by Silent. Janino peeks his head out a bit too much, and I think if Silent wanted to, he might be able to push a bit further up. Instead, it's Giddy who throws the C4 over top. Newer's doing the bulk of the work for SSG in this round. Fultz exposes behind the shield. What a frag by Giddy, who's really been putting in the work these past few days. It's a Giddy and Silent round as Cloud9 looking indomitable on Skyscraper.
I think the teamwork there between Fultz and Newers is borderline perfect. You can't ask for much more. But what are the rest of SSG doing? Okay, you've got a Monty at the top of Black Stairs. You can call out different locations. You can give Z-pings. Fair enough, some other players for SSG might be on the drone trying to assist that and really enable some of this vertical play to happen. But there's got to become a point where you just flood and take the fight to them and use that Monty as an advantage. Instead, it really just felt like SSG were kind of waiting to get whittled down. Could have been something towards the end, but nowhere as near close as round number one should have been.
Bomb located by attackers.
Ashen 8 and 2 so far, and to be fair, you know,
10 seconds to insert.
3 of those kills were critically important to winning Kitchen Barbecue, but by and large, there's only 2 kills that have, aside from those, that have actually been impactful for SSG winning a round. It's just, even when SSG are finding these good moments, even when they're finding important gunfights, Cloud9 still winning the long game in each one of these rounds, just playing a very consistent game at the moment. Not overplaying, not overthinking. I mean, you see Silent back on Vigil, and if it's just what we saw in round 2, I'm not going to blame him. Go for a couple early peaks, then back up and just play for the gun, trying to rat in a bit more of a coordinated way. That's okay with me. Ollie might be another quick one for SSG. We have Aurora. I know you and I like to talk about that. Where do you think these doors are going?
Probably on door frames.
Okay, thank you, Ollie. Appreciate it.
All window frames.
Ollie with useful weather update.
Yeah, weather alert, it's raining.
Thank you, Ollie.
So, the Aurora doors for this site are a little bit curious. Double? Maybe... I mean, he's got double done, but...
Do you probably then, do you run through, then put it on the single to, like, Office? Like, on the right?
Yeah, I feel like that's the only thing you can do, but you're expecting Office to Exhibition to be soft, so... I don't really know where the value is in that.
Yeah, it gives you that uptick in control, but like you said, it's also just going to allow the defense to hold the angles into Office to completion for completely as much as they want. You do have this glass, though, which I would imagine will look through those smokes to challenge those very angles. So this is what SSG are trying to bring to counter that, but that's either a pre-placed or a thrown C4 by Hat. It lands perfectly, though. The exact player they tried to counter, it falls. Cloud9 with 2 big kills, and though this plant goes down, if this smoke dissipates, Fultz is kind of a sitting duck behind the desk at the moment. He drops down the hatch instead, right into the waiting arms of one of his attacking teammates. That gives the defense full uncontested control of the top floor for the moment. It's going to have to be a retake to stop this retake from Cloud9. You cede the control, let the defense fill in, then fight for it in turn. Benjo with a nice angle from below will open that skeleton key. A lot of shots hit, but there's just too many bodies for SSG to deal with. Cloud9 throw them all at the problem, and this defense half is won.
Such a good retake from Cloud9. again, one of those situations where you either know the plant's going down. I mean, it's fairly obvious. Like, there is a million smoke canisters that have just been placed in a really quirky Aurora door that at least I'm seeing for the first time. I'm sure it's been done before, but it's not a common one, is it? And we haven't really seen a lot of Aurora on Skyscraper this stage so far. No overreaction. Brilliant C4 kill as the plant goes down. SSG are trying to make it happen. I mean, of all the people to get, you get Nuas on the glass, which just eliminates any threat. And then the team play. Double jumping out onto the player outside of Sword's window. 3 people committing to this diffuser. They know where the player is going to be. Like, they're either outside or they're below. And you already know that there's a book, so there's a very good chance that that player is going to be below. And Benj has just got the impossible gunfight of, yeah, you can skeleton key through the floor and hit chip damage onto 3 of them, but it's never going to kill any of them. And he's got an engagement to worry about. Brilliant team play there from Cloud9. Nice plant attempt from SSG, and I think on its day, it will work. It just so happens that that day isn't today.
Yeah, not a bad strategy. It's just Cloud9 are still just playing the game they've been this entire half. They know what angles to watch. They're hitting their shots. Also, no crazy performances. It's very much a team game from C9 at the moment. Nothing to complain about. As SSG look to try and get a 4-2 half, which, to be fair, would be exactly what you need to have a very workable game of Skyscraper. They'll have to attack bedroom and bathroom on Skyscraper, which sometimes has seen kind of an uptick in play rate over the past year and a half or so, as teams are like, all right, yeah, is it bad? Yes, but will it catch people off guard? And is there a way to play it where, you kind of hold exterior angles, and if they drop down to the bottom floor, you retake?
Breach charge ready!
There is something here, at least. Oh, that's a nice shot on the breach charge. Silent doing his best to be as annoying as possible, and it's working very well.
Setting charge.
I know what you won't expect. The other side of the wall. Genius from Action. He's really got one over on him there.
Can you imagine? Hat peeks out and the other one gets shot? I would have burst out laughing.
A little bit of Maverick action onto this office wall. Ooh, don't be called good for 1 onto Silent as well. Good entry there for SSG.
Oh.
Ooh, Ashen, okay. He's having one of his nights.
Might be an SSG round. Just similar to that barbecue round. All of a sudden, SSG start winning every single fight presented to them, specifically Ashen opening things up. Giddy peeks down, catch Benja, nobody in a position to trade. Rest of these attackers on the top floor. And Kobe, Giddy both have C4 as Kobe swings out. Viewers giving the 1v1. SSG starting to get disconnected, giving opportunities for C9 to mount a comeback. Ashen's been hitting some bangers tonight. Does he have another triple in store to buy SSG around? Kobe with 3 Zotos to stall a push. A C4 on the floor of Ashen and below too. And the attacker does not have the diffuser. Sprinting through, spotted on the default. Kobilax playing patient will let Ashen slip down. So Giddy prone around the corner inside of the site. Ashen trying his best to find some information, has spent a long time hunting. Spotted on the BP around the corner. Oh, flicks and trades! But a trade is all he'll get, and with 1 player left standing, it's a 5-1 half for C9.
Generational throw from SSG.
Yeah.
4 versus 2. The 2 defenders, by the way, didn't move their feet for 3 of those kills. We get Benja walking up house stairs, and Gitty's able to turn around, flick him, and kill him. Great, whatever. It happens. But then it takes like 15 or 20 seconds for, I think, J9O to pull off a tortoise peek from Dragon, where he's moving so slowly into the only angle that Gitty could be holding that would be advantageous. Kobilax, he gets a great kill, really threads it through terrace onto maybe no, Nua's got the opening onto somebody else. And then all of a sudden, Ashen's like looking around thinking, guys, a minute ago we were in a 4 versus 2, and now it's just me.
So is Benja...
I was false.
I was about to say.
Yeah. So, I just... That's at least 2 rounds, maybe 3. 2 if you count in like air quote dead certs, rounds that tier 1 teams should not lose.
That's a good question, actually. So what rounds are you counting? Round 1, 2v1.
Yeah. Which was a 3v1.
Which was a 3v1, yes.
And then round 4, 4 versus 2. Oh, sorry, round 6, 4 versus 2.
Round 6, 4 versus 2. So it should be a 3-3, but you said maybe 3 rounds they should have won. What's your third?
Locate and defuse a bomb.
I was just throwing another one in for good measure. Because I feel like if they win those 2, there's more confidence and they'll probably win a 3rd off the back of it. It's the momentum round. We throw one in as just a little bit of extra float, you know?
Oh! Viewers and silent, exchange greetings outside of Geisha window. By the way, if you haven't taken a look at the attacker lineup yet, I would just draw your attention to the bottom left. So we have a Blackbeard, a Blitz, and a Glaz. Looking like it's got to be one of those rounds. Though I will say, you have a Thatcher, no hard breach. That's just a 2025 Rainbow Six moment right there. And what is that Thatcher going to be used for? I don't really know.
Frag grenade.
Okay, well... Alright, well, I guess everyone's dead. Whatever happened didn't work.
It also happened very quickly. Ooh, okay. Nice little pre-place from Benja there. I'm not sure if it pre-placed or just placed at the right moment. Cloud9 really looking to try and just take control of Blackstairs. I mean, the lineup kind of told us that much anyway. Obviously, you got the Blitz and the Glaz. It's a slightly similar, slightly different way to the way that SSG approached it with the Monty. Very explosive round. A lot of C4s. I'm kind of surprised that we just saw it all sort of capitulate that quickly. Cloud9 have showed us a lot of patience on the attack so far. On the defense. Yeah, they've been aggressive in the early portion of the round, but they've shown us good strength and good depth. Maybe they're just trying to get a quick one past SSG. Don't forget, they've got quite the buffer right now. And if maybe they have got their sights set on a different site, one that isn't maybe as primary as T and Karaoke, maybe they're just wanting to get through those things. But, I mean, the Thatcher's going to be brought for just disabling anything. It could be... SSG like to play a lot of Mute. Mute's actually been banned in this one by Cloud9. That's how much Fultz likes to play it. So he's actually forced over onto the opposing SSG operator. But also Cloud9 haven't been able to remove any of the denial, any of that hard breach denial. And the Thatcher, it's an old school method of doing it, isn't it? I think with the increasing number of electronics and that increased radius, it can just be something that's nice to have for teams that maybe aren't wanting to gather as much information before they go for that execute, which I think it's probably fair to say that Cloud9 didn't gather the most amount of information ahead of round 7 before just piling on in.
I would say that's probably fair. Seemed like something went awry, that's to be sure, even if it was just happenstance. Did he run out of time on that Rotero? It looked like he had 2 seconds left. Was there something he destroyed? No, I don't think there's anything destroyed on the floor. I don't know. I thought he had more time, but...
I think he just went a bit short, didn't he?
What do you mean?
As in he went short, or it didn't look like he went long enough to get the barbed.
Loading new mag.
I think we're saying the same thing, but it confused me for some reason. I was like, wait, what? He didn't? I'm sorry.
He got the barb on house stairs at least. We can confirm that one.
Well, that's good. That's what matters. If anyone wants to walk up house stairs later on, he'll be quite happy to do so. SSG not running a mirror like we saw Cloud9 do for this extension. You know, the mirror, black mirror on the right wall, peek around, fight on the left. It's full reinforced, banded behind it. Benja also with Kiva just to make that even more difficult. SG with the pocket reinforcement too if they want to shut off the mini wall. they want to get aggressive, maybe give every angle at your disposal. Ashen 11-4 so far. It's the opening pick in round 8. A lot of smokes being used to stall the walk-up outside of Mini. That's Dream on the Blackbeard right there. Goes on the drone. Bolt swings around, but that's clearly an intentional bait by C9. Giddy able to trade as Cloud9 aiming to find a way into sight. Giddy just hopping into Sword's window. Finding Benja and Ashen. Might fall to 1 HP. Yeah, just with a few well-placed shots, he's given Cloud9 a beautiful opening. Blackbeard slams Foltz in the face, knocks him to the floor. Hell of a day and a week for Giddy. 9-6, still with more in the tank. Newer's looking to try and find this 1v3, but the mini player peeks up, slaps him down. Match point for Cloud9.
Cloud9 play a really nice brand of Siege when things go well. There is zero overcomplicating. That is as straightforward a push as it gets, but it is executed to such a high level. It's beautiful. We've got pressure in on Sword's window. Gitty, star of the show, by the way, able to hop in, use the space that's presented to him. It's not always somewhere that you're going to expect. You're expecting someone to play on Sword's window. You're not always expecting someone to hop into it and to be that bold. Blackbeard and Foltz, the dance behind the minibar, it's a tale as old as time. You're always going to get somebody playing in behind that minibar on the defense, and you're very often going to get pushed with a shield if you are that defender. Brilliant little exchange there, and I like the way that Cloud9 baited all that utility nice and early out of Foltz, because then the pinch can really start to come together. You've got Gitty coming in through Sword, you've got a bit of the breach open, and then you're starting to push Foltz out from the minibar area. No sort of long extension or big roam clear over toward T and Karaoke side. Just a very concise and really well-focused take of the site and really what mattered. Cloud9, we were kind of joking going into this that, yep, they've got the best best attacking win rate inside of North America at the moment, but throw it into the context. 6 of those rounds or something were against Cruelty. Another ton of those rounds on the attack were against LFO. So how good is it really? I mean, tonight they've shown that, yep, they could still attack. They're attacking Skyscraper, and they're doing a good job of it.
Yeah, for Skyscraper, a lot of the time, like, the bar is not, as with the defensive half, the bar is often not high. It's just like, hey, play a good game. And Cloud9 have played a good game. And with that attacking round as well, they're certainly, I think, above that minimum, just to be clear. Cloud9 are doing more than just the basics. I'm really quite pleased with a team that I think has been one of the most variable inside of the NAL since they formed back in Stage 1. Obviously, still would love to see this trend continue, but with a win over SSG, sure, it's best of 1, but they will have an even record, 10 points, and with Wildcard's loss yesterday and DarkZero struggling, Cloud9 will still be in firm contention for that 5th, 6th place spot in the playoffs, which for a team with this many players that have the experience they do, it's exactly where you want to be. Foltz looking to try and stay alive on Black Stairs with the aid of Ashen's Kiba barriers. It's Kobe with the first pick, though, and that support will be quiet as Ashen walking outside gets clotheslined by the AK-47. Oh, that good night.
I mean, that's the second time we've seen someone from SSG just get dumped on by a Blackbeard, and there's no one immediately there. Yeah, Benj is here now. Reloading. Where was that 5 seconds ago? I'm not saying Foltz has been sold there, but it's definitely a soft kill to give away. That and the fact that you've lost the opening pick again. Cloud9, they just need to go through the motions right now. They've got a whole minute to try and pull this off.
Ooh. Dream backing up just in time. I like what you said, though. Just go through the motions. Like, this 5v2, this is just a don't throw situation at this point. We got no C4s. That Specchio is really not going to do much. Good trade by Giddy. That's it. 7-2 for C9. Continuing with a winning record on the attack. They are 14 out of 15 rounds the attacking side won so far in their past 3 games. If that trend continues, teams are going to start having a problem.
Big result there for Cloud9 tonight. I'm so thrilled watching these guys play because it's so clear that they are putting in the work. Gitty, what a week that player has had. You could go down the list, top through bottom. It has been a full team performance, and the synergy is definitely working on this C9 roster. once again, we will hear from them as we will have an interview with them lined up just on the other side of this break.
pulling it. That's the kitchen. I'm walking to T, Kitty. I'm walking to T.
Hey, they got jumped out. They're both lower. They're both lower. We're playing it. We're playing it. Jump in kitchen. He's gonna go tables on me. Kitchen. He's dead. One. Yes! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking shit!
Just stop typing to me and screams. Count the score now. Count the.
All right. I mean, that's a reaction and a half to winning this 7-2 against SSG. We've seen a 7-0, another 7-0, now a 7-2. Let's bring Dream over here to kind of dissect this, because what is what is going on? Like, and I mean this in like the most positive way ever, because you guys have just completely flipped the script. It's not a fluke. You guys are consistently coming out with these incredibly dominant games. What's the behind the scenes looking like at this point?
I mean, honestly, I think this whole stage, like, we've been playing like decent as a team. I think that DZ game was ours, and we just let it slip because it was our first game, new IGL, that kind of thing. But now that we got like some stability underneath us, we got that confidence. Like, I'm confident in my calls, the team's confident in like what we're doing and like how we're trying to do things. And I mean, we just have some players that are playing fantastic, and we're winning the rounds we need to win.
Right, I'm glad you brought it up because I feel like confidence in the mental game was a really big factor for your guys' start of the stage into now. Walk us through how the mentality shifted after you guys pretty much getting 14-0 leading in today affected the outcome of today.
I mean, obviously, like, it's hard to 7-0 a team, right? Like, I know, yes, it's Cruelty and LFO, like, they're not looking the best. But I mean,
still tough.
Cruelty even got rounds on SSG when they were in a 4v5. You know what I mean? Like, it is hard to 7-0 a team. So the fact we did that twice, like, people got to put some respect on the name.
Listen, if you should go back and rewatch the broadcast, all the things that I was talking about, you guys, because I think I made it clear to put some respect on that name in terms of those 7-0s that you guys had. What?
Why are you lying?
Anyways, going into the SSG game, I mean, were you kind of surprised that it did end up on Skyscraper? Do you think they had a little bit of false confidence going into that matchup, given one, your last stage performance on it, losing, you know, your attack rounds, and then also that Cruelty game where realistically they did play a 4v5?
I mean, yeah, props to our coach, coaches Vivid and Mossy. I think they knew we were going Sky. They literally called it. And they said they're going to ego chalice because of that JJ loss. And Vivid's notoriously like the Sky maniac. Like he always wins Sky in every team he's on. So I was a little, personally, I was shocked, but Vivid knew the whole time. So
absolutely. Well, coaching staff is working out as well.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's like a team effort, both from you guys and also the ones behind the scenes. So I guess as well with Super Week coming up, where you have 3 best of ones back to back to back to back, what's the prep for that going to look like? Because of course playoffs is going to be on the line.
I mean, personally for our team, we just take it game by game, round by round. Like, I'm trying not to look playoffs or like too into the future. Like, let's just play our next game and let's play the game after that, play the game after that, and see where we land at the end. Like, that's all I care about, is just trying to be the best Cloud9 we can be every day in the server.
All right, so far that's absolutely paying off, and we can see the confidence, we can see the improvement. Very proud of you guys. Looking forward to seeing you guys in Super Week next week specifically, and take care of yourselves until then. Bye.
Yeah, you too, guys. Bye.
All right, changed team, changed man, changed roster. I don't know, but this is also, for me, really worrying when it comes to SSG. Like, as much as we're singing the praises right now of Cloud9, what is going on over in the SSG camp?
I think kind of the groundwork that we've been setting, where it's a matter of overconfidence. I mean, just like Dream said, they were going to ego challenge us. They were going to take us to a map that they thought that they could just, oh, it doesn't really matter what we do. They're bad at Skyscraper. Let's just go to Skyscraper. And I think it showed exactly why. You need to put a little bit more preparation into the work of going into that map ban phase, which is something Cloud9 has been so good. We've always talked about it. Their preparation before matches is amazing. They just needed to make sure that they had that confidence and did it inside the server. And now they do, because they did have that 14-0. Now they got to win against SSG. They have that confidence to put it all together.
I think it's also putting respect on the team that you're versing again. You know, not giving them the exact respect that they need just based off of performance last stage, not being able to find their footing. I think a lot of the top teams are coming to realize that, you know, NA is far more competitive. Sure, there are some teams still at the bottom, but these teams that are improving, like Envy, like Cloud9, it really is showing that everyone can be extremely competitive. You can't count anyone out. And you were speaking into the SSG kind of overconfidence. I think that speaks clearly into this matchup, regardless whether it was the map pick, regardless of the rounds that they were playing back-to-back. Cloud9 did a very good job at dissecting, especially even on those attacks or defensives, being able to play off one another and just collapse onto these rounds. And Giddy today, another solid performance out of him. He had a big 3K on that house round. I mean, this kid, it's phenomenal to watch.
You know, coming into this game, you said there were 3 specific points: confidence, Giddy, and synchronization.
Okay.
Ah, there we go. See, I remember. It's been a whole hour. Do you think that they have hit every single one of those marks?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're going to win a 7-2 on Skyscraper, and I said, you know, what's really going to be important is winning those attacks, and they made those look flawless. It was very well executed, very well calculated. They were all in sync with one another. The confidence was there, so I definitely think Giddy was there. So all 3 were definitely
really
hit on the top of the head.
The synchronization, I mean, I agree. Their defenses, you could really see them when they would pause and then try to figure out what the win condition is to be able to respond to what SSG is doing. I mean, The only thing that I would say is at the end, we heard the comms get a little hectic.
Yeah, I think we
the
both.
comms were a little crazy.
Definitely got crazy.
But with a little bit more time, you know, Cloud9 will.
But also, they were celebrating the fact that they
Well,
are
no,
winning.
getting to that
before,
last,
yeah, before.
getting to
Yeah,
the end of that round was chaotic, to say the least. I mean, they still got it to the end round and got the finish, but definitely was very chaotic.
But either way, that's us done and dusted with our second best of one of today. And we still have at least 3 more. But the next one is going to be OXG against SR. SR has just gotten their first loss in these best of ones here in the NAL. And OXG got the wind in their sails with back-to-back wins. So we'll see who's going to be able to close the next one out. But that's going to be coming up after the break.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro. They're back. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Get your binoculars. I see you looking. Who they wanna be? You can see it in their eyes. When you turn it to the king, then the hate comes with the prize. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back to the NAL with our third best of one of today. OXG against Shopify Rebellion. A team on the up is OXG, whereas Shopify has just suffered their first loss in the best of ones, breaking that historical streak. Is that going to play on their minds today, or are they going to be done and dusted and jump into this one as a new one? We'll see as we're going to be heading onto the server. But first things, Foxay, match at hand.
It'll be a great game regardless, because SR, I think one loss isn't going to affect them too much. As for OXG, why'd you have to do that? You made me laugh. As for OXG, I mean, they're looking really good. For me, this game will be the battle of the entries. Obviously, Gomez and Adam have been overperforming. They've been amazing. SR, everyone knows what you're getting when you look at Ambi and Spoit. So for me, it'll be that head-to-head that we're going to have to watch in this matchup.
Yeah, the roster lineup from the side of OXG Lax is one that has genuinely been improving night and day difference from what we've seen last stage onto this one.
Hey, we talked about the stonks with Yaga, but let's talk about the stonks with Oxygen. They have been absolutely performing each and every single game, especially in that previous match versus DZ. They were in very well control on their defensive end, but I was more really impressed with the attacks, because that's always where I've talked about Oxygen has struggled time and time again. And I really have to commiserate Forrest for being able to rally the troops, get a more plan set and understood for when they go onto these attacking halves. And really, Oxygen has been looking like a far brand new shape in terms of their attacking halves and having far more depth, to say the least.
Yeah, and it's also like the identity that we kind of touched up on yesterday too when it comes to OXG, where it feels like they've finally able to found it and they've really been able to lock in that regards. But when we're having a look at their statistics as well, when it comes to last stage onto this one, again, it's just, as you said, the songs, they're on the up and up.
Yeah, it's also the man advantage, getting those opening kills. I mean, we talked about with Forrest, you know, not leading the charge anymore necessarily on those shields, letting Adam and Gomez be able to enter that building, get those opening kills, go back to that mid to late round, and then execute from there. And I really think it actually is paying dividends in terms of what their performance looks like. Because again, Forrest, where he struggled the most was on those shields, not being able to make the right decision, not being able to make the right play. He's taken a step back, more going back to the more solid approach of a regular standard support player, just being in the back lines, being able to facilitate a round, while the others around him can make the round go in their favor. And then, like I said, it then falls back on him to then go for that execute. And that's what we're seeing time and time again, especially from the players of Adam and Gomez, being able to be that light for them, being able to be that spearhead to get them into the building and then to do that setup. So for me, coming into this matchup, it's just about keeping that consistency, making sure that we're seeing it each and every single game and not having to rely on shields, not having to rely just on one strat, which typically has been a rush. We're seeing far more depth in them being able to move around, bring different operators, whether that's a Ying, whether that's using the Cappy Towels or the Grim Bees to take position from said team. So for me, again, Oxygen, I mean, there's not much to say outside of progress is key for this roster.
Yeah, it's that consistency that we've seen from them, but it's also the fact that they have the momentum going in their favor, Foxay, because the opposite side is true for Shopify. They lose that win streak yesterday against M80, and although this is a roster that we always praise about how it is absolutely star-studded when it comes to firepower, yesterday that wasn't enough.
I mean, it wasn't enough. I mean, I think they were just so close to that finish line. They were salivating that once they started to lose rounds, it wasn't the end of the world for them, because obviously best of ones is something that they've been through so many. They were on a 14-0 win streak when it came to best of ones. So that was obviously the biggest thing that set them aside. They were up 6-1. That lead created a false sense of security where they felt like, oh, it's just another best of one, are going to be able to beat it. And I think that lead, once it started to slowly slip away, created a lot of issues, and it looked like Shopify Rebellion was so rattled that they couldn't just cross that finish line.
Yeah, that's also a bit of a peculiar situation to be in, because we're heading into game day number 2 here during week 3, and they're just coming fresh off of that loss, which is like the opposite again of OXG, who has a lot of that fire under them right now.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify just looked to be rattled, like I said, and obviously they overlooked a lot of little issues. They just started skipping steps that we wouldn't normally see. I mean, Canadian lost a 1v1 to a defender outside of the building. They lost a 2v1 to Kino, where Rexon dropped down the hatch in a mistimed 1v1. Here's the 1v1 with Canadian. How are you losing that in the first place? They lost a 2v1 because they didn't communicate on the hatch drop. And then that final round, everybody knows when you're playing storage that somebody could possibly be in the basement. And Shopify Rebellion had no drones downstairs, no information on Kino's whereabouts, and he was able to not only C4 to the diffuser, but then shotgun the other player through the floor. And easily, those 3 rounds could have closed it out. But it just looked like Shopify Rebellion was so focused on the win that they were overlooking little small mistakes.
Yeah, and but the thing is, however, like this is Shopify at the end of the day that we're talking about. They'll just be able to hopefully dust it off and be like, okay, first loss in a best of one. It is what it is. Life happens. Let's move on to the next one. And with that, moving into the map veto as well, we're going to be heading over to Labs.
Ooh, Oxygen is definitely trying to exploit where everything went wrong with Shopify, which really was their attack. And I like the point that you talked about. You know, they do overcomplicate some situations. That's probably SR's biggest problem and fundamental error as a team, even throughout that stage one, is yes, they are a dominant squad. Yes, they look very good, but it's those small things that are so meticulous that do ruin rounds or allow a team to be able to come back. And especially in that last game, we saw that time and time again. But I'm not sure if Oxygen, them bringing them to Nighthaven Labs, is necessarily a bright idea, because even given the history on their Nighthaven Labs, they played it versus M80 to start playoffs last stage. They would lose it 6-8 to M80. So for me, I don't know if this is maybe, you know, a bit of too much overconfidence here to be able to look at that game up and be like, oh yeah, we're going to beat Shopify. Their attacks are horrible. I have no doubt in my mind that Shopify isn't going to allow the exact same mistakes to bleed through into this matchup, especially knowing how dire it is to be getting these points.
He's got the sleeve out. They're winning.
I don't know why Oxygen just doesn't make him his own shirt at this point.
Yeah.
Honestly, they would look good on him. I mean, he's got
low-key
the
pulling a
arm.
fox egg. He's also got his arms out because he's want to show off his new tattoo.
Yeah, we both got new tattoos, so it just makes sense.
That is true.
Hopefully that'll be able to give them that extra push going into Labs. I mean, one thing I agree with you, Shopify, you're never going to see the same look at them twice on a map, and it's only going to make them that much scarier. They're not a team that struggles with mental issues as the days progress. So obviously, if they can just play consistent, honestly, play their game, they just have to worry about OXG's entry game, because that has been OXG's win condition recently, is finding those opening kills, getting into the map. If they can shut that down, then we'll see, a clean Shopify Rebellion map.
So when it comes to predictions, now that we've actually seen the map that we're going to be going to, it is going to be Labs. Are we still sticking with our SR prediction?
Yeah, I gotta say, what were you gonna say?
Any other map, I think I would have swapped to OXG, but for Labs, I'm gonna keep it Shopify.
Yeah, I think it's a overconfidence here with picking Labs, just trying to pick apart what Shopify did wrong, where Shopify knows exactly what they did wrong, and they're gonna correct it on their attacking half, where we saw their defensive half was practically flawless.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, them losing yesterday, so many rounds so close, especially the rounds to Kino that they lost. I feel like it's only going to light a fire for all of the players to lock in even more and play that much more disciplined. And obviously, after a 14-0 best-of-1 series, of course, it's going to slip at some point. You're going to lose. So that was yesterday. I don't expect the exact same outcome for Shopify after a loss like that.
So when it comes to OXG, then, considering that they were comfortable enough picking this map, to me, it means that maybe they have seen something that they don't think SR could potentially correct in such a short period of time.
I mean, I'm sure they did their preparation on yesterday's match. There was a lot of footage and went the distance to 16 rounds for them to be able to counter-strat essentially what Shopify brought, but that's the thing. You can't really do that to Shopify. So OXG's definitely going to try their best, but Shopify is a very adaptive, heavy team. So
you're right. We'll see whether or not that adaptation is going to be coming through today, or if the prep for OXG is enough to carry them on to another victory now that they have that momentum on their side, as we're going to be heading over to Labs with our casters, Ollie and Lynx.
Well, it's always an exciting matchup when Shopify are involved, but thankfully for us, Ollie, OXG are really on the upswing towards the end of Stage 1 and now in Stage 2. Going the distance in every single game they've played, including, by the way, against Cruelty pretty early on. But since then, they beat SSG, they beat Wildcard, they obviously beat DZ yesterday. With Shopify falling to M80, maybe they can get another head to claim.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility, is it? I think that Shopify, there were some really big holes in the siege that they wanted to play yesterday. And I mean, as the desk have already spoken about, there's clearly something that OXG have seen in that VOD. Despite the fact that SR were able to get 5 out of the 6 rounds on the defense side, there's still something that OXG have seen that have gone, yeah, we are more than happy to throw down here onto Labs. Great map, and I can't wait to get stuck into it. Could it be the night of upsets?
I'd personally be down for it. I'd be a big fan. Standby winning against Wildcard next. Calling it right now.
If only Envy could have done it against DZ, it would have been a true upsetting evening.
Hey, there was an Envy game in there. I'm not saying like a win necessarily, but could have been a bit closer. 100%. But I am curious on whether the Desk's prediction will ring true that maybe this is a little OXG overconfidence, thinking that Shopify's game is weaker than it might otherwise have been. Very defender-sided game that last night, by the way. It was an 8-7 affair, but both teams winning about 6 to 7 rounds on the defensive piece between Shopify and M80, so we'll see if that trend bears out tonight here. Interesting thing to note, a lot of teams have started banning the shields away from Forest. Shopify will not do so, anticipating either A, that Forest will play the shields, they know how to counter it, or B, that they won't, it'll just be a normal game of Siege. But Forest still having the SSG blood running a bit thick in his veins. I think we can all agree sometimes you just can't really play a game trying to predict what Forest will do.
No, there's easier things to do, isn't there, than to try and imagine and predict how certain players, particularly Forest, are going to operate. Double hard breach ban for Shopify. I tell you what, after the game yesterday that SR gave us in their opening phase on the defense, which is where they find themselves starting here tonight, I am very surprised to not see OXG target ban that clash. Because, yep, you take away a Cade, yep, you take away a Mirror, but the clash was the biggest thorn in the side of the opening few rounds for M80 yesterday. Now, of course, we've got the halfway point bans coming up later on in this phase, but I just really think that that's worth getting rid of. That and maybe the Azami. You know that Spoit's going to want to play Azami on this map in general, and particularly this top floor site. So I'd like to see, having OXG not banned those two things, some really clear ideas and ways of dealing with those two operators, because they're not easy to deal with. Now, we've got the Flores, which is, of course, going to do something for the Keeper barricades. And we've got the Capital, which is going to assist with the clash. But it doesn't stop it from being just so oppressive.
Also only got assault rifles right now for Oxygen. No DMRs to potentially provide an easier way of destroying the Kiba barriers. So Flores really with a lot of job to do. There's barbed wire you might have. There's 2 sets of barbed wire he's got to worry about. There's actually 3 sets of barbed wire to worry about. A bulletproof, castle barricades, the Banshees, and then also the Kibas. Very light on explosive utility, unfortunately, are OXG. And while they might find an easy way to cut through the breach with that Maverick Torch, it too is a particularly time-consuming way to open up reinforcements. That's the worry I think Ollie and I both seeing right now for OXG, that they could spend a lot of time and yet still fall short of clearing all this specific kind of utility that Shopify are throwing their way. B spotting 3 different defenders on Shopify, and despite that low utility, not a single Kiba destroyed, by the way. A 3-man pinch from OXG not only finds Spoit, it finds the Clash too. Their solution for those 2 oppressive operators, shoot 2 in the back of the head, and let's take the smoke down for good measure.
Ambi and Rexon, a lot of work to do right now. Ambi, maybe 30 HP, lost control of Garage. Doesn't really want to try and retake it. It's too risky, it's too dangerous. OXG kind of just need to run through the motions. You can see Grixer jumping into his drone. Ambi trying his best to make something happen, but he's going to pay the price along with Rexon as Atom picks up 2 from the doorway into Catwalk. And OXG prove that they do indeed have a plan for how they want to deal with some of those more oppressive operators that have been let through this ban phase.
Their plan, it's a complicated one. Shoot them. Anyway, moving on. Now, will it be that simple every time? I don't know, because as you can see... Now, well, actually, I will say this. A lot of effort went into distracting Spoit there. You can see OXG pushing up to this single door so frequently, and with Spoit playing on that staircase, doesn't really have a lot of options but to pay attention to it. And so, obviously, there's a Kiba barrier blocking it down below, but the 2 positions he has to worry about are kind of the connector door at the bottom of the stairs, then the window at the top. So even though I might just say it was shooting Spoit in the face, there was a lot of effort that went into setting up Gomez well on just that kill, and the clash after is kind of icing on the cake. So some good thought put in by OXG as we move to the next site.
10 seconds to insertion.
We will, in fact, it appears, Have a shield brought out by Forest. Blackbeard being confirmed as the attacker repick ends. And Yaga, I imagine, no, not actually with the shotgun. Yaga running the L85. An old man pick now at this point.
I'm quite skeptical of no hard breach when attacking this basement site. We've seen recently it's sort of now become fashionable and popular to go for a bit of a vending or exo stairs walk down. And personally, I'm not convinced by it. I think it can be very difficult to pull off. Usually you're going to do it with a shield, and in this case it's going to be the Blackbeard, but it's not even it is reinforced.
What the hell?
Yep, that's reinforced. Nope, that isn't reinforced. Okay.
Well, I will say I think I feel a little bit bad for OXG there. Not entirely sure what happened, but facing a lot of hiccups on that break through the freezer wall. And this round done just about as quickly as it began. Adam will get 3, well, 1 plus 2 from the previous one, making it 3. But I doubt he will get much more than that. That is really unfortunate for OXG. I don't know if that was a glitch or the hammer messing up, but that heavily telegraphed the push. I mean, to be fair, actually, Shopify already had a guy looking down below with a hole made on that rush, so it seemed like Shopify were anticipating anyway, but that hammer kind of getting caught on, I don't know, air didn't exactly help matters.
I feel really bad for Yaga. I'm not saying that it would have worked perfectly if it had just burst open straight away.
But it would have been better.
But it would have been a lot better. They would have had half a chance.
Poor guy. Hey, maybe Shopify give Adam 3 1v1s.
No. Unfortunately, Atom is not that lucky. I'm not a fan of that XO rush. Now, okay, I'm going to rephrase that. I'm not a fan of the XO take, but I don't mind the XO rush. When you get the XO take and it's like shield versus shield and they're both just stood there in front of one another, that can be very sort of, it's not great. Wrexham with a great heads-up play, though, to explode that pipe. It was such a bottleneck as well. I can only think that Yaga was just trying to hit right in the corner so that they could just sneak straight through and it wasn't going to create too much of a line, and he's just hit the concrete a couple of times.
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, your hypothesis is plausible and I buy it, but it's unfortunate whatever went down. Oh, she still at least have a good round 1 to look back on and can now look to trying to take the tertiary site.
10 seconds to insert.
Seen Shopify run this setup a few times on Nighthaven over just the course of their play, and it ran it against M80 yesterday, have run it last stage. I think literally you and I casted a Cloud9 game last stage where C and I were actually giving Shopify a run for their money, and then Spoit on Scopeless upstairs got a 3K and just decided to end the game. And Spoit having a decent, 14 and 12 day, but overall just a bit hot and cold for everybody across Shopify. Certainly, well, all right, never mind. I'll just index that point for a later time.
Just file that away under round 6. I would recommend personally.
That's a clear round 6 point.
OXG with the opening pick.
Not a good
bad position to be in, really.
Not a bad position to be in. Not a good night for players who peek it through windows, I have to say.
Is it ever a good night for players peeking through windows?
Yeah, but I've seen better nights than this. It's like every game it's been shut down.
Looks like there's a bit of info for Atom here. Very cautious and wants to make sure he gets maximum use out of that utility. He's worried about the default camera coming on. He does know that Canadian is going to be at the top of these stairs, but there's no one really there for a catch if he is able to do anything with it. Can at least force him down the stairs, maybe into the waiting arms of a teammate.
You know what I wonder? I wonder if he maybe had thrown the second one first. Maybe thrown it on halfway down the staircase, then thrown the one up top.
Thrown the second one first. Very easy to do.
Okay. Shut up, man.
No, I agree. Cut off the escape and then pen him in at the top.
Either way, still a 4v3 for OXG with a minute to go and full control of the vertical. Not really a whole lot to complain about for OXG at the moment. The Clash staying alive is always going to be an issue. It's going to give somebody that's pressuring you directly, can always put the shield down, plant, and start fighting. But Canadian's now at 1 HP. Even if the Clash really starts to get annoying, there's a chance that Canadian could just die before he has any impact. Wow, what a shot by Adam. Hits Ambi down range, 2 line up for Surf. It's a shield and a gun, all against the 9x19. With no Kiba barriers to aid the rotate. Surf has got to take these 1v1s raw. Nice crosshair placement onto Grixer, but Forrest looks to continue that plant just around the corner. Got to fall off in time. Downs him! 2 aces for the day. Also, by current and former Shopify members, it's a good day to be Citizen and Surf, and a good day to be on Shopify.
Big play from Surf. Not a round that you really ought to be losing as OXG there. And a player that you can't afford to give the space to. We don't have to cast our minds back far in this stage to remember good games that Surf has had. Brilliant to keep his team in it there. I feel like that coming in at a very important time, really, in the proceedings. Picking up the win on that tertiary bomb site kind of cements things a little bit for Shopify here in this first phase. A very cruel ban in the Maverick and the Azami, but ooh, I mean, Grix has hit a great shot there to open it up. OXG not really taking advantage of the space that they had, though. Still had 3 drones at that point in the round as well. It was quite a big individual day from Shopify yesterday, and they fell short against M80. That's by far and away the biggest individual performance we've seen from them here tonight. Fairly obvious given that it was 5 kills for 1 player. But it's not felt as individual up until this point. It's felt much more team orientated, much more team focused. So a good sign for SR.
10 seconds left before insertion.
On
5 seconds
Surf
left
might be
before
6 and 2.
insertion.
We just saw 5 of them.
Attackers are
So
moving to
not
defuse the bomb.
as individual as the stats might otherwise say. Still plenty of time for a team, more of a team game to develop. I was curious what was going on in the breaches. We saw both Canadian and Spoit sitting next to each other on part of the soft wall. But 2-Brow Bandit going to be a tricky combo to deal with, especially if Spoit decides to actively Bandit trick. You can see some of the holes being made in the floor, likely to challenge Forrest on this angle would be my guess. It's going to be definitely a dance on that side. Impact sent out, bullets sent back. Be a big fight to open up the IT wall. Sometimes the defense just kind of lets the attack do it. Sometimes the attack lets the defense do it. And actually, it appears here, Forrest might just be giving up the play.
Maybe something to rotate back to a little bit later on.
You can always do it later.
Spoit and Canadian aren't both going to be able to actively watch that angle forever, and Spoit just replaces the battery and goes, yeah, we've done a minute. We'll see what we can get away with. OXG are going to need a little bit of pressure elsewhere to force some eyes, and it looks like 2 people are at least going to get pointing their gun barrels through in toward the top of rafters right now.
This could be a rough play, but Yaga is able to find Canadian. It's another hop-in bathroom. Gomez, another double in this exact position. They both line up for Rexon, and I think OXG, recognizing the advantage, will pull back just for a brief moment. Will allow them to place a hard breach charge, open up the IT wall. With a minute 20 seconds to reset, there's a lot OXG can do with this.
OXG have put themselves in a really good position. They're going to get a bit of info now as well. Grixer and Forrest both with drones. Still able to flick some, and at least Surf knows that there's going to be a drone there inside of IT. I think it's just been taken out by Rexon. Well, that should be all the info, really, that OXG need right now. Both of these 2 players have just got too many different angles to watch. Atom can move through, recover the diffuser. Forrest is still droning up and through. There's only 1 toxic babe in Surf's back pocket. There's a lot of different options right now. You could even go for an aqua rotate if you like. Oh, a glimpse there for Grixer. Is it going to be enough? He's going to send some bees in.
He's still got one more to use. Flashbang blind surf on the close angle. Big play from Forrest. Ooh, triggering the air jab on the drone hole. OXG clearly had these second floor attacks figured out. It's the only time they found success, but boy, they looked good doing it every time.
I think OXG have looked good in multiple different rounds here tonight. Especially, I mean, think back to the kitchen round. The only round that you'd throw a question mark on is the basement round, which I imagine we're going to get to see up next. And I doubt that we're going to see the same sort of rush attempted. I can't believe the gap that Gomez is finding, by the way, at the top of those garage stairs. That's the second time that he's just been able to hop in and do whatever he wants. Pick up 2 kills, really open up the round for his team. It's a huge oversight from Shopify. Not just to let it happen once, but to let it happen twice. Obviously, I doubt, well, unless we go into an overtime, we're not going to be going back there to find out if he'll have the balls to do it again. But it's clearly some good VOD review from the games yesterday.
I certainly won't be complaining. Giving Shopify another run for their money is probably, if you're a Shopify fan, not super cool, but somebody who enjoys Rainbow Six and the good teams giving us good matches. I'm very ecstatic about Oxygen's homework. Big shock after a couple whiffs on the sledgehammer ollie. Yager will not be running back the sledge, which, to be fair, I think if we tried it again, it might be a bit more successful, but I don't blame them. This is our past week, by the way. This is our second time with somebody picking Jackal. Don't really know. I don't really know. We didn't really see it a lot in that SAL game we cast. I don't remember which one it was, but it's one of those like, I see the idea, like help with the roam clear, especially if like you got people running around, but I mean, what, you're not bringing Grim or Ying or Capitao? 5 is nice at least, but oh, okay. Just all right. We do a hard cut to garage, and that's where the entire round seems to be transpiring. Adam swings in for 2. Rex down as well. Okay, is the round just going to end off this roam clear? Yaga, the round might be one off the roam clear, and Yaga's not even seen a foot, let alone scanned one. He's what? All right. Yaga kills somebody before he even uses his primary utility, and it's a Surf 1v4 within a minute 20 seconds. It's a Surf 1v nothing, and OXG retaking their lead.
That was quite a strange round. There was a big commitment there from SR to that roam game. And I think that was read into beautifully by OXG. I mean, the Jackal pick, yeah, strange one, but if the round's going to fall down like that, it doesn't really matter what ops you're choosing. I mean, it's a very roam-centered lineup. You've got the Deimos, you've got the Dokkaebi, and you've got that Jackal. And I think it was all just about trying to bait an overreaction from SR, which was done beautifully. Yes, Spoit gets 1 onto Grixer, but immediately traded back. As there's no need to sort of hold on that firmly on that top floor. And despite the fact that SR were all in the same sort of vicinity, to not see anything come down as a trade, also a little bit weird.
Forrest starting to flex the shield might means we're in for another weird round. Blitz and the Jackal have been a little too weird for my blood, so I'm kind of glad that Yaga will go to the ram and keep things a bit more normal. Another full clear, likely on the cards as Shopify elect to... Oh, damn it, I can't use the Scopos point. They want a different site.
Mine ready.
Have to file it away for next time we see SR on this map.
Which, I mean, knowing SR actually is not a... I wouldn't bet against not seeing them on Nighthaven again for a while. It's a map that I think fits with their skill set pretty well. But yeah, I will. That's a shame. Spoit on Fenrir, much less interesting op to talk about. Spoit also just, 2 and 4 so far, not exactly having a performance to write home about.
I mean, apart from the ace from Surf, no one is really.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of like we flips the talking point on our head. It's like, yeah, it's a bit of a team game so far. The surface, the one individual performance, but we see more good team rounds. Could be a really solid game from Shopify, and right now it's actually OXG winning some crazy fights. I mean, how many times have we seen an attacker just walk in a garage or hop through a window and win a 1v1? Sure, it's traded right there. Now with Forrest going down, things are a little tricky. That's a big trade by Ambi. And Grixer not finding the 1v2. This has been a bit of a strange game, all things considered. Very gunfight heavy. And with OXG taking another roll at the dice, it seems their luck's run out come round 6. As with a minute and a half to go, Gomez finds a bulletproof, but I imagine these 3 defenders are going to remain quite elusive.
Yeah, not much reason for SR to give this away. This is to guarantee them that 3-3 split. I don't know, it feels as though OXG have maybe already met their condition in that they're happy with the way that they've attacked. And based off Shopify's attacks yesterday, not too worried about Shopify's attacks themselves. But it still stands to reason a strange round to just sort of throw it all in on this top floor clear again. But credit to SR, they haven't as fully committed this time. And they've been able to drop back with quite a healthy advantage. That goo mine is going to be a big early warning system right now for these SR players. That and the fact that there are plenty of default cameras up, but a good old cap can. Feels good for Ambi. That's his 2nd kill of the game, by the way.
No, that's his 3rd kill of the game.
Oh, my mistake. He got 1 in that round.
Let's be fair here.
I'm nothing if not fair.
1 and 5, by the way, still rocking a 60% cost. Well, going into that round, I mean.
Just rocking a 0.5 KPR.
It's not the KPR that matters. 3-3 half. 5 opening picks for OXG, but I think obviously that being a very just touch and go half generally, either you win completely or you lose drastically. Kind of makes sense. OXG have been great on the gunfights. And if they can keep that on the defense while also pairing it with some good time wasting, it'll be a really, really fun game to watch, whether they lose or win. Banning both the shields to start. Canadian, quite a good shield player, not necessarily in the forest way, more in the facilitating a plant way, and then Shopify, excuse me. Banning both the hard breach to now makes sense. I have to imagine the rounds will at least go a little bit differently to start. I don't think Canadian's going to let the team just hop in windows and take gunfights like OXG did. Not that they don't have the players to do it. I just don't think that's how Shopify really want to play the game.
No, it's most likely going to be a little bit more structured, isn't it? SR did really well yesterday on their opening attack after the side swap. It was an attack onto this very site, and they walked away with that round. It was the only round they were good for on the attack. And on subsequent attempts on that very same site, they were unable to get the job done.
Attacker's objective is to
Line
locate
up.
a bomb and defuse it.
Carbon copy of what we see in front of us right now. Interestingly, Spoit is on the AK on the Deimos though, and I believe yesterday he was on the shotgun to enable some of that Vert play. Vert obviously playing such a huge part on Nighthaven Labs, and particularly when you're looking to try and attack onto this top floor, and the Deimos being a fantastic tool to get that done with. No time being wasted opening up connector wall though. Spoit already a couple of targets to track and can already start to send some pop shots through with that Vendetta. Gets a glimpse and finished off through the wall. Grixer, great tracking there as he's able to predict the movement of Spoit and get that opening pick.
Kind of opening OXG could only dream of. Wallbang the Deimos, fall back to site. You do have Forrest alone on this roam, I think, and with the M10, I just don't think if a gunfight even looks Forrest's way that he's got a chance at winning it with this setup and with nobody around. But if he's not spotted, could be a big problem if he rotates up and can activate that C4 from below. It'll be the only C4 now that Adam lets his go a little early to no avail. Banshee will indicate that Rexon at least hopped in briefly, and that if they wanted to, Shopify could hop in that window again without that sound cue from the Melusi utility. But in the mid-game, Shopify just probing for an angle around the pillar. Nade will push Yaga up, put him to 1 HP. Canadian looking to hop in off the back of this, perhaps? As the firebolt goes out? No. Just trying to take some more positioning and keep OXG off balance.
Trying to bait a little bit of a reaction right now. Forest still below, and no one's got a single clue about him. I don't think that SR have done a head count. I'm not sure that they know there is a player offsite, although those shots would suggest that they know something's up now. As it was surely only a matter of time with Ambi on the IQ before they were able to discover that Forest was down there. And I think had Forest noticed that, he would have either rotated back to site or been a little bit more careful with the amount of time he was spending in the scanner. That levels things up going into the final 40 now, as this is where the push comes from.
Rexon trying to challenge onto this Azami, triggering another Banshee, though, as OXG storm into the final 30 seconds. This IT-sided push, now the only leg remaining, so heavily telegraphed that OXG have no choice but to clean it up. Good shot for Ambi. OXG retaking the lead, though. Still a close game, only 1 round ahead, but starting things off on the right foot.
Definitely comes down to preparation for OXG, and I think there's a little bit of a demon on the shoulder for the players of SR. That attacking round, I mean, they didn't really try to reinvent the wheel. There was nothing that they were doing drastically differently. Previously, when we've seen that attack, we've seen, at least yesterday, we saw Canadian playing on the Capitao, using that to get control of rafters, then rotate and get a little bit of presence going over toward that fish side of things. That all happening in conjunction with Spoit being very successful downstairs. If you've not got control of downstairs, it becomes very difficult to do. And SR only retook control of downstairs quite late into the round after Forest was found out and taken out on that pulse. So it wasn't as if they had that stable footing to really enable themselves. Sending somebody in to clear vert on their own as a solo, it's a necessary evil sometimes, but ideally you'd want to get a little bit more control before you do that, or at least have a bit more of an idea and some cutoffs in place. SR really just getting chipped away there, never really able to effectively utilize their utility onto that site. Looks like we're in a tech at the moment. One of the players talking. If we get an inkling as to what it is, I'm sure we will be able to let everybody know. Feels a little bit sad for OXG. It just takes a touch of the pace out, but I don't think it's going to last any longer than a tactical timeout would anyway, as it looks as though we are going to be getting back into the game fairly straight away. A big opening pick we were talking about there. And then, I mean, it's a tale as old as time, isn't it, Lynx? Challenging those shotguns on those super close angles, whether you're in electric or connector. Without utility, it never ends well for the attack.
No, it's just, it's the kind of weapon that the moment you have a position like that, it's a controlling factor that is so difficult to dislodge. Like you said, without utility, without even, honestly, a little luck sometimes, it's really problematic. I mean, that's what Spoit was supposed to do, right? That's what the Deimos has always been used for when attacking this site, is going below, pressuring those shotguns. Without it, you're left in the exact same situation that you often are when you're pushing, like over by green stairs on layer, or pushing that single door outside of our 6 room. Or when you're playing, what's one I'm thinking of? Not blue stairs on Chalet, that's more of a long angle. Actually, I don't really think there's got to be a good shotgun position on Chalet, actually. Why can't I think of one? Not really.
Ivy maybe isn't too bad. You've got Stock, that can be good.
Oh, I don't know. Stock, you still see a Rudy playing there a lot of the time. It's not like an immediate one that jumps out like there is on this map. Because like this map, it's like, oh, like Aqua and electrical door, like especially electrical door, obviously. Layer, it's like, okay, we got top green. There's nothing on Skyscraper that really jumps out, which also something I want to say first off, Deimos dies twice in a row. Thank God Spoit picked Buck. Now you at least have some option to pressure the vert, though it'll be top down, obviously. Something I did want to mention, M80 getting all 6 opening picks on the defense yesterday, a big reason why Shopify struggled to convert what was a very one-sided half. 5-1 on Shopify's defense, by the way, and M80 mashed it to push it to OT. And one undeniable factor is the defense constantly starting out with a 5v4. OXG have won every single opening engagement save for one, while their conversions have struggled. It's still a trend that is going to really haunt Shopify if they let it persevere. Adam is really committing to this angle, by the way, and gotta be careful if Shopify starts to pay attention to it.
Shopify could turn their attention to the site right now.
5v3 there. 4v3, excuse me.
Yeah, they've got quite a bit of information. I think if they get a good head count, they may be able to pivot. See the players on the side of OXG are just sort of fumbling around a little bit at the moment. Canadian gonna get stunned out. He's actually rocking the 6-12 there. Oh, now the game is afoot. Players dropping into Garage and Cargo. Not going to be so easy for Spoit just to take advantage of this vert. Certainly doesn't want to die on the back away.
Wow. Canadian getting a kill as Adam backs up, but this round seems like it might be cooked. A lot of flashes and still in store for Shopify, both secondary and primary for the Ying. With Canadian on the shotgun and OXG playing quite far away from the cargo stairs position, seems quite unlikely he'll find anything. Forrest getting a little antsy. Surf will die as a result. Canadian downs him through the wall. Sees another on the floor. Easy pre-fire. And now as he storms into the site, there's another 1v1 rearing its head in Animus. But with two players storming his position, it seems Shopify might just find a way back. It's Yaga in the 1vx now. Canadian down on the floor, no guns in hand, spots the head around the corner, but Surf good for the trade. OXG letting Shopify back in a round that the game might just turn on.
Really close round there. Honestly thought that kill onto Canadian was going to be enough, but there was just enough time left. SR had given themselves a little bit more of a buffer, and it turns out that, well, OXG, they may have flown a little bit too close to the sun. That extension kind of came back to hurt them a little bit later on into the round because things were a little bit rushed. And SR were able to very quickly identify and split down those final two players into individual 1v1s. Tactical timeout off the back of the success that we've just seen there for SR. They were good for one round on the attack yesterday. They are going to need to do better than that here tonight, otherwise they will face a very similar result. That, of course, being a round that the opening pick was gained by OXG. Yaga has been involved in a lot of those opening engagements. And as you mentioned, Lynx, all but one so far going the way of OXG. We spoke about yesterday being quite an individual game of Siege for SR, and whilst there's been team performances here tonight, for me, it's still Canadian and Surf that are standing head and shoulders above the rest.
I mean, you have to agree with that. A little bit of an asterisk. The vast majority of Surf, well, not the vast majority actually, but the slim majority of Surf's kills coming in one round, 5 and ace in round 3. Ambi with a 3K in round 6. That's half of his. Still very hot and cold and streaky of a performance. Being Canadian even with a 3K in round 2.
10 seconds to insertion.
We are just all over the place at the moment. But Shopify still at least getting enough of those big multi-frags, and in that case, Surf's second 1vx of the game so far.
Specchio looking out.
They're keeping it competitive. Even if the performances are a bit difficult to convey properly. Solus and Pulse online for OXG as they give another go at basement. If you thought utility was the name of the game last time, you could not fit more intel gathering into this bad boy if you tried.
The Valkyrie, we've got deployable, we've got bulletproof cameras, excuse me. And this is the round where we don't have the IQ. All we're missing is an echo.
Actually,
I feel like we could squeeze the echo in.
That's true, actually. Technically speaking, you could fit an echo into this lineup.
And a Stro? We haven't seen any Maestro this stage so far.
That's true, actually. I mean, you even got intel from Forrest, technically speaking.
Reload.
Yeah.
Only one not bringing the intel is Adam. Hard troll. Don't know why he's bringing the Warden. That was sarcasm.
Surely more cameras is the option.
Surely more cameras when a Ying's on board is the option. That's the play.
Definitely a slower paced round from Shopify. And OXG, to be fair. Not challenging as heavy on the periphery and happy to try and tuck in. Atom's position here, if going undroned, he could be devastating right now. Not sure if he's even going to get found out on the vert either.
Oh, no, they got... Oh, he just sees him. Oh, but Adam hits the shot. Spoit having a rough go at it this game. Never really quite finding the impact. Gomez on for a second. The Ying down 2. This could be match point for OXG had Shopify not clutched that 2v4, but be careful. Let's not give Shopify another massive round and a 1vx to win off of. Surf's already got 1v4 and 2 1vx's, but the third will unfortunately be out of his graph. OXG again retake their lead. But things could be a whole lot dicier if that clutch doesn't go Shopify's way in round 8.
I think OXG just say thanks for the time out there. You gave us a bit of time to steady ourselves, slow things down ever so slightly, but still play this very lurking style of Siege. OXG consistently finding themselves in the right positions tonight, whether that be to deal with players that are on the attack or whether it is to deal with players when they were on the attack themselves and they're looking to root out defenders. You think about Gomez hopping into the top of rafters multiple times. Think about the couple of rounds that we've seen down here where Spoit has been an immediate target. Obviously, you can't entirely choose who you're going to go for. You just know that there's a player that's likely going to enter there, and it's likely going to be Spoit. And straight away, OXG have dialed straight in onto that and are consistently punishing Shopify. If they keep picking these opening kills up, it's just a numbers game. It really is just a matter of time. They've got a 1 round buffer right now. You can go back up to this top floor. Again, a site yesterday that SR were able to win and were successful on, but we didn't see any glimmer of that success in round 7 here tonight. It was pretty much just a complete shutout. It looks as though we're having a bit of a role switcheroo, as it's going to be Ambi on the Deimos this time. So whether he's going to go underneath and try and perform a similar job as Spoit, but just with slightly different pathing, so it's maybe not as predictable. Time will tell, but I'm sure that OXG have a plan for it.
That's the thing with the Deimos is Spoit might be switching roles with Ambi, but the Deimos is likely going to be down there still, just because those shotguns are too strong, and this is one of the main tools to deal with it. Ambi in quite quickly to this spot. You can see from a different direction. You were talking about maybe wanting to see different pathing. Spoit, I believe, came from like kitchen side, and Ambi instead coming from garage side. Those things are, in fact, a little different. As Shopify.
I think Grix is still down there ready to deal with him, though, isn't he?
He might be, but hey, the pathing's different at least. And Ambi's not dead yet. Spoit was dead by this point in round 7. We'll take the little victories where we can get them.
That's a great drone.
Ooh, nobody spotted it.
A lot of information there for Surf. I don't think that anyone's ever going to spot that drone. It's one I'm going to steal for my rank games, I think. Thank you very much.
Ooh. Also, everyone on site at the moment, so Ambi's actually free and clear to just get the use the Deimos tracker down below.
I love that play from Forest. This is a brilliant way of just choking out any hope of a breach. Zoto canisters, the mirror window getting placed after the fact. The placement was perfect as well. That top Selma will go off eventually, but it'll be less than ideal to hop through, if you can hop through at all. It looks like it's going to be slightly on an angle. I'm sure there'll still just be enough space, but look at Spoit pushing up aggressively here inside a garage.
It'll just be to secure space. Not a full hit from Shopify yet. We also saw that air jab in the drone hole. Not the one Spoit just placed, but he's got one in pocket. Can often place one in the drone hole, so if anybody's playing close on the reinforcement behind that desk, give an advantageous fight once you actually push in. 1-for-1 trade. A Shopify don't have the entry they would like. Gomez considers giving Ambi the one he's looking for. Still no clear advantage as OXG just break away. Shopify breaking in. Yet has cost Spoit a lot of his HP. They've taken control of one of the sites, but the other defenders are just around the corner. A few precious seconds need to be burned by Surf to go recover that diffuser, but still got time. 30 seconds, but no flashes. Surf might be able to use that drone just to gain a little bit of remaining information. What a shot onto Adam. And another 1vx. This time, Yaga in the hot seat. One around the corner. Hits a lengthy pre-fire. Nice flick. Surf sticks it. He's got the time. And does he have the angle? Always can be tricky playing behind the bomb chassis. Knows the information. Can he land the shots? Will he get his third 1vx? Yes, he will! The man you can always count on fighting from behind. Surf is the one keeping Shopify in contention.
Keeping them afloat tonight. Another super close round. 2 versus 2 coming down into the 1v1. Yaga had all the information that he needed there. He knew where the plant was going down, saw the drone get sent over the top of the bomb chassis. And it's just a tricky engagement to win. It's a brilliant engagement range for an AR. It's less than ideal for an SMG. And with the way that Surf's been shooting tonight, I don't think there's anyone in the server that would want to be in that position that Yaga finds himself in.
Look at this.
Brilliant flick. And Yaga had the options. He could duck and dive, but it was always going to be a very tough ask. SR leveling it up. OXG recognizing how close it was and saying, you know what? We don't mind going back upstairs. If it comes down to a 1v1 and the plant has to go down, then so be it. They feel like they can do something better here. Make a small adaptation, make a little bit of a change. They aren't going to be bringing the mirror window this time. Instead, they're going to be opting for a Valkyrie and the Melusi. The Tuberau also has gone. So the Melusi, just a great early warning system. Those Banshees, it's going to stop people from just being able to walk into the top of Aqua. And still place them in and around Catwalk as well. Obviously with the Valkyrie pick, it usually baits out that IQ. And that's going to be Ambi's role for round 11.
Going in.
We'll be able to find quite a lot with that IQ scanner. These mods, the black eye cameras, elite jammers. Obviously, one of those bits of information more important, and also likely the reason the IQ pick got out, as Ali mentioned, the black eye cameras. Certainly glad to see Ambi bring it with the role that Intel could play and giving OXG just a little bit more of an edge in these gunfights, which they've already been very good at hanging in so far. I mean, it's a game of 5-5, and the worst bit of KD for OXG is forced at -2. Everyone on OXG has been hitting their shots, though some of the performances might be, again, like Shopify, a little streaky at times, it seems.
Detected a bomb.
They've been hitting them where it counts. Retrying second floor, their third attempt at a defense. Spoit taking the Deimos again, going back to that pathing where he died to Grixer. But he's got information and can track any one of these defenders, yet it's unfortunately Rexin that goes down first.
It's going to be quite difficult to recover from that point. Losing the Selmas, you do still have the Hibana pellets to rely on. Deimos can start to get a little bit of tracking work done. The B's at least going to stop people from pushing through. But again, we see a Deimos lose out on this vertical angle. Atom takes Spoit down. A 2-man advantage for OXG now. In a very important round, a round that guarantees points for whichever team wins it. And now there's nothing to root these players out from these positions. They've lost their vertical pressure. They've got 1 nade. They've got no Bs left. And you've got a couple of X-Kairos pellets. It's not like you've got a Kapkan or a Ying or something of that nature. Gomez is just left to freely peek the breach. Forest the same. It's a killer piece for the remaining players alive on the side of OXG. And they put themselves onto map point.
If you take away all of Surf's 1vx's, by the way, the score is currently 9-2 for OXG. Just goes to show the impact that one player had, though obviously a little bit of an asterisk, also a Canadian 2v4 that turned into a Surf 1vx. So important to keep in mind. You can see OXG really careful, or really concerned about this next round. Second floor is the only site they have a completely winning record on. Basement did go their way in pretty dominant fashion in round 9. It will have just unlocked after round 11 just completed. But I imagine part of what they're discussing is where they go, because if you've been paying attention to the site rotation, OXG have only defended 2 bomb sites so far. Basement twice and second floor 3 times. There's a very interesting calculus. Do you go back to basement, which to be fair, Shopify have seen a lot, but you've already gone to second floor 3 times. Would it be unheard of? Or do you try one of the ones you haven't defended yet and try to catch them off guard while also giving you a site that you have not tried yet? Ollie, I don't know necessarily where they'll come down on that decision. I'd have to imagine probably one of the tertiary sites will come out. The surprise factor is always really good, especially since you know the strat, even if you haven't played it this game so far. The other team doesn't. But I have to imagine part of that discussion in the timeout is where we are going to end up on round 12.
It's going to be storage. They are going to make their stand in a site they haven't defended as of yet. OXG recognizing the importance, taking that tactical timeout. They want to guarantee a full 3 points out of this fixture. They don't want to leave anything up to chance. Goes into an OT, so be it, but they want to give themselves the best possible chance of ending this in regulation. And I can imagine that the content of that timeout links was exactly as you thought. It's got to have been on that side choice and just how they are going to try and deal with it. I'm not worried yet, but I am seeing Forrest on the Mozzie.
I will say that's an operator that has quietly crept up into our... I feel like you and I have an unofficial, like, question mark list, and I think Mozzie's up there. Not that, like, Mozzie's a bad pick.
It's very much on my official question mark list.
Okay, well, I suppose Ollie's a bit more hardline about it than I am.
No, it's always one that draws a little bit of attention, isn't it? We'll see how it's played. At least it brings a C4, and it brings a decent gun as well. And it gives a bit of a problem for Shopify to solve. They certainly do rely on their drones, and they use them very well, as you should. And anything that makes that a little bit more difficult, well, it's fine by me.
Yeah, that is the thing. If Shopify start having problems with the Intel game,
Loading new mag.
certainly are going to be glad you brought that Mozzie and committed to the full Intel denial setup. Also, a lot of utility that Shopify generally have to cut through of all kinds. The Intel denial, the Banshees, and the Kiba barriers, barbed wire as well. Something you got to worry about.
Drone activated.
Nice little find on the drone. Forrest just swings around, Adam just swings around the corner. 15 and 5, by the way. Not something we've highlighted all that much, but standout performance from Adam. Playing on that roam alongside Forrest. Contesting the second floor. Oh, that's just a missed drone you can't be letting happen at a point like this. Just hops in directly in front of Forrest. Canadian down 2. There is a big trade, but OXG just undeniably the winners of this roam game so far. The question now is whether or not they overplay their hand or if somebody from Shopify can cut them off. Rexon in a powerful position, but Yaga with an even bigger trade. And with no further opportunities to claw that back, it's Shopify in the disadvantage.
Exploit and Surf. They've been a hell of a duo throughout the course of this fixture. But they've got to do it again when it matters the most to drag their team into an OT right now. Atom 15 and 5, triple positive. Yoga 10 and 6. They're not going to give their positions away lightly. They still have 2 C4s as well to lean into. Finally, Exploit and Surf, buddy up. They start knocking on the door of the site just outside a warehouse in the corridor. But OXG aren't giving them an inch.
Adam creeping out with a secondary shotgun. Be careful. Don't start flirting with it. Don't start playing with fire. Lands the shots necessary and follows it up. 17 and 5, a monster performance from Adam. And OXG emerge a sleeper to begin the NAL, but now undeniably one of the best teams of Stage 2 so far.
I'm loving the improvement that we're seeing from these teams in Stage 2. It's fantastic. It's a shame that it happens to coincide with a bit of a fall-off of some of our better teams out of Stage 1. But if you've got a target on your back, you better believe that someone is going to work as hard as possible to try and take that out. And OXG definitely put the work in tonight. I can't wait to hear from them in our interview. I'm going to cut to a short break. After that, we'll be back with our desk.
I'll call they one end balls.
Balls.
Dead.
One at him, one at him.
Nice!
Let's fucking go! Baby, come on!
We actually won like every round.
Welcome back to the NAL. Both our analysts have had the wrong prediction because they both went for SR. So instead of like immediately hearing you guys come up with excuses as to why that's the case, let's bring in Adam from OXG so he can let us know how he feels about the fact that, first of all, you got disrespected by these two because they went for SR in their prediction. But also, can you just let us know what's been cooking behind the scenes for you individually to have these kind of pop-off games?
Mainly just playing off my teammates, especially when Brox is joining me. It's pretty much getting me in the building, like pretty much making plays with everyone on my team. That's pretty much it. Nothing really much to it.
So my question is, when you are going for those entries, let's say, at least in this matchup, it looked like there was a lot of moments where you guys were isolating a specific position, and then you would go in for the entry, obviously, alongside Gomez, utility. Was that something that you guys just get into the server and you're calling out who the most vulnerable player is to go for on attack? Or is it more of something that's predetermined? You guys did it in the VOD review. And then also, how do you feel confident in those moments going into the lines then, essentially?
Mainly, we just pretty much just figure out who to ISO. I mean, it's against SR. They kind of just give us free picks. I mean, I don't really know. It's like I haven't done an interview in so long, so I don't know what to say.
Give a fleshed out answer. Give yourself a second to think about it.
You
man.
can talk crazy if you want.
Nah. There's nothing to talk crazy about.
Well, I want to talk about the ideology. Huh?
No, I was saying I just love those guys. There's no hate for them. I don't want to talk shit.
Well, I want to talk about the ideology shift of kind of what Oxygen has been looking like, because every single game, you guys seem to just be getting these opening kills, obviously off the backing of you, off the backing of Yaga, off the backing of Gomez. And with Forrest kind of alleviating himself from that shield play, not really adopting this meta, more focusing on more of a traditional support role, do you think that's also helping set you guys up for success, especially on those attacking rounds, and just taking pressure off of Forrest to have to like lead the charge, being on those shields? It gives him more time to kind of recoup and think, you know, the strategy towards the mid to late round?
Yeah, I don't know why people think that we need shields. Like, we can all just pick a gun, run around with our heads cut off. I mean, I don't know why. I don't even know where that even came up from. I mean, it's not really that hard just to like pick a gun, just run at people.
I think it more comes from the fact that we had seen, and again, I've been commiserating for us in terms of this change now since that SSG game, is we did see the shields try to be utilized last stage and a little bit going into this stage. And then since the swap off of shields, we have been seeing this drastic performance. So that's why I was curious if that's now like alleviated some sort of pressure off of Forrest to just help you guys as a team into those mid to late rounds where it takes that pressure off of him, like I said, from those shields.
Yeah, ever since we started like peeling back on shields more, like Brox, we've just been getting Gomez and I into the building, being more of like the spirit of him and I, and pretty much just like, yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to have a new identity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys are sitting in first right now, I believe, with 15 points after that. Obviously, that can change due to M80, but I mean, dude, you guys are looking phenomenal. And you in particular, I mean, you are sitting first place in the standings right now for the best player in the scene. So whatever you're doing, don't stop, to say the least.
Of course not. Job's not done until the end of the stage.
Right, well, thank you for the interview. I'm gonna be completely transparent. I can't hear anything, but I'm sure the answers were absolutely incredible. Congrats on another successful week here in the NAL. Looking forward to seeing you guys on the Super Week, and take care. All right, either way, guys, OXG. So let's just dive into this, because you were both wrong with your predictions. You guys were very much going for SR, saying, you know, they have that consistency, they have the systems behind them. It is SR at the end of the day. So what went wrong for them?
First off,
opening engagement.
Yeah, the opening engagements. I think that was definitely the biggest factor. This round one, was so well thought out, and it set the tone essentially for OXG. Just getting the drones in, finding out where the player's going to be, and then executing all together. And that's something that's taken OXG to get a little bit of time to get comfortable doing. And obviously, since they picked up Adam, since they've had him on the team, he's been on that entry role. But I really love his play, but specifically seeing Gomez alongside him also picking up that mantle, and both them in unison has been phenomenal, especially like you said. Forrest going off of the shield has now made them the main focus. It's allowed Forrest to bring more utility to also impact that entry as well from the back line, and he can be a lot more hands-on with the calls. So obviously, I think OXG has a really good idea of what's going on, what they need to do, and since moving Kizzy to the head coach, I feel like that's also had a huge impact for OXG.
I mean, not even just in their attacking rounds, their defensive rounds. They were doing such a good job at playing with one another, moving the map into their favor, and then just doing the pinches that they were being able to pull off. Someone coming up from basement, being able to pinch one of the players from Shopify, not just catching them off guard, just constantly moving, never making Shopify feel comfortable on their attacks. I mean, I really have to give credit to Oxygen because throughout that game, sure, it was a 7-5, but like Link said, realistically, if Surf didn't have those big moments, those big clutches, Oxygen would have realistically closed it out in a 9-3 or obviously far sooner than that, maybe like a 7-2. So again, Oxygen with more and more time as they keep just pushing every single game, they are looking to be the best team in the region outside of M80, who still is continuing their undefeated streak. But again, for Oxygen, with the little amount of time they've had, now the time that they are really showing the light through this roster, and like you were saying, Forrest being able to step back a little bit, take time off those shields, allow Gomez and Adam to be able to just explore the map, dive into that site, be those spearheads, is really, really showing in their stats. And again, those entry opening kill conversions. I mean, 10 out of 12 of those rounds went in the favor of Oxygen. Clearly, their attacks are changed significantly.
I mean, the whole entire team has changed significantly when we're looking at the performance that we have been getting from them in these last couple of play days, which is absolutely incredible to see. And it's really nice as well just for them to be able to beat a team like Shopify, because that is kind of like the team to beat at this point, or was the team to beat. Now it's more M80, but we'll get into that at some point. But those are our first 3 games of today. We still have 2 more best of ones to be played out here on the 3rd week of the NAL regular season. We have LFO against Wildcard and Cruelty against M80, which, if we're going back to stage 1, Foxay, that was like a banger of a matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Cruelty beat M80. That was an upset of all upsets. And, you know, standby Wildcard, I think, will be maybe a little bit closer than we'd anticipate, but hopefully no more 7-0s. You know, I think
do you think
best
we got to fix our
forward.
predictions? I think we've been wrong all day.
I mean, do you think
okay.
like this is the world where LFO is able to get a couple of points?
Yeah.
We said that last stage, and that, you know, it was that super week where then Wildcard just absolutely dominated LFO and stopped them from making playoffs. So
Well, it's not super week yet because that's next week, and it is also not game number 4 yet because that's actually after the break, which is when we're going to be looking at standby against Wildcard.
Hey, this is Wildcard, and these are facts.
Oh, I know who it is. I know who it is. I'm very sure it's Baby Shark.
Yeah, 100% it's Shark. He is the only one here who watches soccer.
I've seen his dribbling skills.
It's not me, it's not me.
Yes, it is!
If it is me, all of you guys are giving me $10.
What? No, I'm not giving you $10. You're giving me $10.
Bro,
Oh,
what?
no,
You
no,
don't watch
impossible.
soccer.
Yeah, you
What?
don't even
You
watch
don't
soccer.
watch soccer.
It wasn't me.
Why would I want to be anyone but the GOAT myself?
Because you don't watch soccer. Okay, well, there's 2 people it could be.
I think
It's Dash.
it's gotta be Shark.
It's
I
Shark.
think
It's
Dash.
100% Baby Shark.
No. I don't think he would have asked us, to be honest with you. I think he would have just admitted that he didn't know how to say it.
Yo, Dash, say chicken
What?
farm.
Chicken farm?
Shark, say chicken farm.
Kitchen Parm.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
Shark. It's Shark.
It's
It's Shark. It's Shark. Shark, what is chicken farm?
It's chicken with cheese and parm.
And farm. I think it's Dash. Shark doesn't sound like he even knows what it is.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, it's so obvious, bro.
I feel like that's a Spiker thing to own. That
Spiker.
would be a
No,
Spiker
it's not,
thing.
man. No, it's not.
My final answer is Spiker. I don't even know why
Yeah.
I'm on the team, bro. I can
What? It's you, it's you.
Why
It's
is
you.
it me? Why is it me? Why is it me?
Because you think you're like in the real life of Assassin's Creed and you like to throw.
What? Bro, what?
My final answer is Spiker.
Yeah, it was me.
see.
now. Shepard with a quadra kill.
And now it's all up to Bassetto. Bassetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe wants to see CDS steal that round from Furia. Are you ready for this? Bangu, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below. And it's straight to the face. Penta are going to the grand final. This could be difficult. If the swing Mason a second, Mason a third! Ryder, oh my god! Wow! Pre-day, holding up for the blood! It's a 1v5. They had everything going! 1v5! For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second, was hoping he baited them out! Solotov's down! Pre-day's off! He's also down!
An eye out for contact.
Available now.
Another day, another best of one here at the NEL, our fourth one of today. Stand by LFO against Wildcard. Something that you had touched upon earlier today when we were starting the day, Lax was like, oh, you're talking about the standings. Some of these teams are sitting. If anything, Stand by LFO is literally laying down on the floor.
Yeah,
Maybe even like 6 feet under because they got 0 points.
Yeah, we're definitely on standby to live up to their name in terms of just seeing anything, seeing any points come onto the board. And then as for the side of Wildcard, I mean, they really are living to that wild card. They started out very strong and now they're just immediately have tapered off in terms of performance. And given what their last stage was like, they really need, I mean, both these teams really need to start ramping up their performance here today.
Damn, that's like your reaction. But both of these teams, like if we're looking at it from like, I guess, a bigger point of view is the fact that Stand by LFO needs these points. Like they have to get these 3 points in some way, shape, or form because this roster missed playoffs last time, and you don't want to do that back-to-back in your first season.
I mean, it's not the only thing they need. They need God. Essentially, losing a 7-0 to C9, there's not really many redeeming qualities when it comes to Stand by LFO, not only with this roster, but even their previous renditions of when they were LG up until now. They have such an issue with the lack of awareness. They are constantly just finding themselves in positions where they're losing kills. They don't understand why they're in positions for strats. It doesn't really make sense. So my biggest advice is I think they just need to pick up a coach with a little bit more veteran experience that can actually be more hands-on with the team and impact their gameplay. Teach the players why you're in a position.
And what about the players individually that we are looking at right now? Are there any ones that you would swap out when it comes to bettering your team?
Okay, before I say this, I just want to preface with the fact that Envy, look at the Envy method. They dropped Twist, their arguably worst player. It picked up a great player. They put into so much more time, and look at their impact. Stand by, and specifically, Kixrow. I mean, if we talk about the lack of awareness and the players that are constantly getting picked over and over again, Kixrow is significantly having a worse stage than he did stage 1. Stage 1, you know, he was there, he was doing his job. But stage 2, he has been very lackluster and been costing his team a lot of the rounds. And right now, he's the worst player on the team, one of the worst in the league currently. He has 12 opening deaths on a flex supportive role. So to find yourself in this position where you're constantly getting picked first when you are not even the player who's going to be the first one in, the first man at attention, that is a very big issue that comes with the strategy. So not only could we get a T1 coach or a coach with a more veteran experience, but I would also like to see the Envy method implemented here and maybe get a player with a little bit more veteran experience to be able to take on this role.
Oof, I really do hope that the players are not listening to this broadcast right before they go live. But hopefully some good things that we have to say here about Wildcard. Yeah, okay, I tried.
Yeah, not a lot of good things to say. I mean, they're in a very dire situation. They really need to get points. They're currently sitting at 5, and you know, you look at last week, they only mustered out to be able to get 1 point. It's looking like the exact same situation here after their loss yesterday, where I did praise them. I thought they were going to beat Envy, and realistically, like I said, Envy should have probably closed that out 7-2, 7-3 maybe. They did, however, bounce back, so they did show some sort of life yesterday, but it's not enough. We got to start seeing something come alive now, because then you got Super Week next week, and if you can't make anything work from there, you're not going to find yourself in a playoff situation. You're going to be sitting at home again for another major event. So for Wildcard, get it together, to say the least.
All right. I mean, a little bit of negativity there as well, but let's swap it maybe to a more positive points when it comes to Wildcard, when it comes to Baby Shark specifically, because it does feel like although this roster is having issues closing out games, he's still out there.
Yes, and this was a positive. There was anything that I was going to take away from their match versus Wildcard out of some of the resilience that they were showing. A lot of that really came off the backing of Baby Shark, one of their rookie players, an import at most as well. I mean, coming in and also just being able to put up these performances, it's huge for them. It shows what this success can look like in the long term. But again, it takes a 5-man roster to be able to have that success. It's not just on one player. And the fact is, Baby Shark is doing his job. And you do have games where one player just will naturally pop off. But what we've been seeing, at least from the start of the stage to now, is we're seeing a lack of performance from these big players, like a player like Dash, like a player like Kansan, big names that we've talked about. Even Spiker and Bay haven't performing that well. So especially when you're in this dire situation, you don't have the points to be able to sit comfortable, to be able to sit pretty. You need to start fixing things wherever the problems are. And for me, it lies within their attacks.
Yeah, their attacks specifically, when we're looking at them, it hasn't been great. They haven't really been able to get many
Yeah,
Let's be completely honest here.
It's been very poor. I mean, they're sitting at the 3rd lowest rating in terms of their attacks. I talked about it in the beginning of this stage. I wanted to see Dash more on shields. Then we saw in one of their games on Border against Shopify Rebellion, they were all swapping between the shields. It looked really good, but nothing has been following up since. And I said I wanted to see Kansan off a flex role, more on an entry role, playing with Baby Shark, playing with Bay. We aren't seeing too much of that. We're still seeing the exact same iterations of what it was in the beginning of the stage. Still not working out. Clearly something has to come from the side of Justin as their coaching staff, their analysts, to be able to fix and right wrongs. And I believe Lagonis is their coach as well, so he should also be putting some input here as well. And then also even on Spiker, you know, we commended him throughout many of these stages of being a good IGL. He's slowly developing as a player. He's making good calls, but we aren't seeing these calls being implemented in these attack rounds, which is why we are seeing them fall so drastically into being one of the lowest rated attacking teams. So for me, if Wildcard really wants to start performing and really not only just getting points on the board, but look more convincing of a team, it's going to start on their attacking halves. It's going to start utilizing the shields better. It's going to start utilizing players in a better position than just being like, oh, it worked one stage or it worked here, let's just continue it. You have to be shuffling it around just like we're seeing Oxygen do, just like we're seeing Envy do, and even a team like Cloud9. They're all making pieces work. Why can't Wildcard?
Oof, that's like a laundry list of things that they have to improve, but I think we also need to take it step by step. First, starting off with the map veto in terms of trying to at least put themselves in a little bit more of a favorite position.
Yeah, I mean, we know when it comes to labs, Wildcard is very good at that map. Obviously beating SSG this stage and last stage, it's one of their better maps. Standby going to it is very questionable to me, specifically since they don't really have a notable shield player on the team, and they have a very big difficulty of being able to just get into the map, struggling on open kills. The map really provides a lot of map pressure. You have to be able to hold a lot of it, and then we just saw OXG obviously show how to attack it from all angles, and that's not Standby's strong suit, is having one voice for everyone to follow along on 3-2-1 going a certain position. So, in my opinion, it looks like it's a dire situation for LFO to be in.
I think this is also a situation where LFO wants to exploit Wildcard, similar to what I said with the Oxygen and SR game that we recently just saw. But as you were talking about, LFO doesn't have just that one voice to just listen to. They're obviously very chaotic in their comms. They're struggling on basic fundamentals and knowing why they're playing positions, what they're doing. So when you go to a map like Labs, where it's very defender-sided, especially when you're a team that is also poor on the attacking half, it's not very convincing to set yourself up for success right out the gate. Like I said, the only caveat of starting on attack is you do get to force those comms. You do get to force that cohesion, where at least then when you fall into that defensive half, if everything does go according to plan, you're in a better mindset, you're in a better mood to be able to finish out the game. But if you have a poor start, Wildcard's going to walk away with that. And what we saw in the previous game, Wildcard did start to mount their comeback off of their defense, and now you're giving them that exact sort of same comfort. I'm just not very comfortable with this pick from Standby.
I mean, at the end of the day, one of these teams is going to have to win, because that's simply how the competition works. So when it comes to predictions, you guys are both comfortable going for Wildcard. Yeah, absolutely. Don't want to swap it. Even now that you've seen the map veto.
Don't want to swap it.
Good to know. Either way, very much hoping that Wildcard is going to be able to show us what they're capable of, but also maybe Standby can finally close out a game, as they have been getting pretty close in the past. Whether or not that's possible, we're going to find out as we're heading into our fourth game of today with our casters, Lynx and Ollie. So guys, take it away.
Thank you very much,
Fourth
Jenny.
game of the game. It is certainly wrapped around a weird game and a weird toss. This was mine. We discussed this. You just got into autopilot.
So I've got into autopilot, and part of it was because I had a book behind me, and I was like flipping through the pages, and I was like, oh, Ginny's gonna toss. I should put the book aside. And so I put the book aside, and I literally locked it. I locked it immediately. That's my mouth.
Well, we have got our fourth game here, Wildcard versus LFO, and fortunately for us, given that it is one of our favorites, we are going back to Labs for our fourth game. Wildcard coming in with a hefty advantage in the social prediction. It was favorite on the desk as well, Lynx. I don't think that you're gonna counter that opinion, are you?
No, I'm not. Something I did kind of want to contextualize the Wildcard record so far throughout the stage, which, to be fair, it's not been great. They are 1-4. It's not going to get much more positive than that. But they're kind of like the mirror image of OXG, whereas OXG have had a lot of very close games and a very strong record. They're 4-1, the actual mirror image of Wildcard. It's been a 12-round game for most games they played this stage, and for Wildcard, it's very similar, just on the opposite side. 8-7 loss to Shopify. Then you've got 8-6 losses to M80, 7-5 losses against Envy and OXG respectively. So sure, that's against some teams kind of what we would think across the spectrum of play. It's still very similar to OXG, except just more on the loss side than the win side. Now, it's not to say that the two teams are equivalent, and not to say that those could necessarily have easily been victories for Wildcard. But it's two teams who have gone the distance in every single one of their games, and one has drastically won more of them, and the other's lost more of them, but not by a thin margin, or not by a wide margin either way. So when you're going against a team like Standby, are Wildcard 1-4? Yes. Are they 1-4 by that much? No. Their round diff is -2, which is the same as SSG's, who has 2 more victories than them.
I think one of Wildcard's biggest problems this stage all along has been really closing out these games. It seems to be one of those situations where if they're able to get an advantage early on, you can often run with it. When those games go long, they do not have a great record at being able to shut them out. Starting off on the defense tonight is going to be a good thing for him. Double denial ban and 2 hard breaches disappeared into the ether. An ace and a maverick. We'll still leave the thermite and the Hibana for the time being, and of course, the usual plethora of secondary tin openers. A very early pick there from Bay. Kixro, just poking his head up against... Oh no, not poking his head up against the window, excuse me. I was nearly doing you dirty there. You've just been domed off the window as you walk up the stairs. Early loss, and a loss of the Deimos. I mean, should the Deimos really be going up there, or are we looking for the Deimos to play a little bit more vert?
I don't know. That's one of that. I would agree. Based on the Shopify game, we probably want the Deimos to go playing vert, but also like...
Reloading!
There's a clash.
There is a clash, that's true, but also sometimes, you know, you kind of run up the stairs a little bit and you get peeked. I don't know. It's one of those things where Kixro has had a really, really big problem with these opening deaths this stage, and I definitely don't like the position. But round 1 out the gate, I'm not going to start slinging too much criticism just yet. Especially, hey, we get the trade on Bay. We take the Azami down in Rafters. There's something here, right? Why don't we all just stand by and wait and see if this is a successful attack here?
Ben's going to send the Candela in. Ooh, unfortunate for Eddie. We got a great view of that, by the way.
That was an excellent view, actually. Oh. I don't know. That was a little bit of a risky engagement from Kanzan. I think just holding aggressively on the garage door or dash. I just don't need... I don't know if quick peek number 7 of that angle needed to be made. Baby Shark spots Epic's forehead. Lights up the IT breach with a clip of that vector. Ben's now backing off to Aqua. Candela in. Shield going through. Spiker makes the wise decision and gets the hell out of there. Standby just trying to probe for some kind of weakness at the moment. It's forced out a lot of utility from Spiker and some rotations from the defense writ large. But there's still not a clear way into this site. And with Bino on such low HP, the smokes might be gone. But a stray shot. You expose 1 foot. You turn a little bit too far to the left. And suddenly it's Fens with a 1v2 to figure out. Pistol in hand. Checking the long angle. Bino working his way to the default position in A, but Fens completely caught lacking. And so now Bino in the 1v2, the worst place to find a Monty. Baby Shark with a 3K in round 1 as Wildcard starting strong on second floor.
Looks like his highlight on the analyst desk was worthy. Baby Shark, a player that has really started to perform on this Wildcard roster. Certainly inside of stage 1. It's been a bit more hit and miss here in stage 2, but it looks, at least for round 1 of the night, it was a resounding hit. I was very worried when I saw Kanzan play in that super aggressive position with the clash, because as soon as you gain any sort of advantage as that defense, the clash is then the win condition, and if you can play around the clash and keep that alive, you're going to be golden.
Yes.
He did just get a little bit too antsy there, but fortunately, his team were able to back him up. And it was nice to see Dash get a kill as well. Dash certainly not been known for frags. Really struggled in the game yesterday, but already has met the scoreboard. Down to the basement we go then for round number 2.
10 seconds left.
Stand by. again, I like the lineup.
5 seconds left.
Great amount of roam clear that now gets changed off. Well, it's sort of stay the same. We go from Madoka B into the Deimos. I'm not entirely mad about that. I think that the Ram is mandatory. An A shield is certainly a nice thing to have. The thing that I'm really looking at and thinking I'd like a little bit more, it's that hard breach. Because yes, secondary tin openers are great for opening up alternate angles, but do you really want to be basing a whole push off it? And especially when there's a mirror in play. And the bans that we've got, it may even just force them into something that isn't main breach focused at all.
It's also, it's one of those situations where, like, I just think even if you're going to do like a vending rush, I just think having a very wide angle, like a thermite breach on assembly wall, is just such a strong way to control that site. It's such a good angle to stop, not only to stop anybody swinging from tank, but also stop anybody from, or also, you know, just at least providing you a direct line into EXO. I don't know. That's at least just my personal opinion. Obviously, Ollie and I tend to agree similarly on these things. Kixro peeking around the corner. Oh my god, 2 opening deaths in a row. Desk highlighting that trend, and unfortunately, it is manifesting in full force. Fens blown sky high soon after. We're a minute 20 seconds in, and Wildcard have basically paid pennies for these opening kills. Oh my god, this is just
Brilliant
brutal.
swing from Kansan. Epic didn't seem to have a cat in hell's chance then. They've not even been able to take this mid floor. I mean, we've still got Eddie drone in top floor. Bino's inside of kitchen, fair enough, but he's not going to be able to walk down vending stairs on his own. Ooh. A Vulcan pack there that's... Maybe it was a pipe potentially, but either way, it's going to force Eddie. Bit of a rotation. He's used all of his boogie drones as well. I'm not sure if any of them were actually thrown in towards storage. And there is 50 seconds, so there is certainly time if they can catch somebody out on this delayed roam. Dash is still going to be upstairs hanging around in cargo.
Oh.
He will give the game away.
Just a really, really rough round from Standby to follow up the first. No real opportunity for Bino to go back on drone, unfortunately. No real opportunity to close out this round. Desk highlighted Kixro, who, to be fair, did going into this game have one of the worst entry differentials in the league, though not too far behind JJ, who we saw in the game earlier against SSG. But now 2 many picks in a row. I believe he finds himself at -11 over the course of the stage so far. And when he's playing Deimos on Nighthaven, an operator that very much, whether or not he's getting into engagements early, is going to be getting in the building early to apply some very, very useful vertical pressure. That is not the kind of trend you want to continue. So they're in this unfortunate position at the moment where they're losing that utility early, as you can see here. Kixro swinging into not 1, but 2 defenders there. Then, of course, Wildcard just winning every single fight afterwards. No tactical timeout from Standby, by the way, despite that attack really looking quite poor. And surely if the tertiary site goes Wildcard's way, Standby have to hit the pause button, because at that point, it feels obligatory.
Yeah, I think if they get a full 3-site rotation, that's when alarm bells really start to strike. This third choice site should be an opportunity for Standby. But, I mean, they've kind of struggled in every single aspect. Opening pick has been horrendous. The trade off the back of that opening kill has been okay, but it's not been consistent. Now, we've only seen 2 rounds, so I guess asking for consistency on a trade is maybe a little bit much. Fortunately, they are going to be countering some of the operators Wildcard are bringing quite nicely this time. Pulse and the Valkyrie forces out the IQ.
Deploying sensor.
Bino still committed to this Monty. I think we need to support Kixro a little bit more on this entry as well, because there's only so much that they can do in terms of entering in. A lot of it is based off information that's found out on drones, either in the early portion of the round or in the prep phase. You can see that Bino is going to be flicking a few drones right now, so you'd hope that Kixro is going to be given a slightly easier path of things. Some unfortunate timing for Kansan there, as he will get caught out just off that drone hole. Great C4 Unfortunately for Epic, he is able to get out of the way, maybe re-challenge onto the window, but Baby Shark's just better.
I mean, part of me is like, Wildcard need to be peaking that, but clearly the confidence is fully on the defense's side at the moment. Wildcard might justifiably feel they can win every engagement that goes their way. Bay creeping at the top of main stairs, getting good information on where this take is coming from. I was about to say, you spot the Monty, throw the smoke. Ooh, tries to land some shots. Good use of the fire extinguisher. Doesn't work out, but I still like the idea. I think at this point, might be getting a little too liberal with these C4s, as both have been used in the first half of the round to very little effect. Bay's deciding this. We have 3 people on this Monty, by the way. Cut off the Monty's retreat. Oh, this is actually crazy. They are putting a lot of utility into taking down this Monty, and I have to say, it's a bit risky, but I kind of like it. Kixro goes down. Nice trade from Eddie. Looking to swing around the corner. Oh, Bay, one shot, he's dead. There goes Fens. This has been a... I don't think we're... You guys know what I'm going to say. Okay, let's not start trolling. There we go. 3-0 for Wildcard, and Ollie, I don't even know if the game has got going at this point.
Wildcard are just committing to everything at the moment. They almost all committed to the troll at the end. But the main takeaway for me is the speed at which they're able to rally around one another when a call is made. Okay, we've got the Monty pushing us at the stairs, and Smoke's halfway up just at the bottom and says, yep, no worries. Let's just entirely focus this Monty. Let's full focus getting rid of this Monty, because there's going to be players behind it. And if we can get any sort of isolation, brilliant. So why not? It makes loads of sense. Wildcard are just playing such a flexible game right now. They've got a great ability to adapt and just to move to where they need to be on the map. And because of how one-dimensional a lot of these pushes are, if you're able to make some sort of a disconnect between the Monty and the first player behind them, all of a sudden you've got a Monty on their own, and
it's really
quite a vulnerable position to be in.
No, I like it from Wildcard. It's one of those things that, like, I mean, it's always kind of a risky play, but, like, I appreciate the confidence to try it, and it is, like, it's a sound idea in theory. We don't always see it work out, but it was a really good read by Wildcard there, and you can't give them flack for it or for taking advantage of it. Just unfortunate. Standby again, really just falling behind the rest of the pack in terms of quality of play, in terms of the game so far. It's good from Wildcard to be sure, but still so individual and waiting for something to be shown. And we're still waiting for it. Maybe after this tactical timeout, round 4, as Wildcard now will start repeating sites, going back to the top floor. It was Kixro who went down early on Deimos, walking up the stairs outside of Aqua. Oh, dies to garage window. Unlucky, these things happen. But if he's going to be playing operators like that, we're getting into the building early. Having impact early is really important. Want to see him actually get in the building, and of course then have further impact. Right now he's on Buck. That could change, but that's an operator who's going to fill a very similar role to the Deimos he was playing last time. So first question I have, where is he going to enter? 2, is he going to get in there quick? If he's going to get in there at all. And 3, how is Standby going to set him up, or how is he going to play wisely to make sure that if he dies, it's only through the vert? There's plenty of good players die to that.
As we've seen tonight.
Honestly, pick any random play day, you'll probably see great players dying to the vert. It kind of just happens.
Epic making some good early moves. Only both of Ash's launcher to try and disable Baby Shark's mirror window placed on connector. Some very quick progress though. The Ying and the Clash Band coming out, it's going to change the playing field somewhat, but we haven't seen a great deal of Ying from Standby. Certainly not seen any Ying effective, given that they haven't been able to win a round yet, so I think from Wildcard's point of view, it was just kind of get rid of something a little bit annoying. Some good early progress has been made, though. The Rotero drone's going out to clear for that garage. It's definitely setting up to be more of a connector side, or there's at least a splinter cell of players that are going to be pushing in through that connector side, which I think you always need when you're going to attack Nighthaven.
Oh.
Ooh. Unfortunately, isn't going to make it there for the barbed wire, but I think it will at least get the barricade. If anyone does choose to move up, there is at least that advantage that they have. But, you know, you need to be careful. Passage across that breach is not given for free, especially when there's a empty mirror window there.
I'm just curious if one of those X-Pyros got caught on the wall. Seems like the breach at least might be open somewhat, though the X-Pyros very awkward to walk through. Fu Fens losing a lot of HP. Another opening death for Standby. Dash threatening a flank. Quick peeks. I was about to say, shotgun from this far away might still be enough to kill Fens. But Dash smartly playing it passive. C4 goes out. A little bit of a waste, unfortunately, but the intention was there. Kansan's worked himself into a rat spot. Dash worked himself into a tricky position. But if these wildcard defenders just play their life and don't overextend, Standby are in a tricky spot, to say the least. Kansan might be aiming the opposite side from where Fens will walk in, but a flick will surely be the end of that Grim. If any of you have an answer for what Standby are trying to accomplish with this attack, I would love to hear it, because right now we still got one guy down below. Fens looking to push by himself through the backside. Eddie goes down. It's a 2v5. There it is. He was just waiting to be realized. Perhaps a flawless round from Wildcard? Yes, indeed. No! Kixro gets one kill right at the end there. I'm not going to say the thing, but it's 4 in a row from Wildcard, and I don't know if the train is going to stop at any station here on out.
You've got to start to question the map choice, haven't you, with LFO? Because they just look pretty lost here on Labs. Labs can be quite a technical map, and the bans, obviously the bans shape every single map, but the bans shape Labs in particular just through some of the ways that breaching then has to be done. And when you've not got a clear plan, or you've got people that are maybe a little bit unclear as to how that needs to happen, or at least how quickly it should be happening, it can be a big problem. And I think that's some of the problems that we're seeing starting to trickle through here for Standby. An inability to effectively open the IT breach, everybody trying to, you know, go for their own sort of play, whether that's in through Garage, whether it's in through Aqua, whether it's over toward connector side, and there's not really any cohesion. No one that's really saying, right, stand behind me, this is what we're doing. You push here, and we'll do it together. 3, 2, 1, let's go. There's very little of that at the moment from Standby. And it's costing them, because Wildcard are just able to pick up kills one by one. The only final kill coming through is a trade. Basically a flawless round at that point, isn't it? Down to the basement then for round 5. You can see how much Wildcard are sort of worried about this. There's Spiker, and Spiker alone on the site, and he's like, you know what? I'll just play the mirror down here. They can't deal with the mirror, so don't worry about me. I'll be just grand. You guys play up and do all the fancy kill getting on the mid floor and the fancy roaming, and I'll just sit and set up the site, shall I?
It's one of those unfortunate situations where it's like, I don't know if Standby are even in a position to capitalize on Wildcard's mistakes, or at least in any kind of like coherent sense that
they don't even know what the mistakes Wildcard are making are. Do you know what I mean? Like, Wildcard are definitely making some mistakes, but I don't think that Standby have got that level of info to understand what those mistakes are and how to exploit them.
Oh.
Should be dead.
Should be dead. Like, 9 times out of 10, that guy should be dead. Honestly, it feels like even just like the world is against Standby in this game. Like, we're missing shots like that. You put Dash low, that's true. But that should go punished. You gotta be hitting shots like that. It's gonna happen sometimes that you miss them, sure. But in a game where just nothing is going right, it seems like you're struggling to get anything started, it gains renewed significance. Dash uses his first smoke, will stall out the push from Kixro. Kansan down below just gaining information. It's about the standard slow Standby do nothing round we've seen the past 4 attempts.
Dash still in a position on these cargo stairs to stem the flow of players, as the intention was to walk down cargo. And guess what? There's a player on cargo, so now what do we do? Very little adaptation around that. You've got Blackbeard, for goodness sake.
Oh my God.
Kansan comes in with the assist.
Oh, and Baby Shark's on the flank. Fens will get Kansan, and Dash is low. There's a winnable late round here. Bay with a good crossfire though around the corner. Oh no, we're just, oh God. Now we're flashing. Now the flashbangs come through. There's just no communication. There's just no comms. It's 1v3 for Bino. Probably just not gonna win it unless Wildcard start throwing, and that's not a statement against Bino's skill. He should not win this 1v3. Nobody should win that 1v3. It's not a problem with Bino. It's a team issue for Standby right now. We are fundamentally not coordinating. We are not communicating. We're not throwing the proper utility. Nobody is there to trade that Blackbeard. The Blackbeard's pushing by himself. Nobody throws flashes to try and set up Dash. They come very late in the game. And Standby know it too. I mean, they don't want to be performing like this. They care about the game. It's just sad to see these kind of it's sad to see these kinds of plays being made, but also at the same time, got to give credit to Wildcard. They fully invested in Dash's position, with Bay playing on bottom Aqua and Kansan playing from below. They were not making it easy for Standby whatsoever. Yet still, there was, I think, some room left on the table.
Some room.
It was not my greatest phrase. It's not my greatest phrase. You did.
10 seconds to go.
I think you said a cat, not a cat's chance in hell earlier. Is that a British thing, or did you?
Yeah, a cat in hell.
I mean, I doubt a cat would succeed in hell. I can agree with you on that.
Exactly.
I think that's kind of the whole point of hell, actually. The whole point of hell is that you're there.
I'm not sure if there's like a deeper meaning to it.
Hell?
Let's have a look. No, the phrase "cat in hell's chance."
You mean cat's chance in hell?
Yeah.
We're losing our grip on this game progressively. Standby do have 10 kills combined. That's something, at least. I'm really trying here. Because I mean, let's look. We have the Roaradors, right? Could maybe actually, where would the Roaradors go on this site? What? Probably garage single to hop in, maybe.
With Standby, they could go anywhere.
Doorway obstructed.
Boogie drones will be going. Well, they're going. The Roaradors are going nowhere.
I think he got one off just before the C4.
Did he? I did not see it.
I heard it. I don't know if it like fully got activated. I think it's fairly plain to see that we've somewhat lost the will to live tonight with how abysmal this has been.
Good pre-fire.
An exit frag and an exit frag. I mean, Wildcard are playing the game that's in front of them, but let's be honest, there is very little coming out of this Standby side. Flawless round on the first half, and a game that I don't see lasting more than another 10 minutes. It has been top through bottom, Wildcard dominating, and let's not take that away from them, because what are they meant to do? They can only play the 5 players that are against them, and they can only come up with sufficient strategies for that.
Listen, there's genuine good things to point to for Wildcard. Like, let's just be honest, right? It's not just like, you know, a complete throw fest from both sides. I mean, Wildcard are coordinating very well. I think really the highlight for me is it's been really fun watching Wildcard kind of commit to players and positions. Like, clearly the communication's there and the trust is there. Like, all supporting Dash on cargo stairs. Going back to, I think, one of the rounds on house stairs, it was a similar thing, you know, dealing with that Monty. Hey, guys, I got an idea. Let's throw the smokes, cut them off, and try and get this 1v1 on a pivotal operator. And you see all 3 players buy in. It's really cool to see the teamwork and the trust in the wildcard players, which is something that I think has appeared at times and then been lost at times for wildcard. It's a team that has been extremely inconsistent, and I think that area of trust and comms has been a big one. So that's probably my biggest takeaway, and that's something that I'm really happy to see from wildcard. I hope it continues.
I do as well. The defenses yesterday on this map were good as well. They were good for 4 rounds on the defense. They've obviously bested that here and now today. Was there attacks where they saw a little bit of trouble? And as I mentioned at the top of this game, historically, wildcard do struggle when games go a little bit longer. But I don't think that they will have a problem closing this one out, just in the fact that they have got so many opportunities to do so. We're yet to see players really come online for standby. Epic, Kixro, Eddie, you know, 2 and 1 kills so far. And then you look at the flip side, you've got Kansan 7-3, Dash 7-3, which is basically unheard of for them as well, by the way. Dash is really not known for going crazy and getting a lot of kills. He's been fed and fed well tonight.
That was crazy from you.
He's not though, is he?
He's a 96 EPS going in today's game. Like let's calm down. Minus 4 KD going today.
Is he known for getting a lot of kills?
No, but like.
So fair point then.
Setting up a sequential breach. Loading new mag.
It's definitely not a slight, and he's got the ability to do it. He's shown that tonight.
He popped off a relay.
It's nice to see a bit of like the pressure being taken off Baby Shark. He's only died twice, by the way.
Spiker's only died once.
That is actually more impressive. 1 is lower than 2. By 1.
Spiker, in a 6-round game, Spiker's only seen 6 people. Spiker's seen 1 person every round.
Frag out.
It's been that kind of game at the moment. Deathmark directly on the player Exo stairs. I'm going to say, you know, Dash 1, that's a 1v1 right there. He's got to play his cards right. I didn't even mean to make that pun. But wildcard just can't really plant a foot wrong, it seems. 5v3. I mean, Bino's playing retake on his own site. There's a minute left in the round. Bino's already playing retake. Kixro impacts, pushing in. They're getting the diffuser down. There's literally no recourse being mounted by standby. I didn't even know they got control of the site. Is it a flawless round to end the game? A flawless round on the 7-0, perhaps? Eddie certainly says he's done with it. 7-0 for wildcard, as we have 8 teams all generally in contention, but unfortunately numbers 9 and 10 continue to leave a lot to be desired.
Wildcard with a big performance there and a bit of a bounce back, considering the way that yesterday went against Envy, a game that was also played on Labs and equally as winnable. Envy obviously putting up a lot more of a fight and wildcard really struggling, but showing that they are happy to go back to Labs and that they do in fact have a very good understanding of the brand of Siege that they want to play. Brilliant team performance, top through bottom. We're going to send it over to our desk after a short break.
guys.
50.
Pardon me?
25.
Yo, in games.
One on. Nice. Nice. Back on, guys. Listen in. Where?
Kitchen.
Wrong kitchen.
Swinging him.
Nice!
Nice,
Good
good
job,
job.
guys. Let's fucking go.
Dude,
oh
I
my
watched so
god.
bad.
You guys suck, bro.
Nice shot, Jake.
Thank you.
All right. Either way, 3 points added to the wildcard tally now that they do manage to get a win under their belt this week, which is definitely something that they needed to be moving up on the standings with the Super Week approaching, with the playoffs just around the corner. But we have Spiker as well to... actually, you know what, Spiker? First off, congratulations, of course. You know, I mean, going into this up against LFO, I'm sure you guys were hoping, or at least assuming, that this would be a win. But yesterday we had a little bit of a conversation with JJ Blast after his win, and we were like, you know, wild card, they're playing, what's going on? And he had something to say about you, something to say about the team making land. What you gotta say to that?
Yeah, that was interesting considering I could count with one finger how many times JJ has beaten me in the past 5 years. So that was interesting for sure. You know, he's talking a lot for winning a regular season BO1. Hopefully, we'll see him in playoffs, and the result will be different because we lost that game. They did not win. I guarantee you.
Well, you guys did win today, a nice little 7-0. At the end, you know, you were the only player on your team that was ecstatic about the win. So I just wanted to ask, obviously, you assumed you were going to win. I wanted to ask, how do you, as the IGL, keep everyone in good spirits, obviously, and locked in, even though you're playing a team that's significantly weaker?
I mean, I just had to keep saying, like, you know, after every round, like, we were winning, like, I don't know, it was, like, easy. Like, honestly, I think half the team was bored, I'll be honest. So, like, after every round, I had to make sure to keep bringing the energy and just saying, like, you know, stay locked in. Like, you know, we were down 1-6 yesterday and brought it back on defense, so we know it's possible. So just stay locked and finish the game strong and don't let up the gas at all.
Well, Spiker, I want to say congratulations, but I'm also disappointed in given the performance so far. I kind of want to know what has been going on at the beginning of the stage. I mean, you guys were electric. The games were really close. In some of those situations, I felt it should have went in your guys' favor, but definitely let me know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think really the only game that I like wasn't happy with how we played was the Envy game yesterday. I honestly think that was the worst game that we played as a team, like, ever. Like, it just, I don't know, things just weren't clicking. Like, we didn't have a ton of energy. Comms were, like, pretty chaotic. We were getting picked everywhere on the map. Like, I think we could have won a couple of rounds on attack than come more than we did. But, you know, it's just, for us, it's just, like, always, you know, bringing energy and never getting demotivated or anything. I mean, I'm confident going into the Super Week. We've been playing really well in practice. I think we've been playing really well the stage. It was really just that Envy game that, you know, we're going to want back that I don't think we played well in, but I'm confident for next week.
How do you make sure that happens, though? Because where you found yourself last stage is almost in the exact same spot. You know, now you're going into Super Week. You aren't locked into playoffs. You got to play your heart out here. How do you make sure going into this last week that you then will secure playoffs?
I mean, it's just bringing intensity every day in practice, just the way it translates to the game, and, you know, making sure that you know, especially this week with how intense it's going to be and how much we need to win, you know, being on people and if, you know, calling people out if they're not bringing enough energy or if I need more out of them or anything, just making sure that I'm getting everything out of everybody every day, every round, every scrim.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see what happens next week.
Likewise.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you
should be fun.
So much for your time for the interview. I mean, it should be fun. I'm looking forward to it as well. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Good luck with the prep for that Super Week. Hopefully, we'll see you guys then as well for an interview. Take care.
All right, thanks.
Bye. You know what? Actually, really respect it. I love the trash talk, number one. Number two, I do respect that when we're talking to Spiker every single time. Like, he's such a down-to-earth IGL who's like, yeah, was a game that we lost. We didn't play it the way that we wanted to. We want to get that game back. We're making sure it doesn't happen again.
I mean, he's very humble, obviously, for good reason. I feel like Wildcard still has to prove themselves. I mean, the last time we talked about Wildcard being so good was obviously Reload at the start of the year. So, you know, there's a long way to go for them. Obviously, they want to secure playoffs, so a lot of games coming up still for them. And, you know, there's really not too much to talk about this game. When it comes to standby, I feel like we're beating a dead horse. I want to say some of the things that I talked about with Kixro specifically he was on the Blackbeard some of these rounds, and he would be the first person to die, even though he has a shield in front of his face. And it's a situation where you find yourself kind of scratching your head, and I think you just gotta.
I mean, even this round, the utility comes out once everybody's dead. That could have been at the start. I mean, there were so many instances here where we're just watching standby and questioning everything that they're doing. We talked about going into this map, why they picked this map. Didn't really make sense because clearly, if you wanted to take them to the map where they look comfortable in on their defenses and they're going to start on it, you had to have a plan. But yet again, what me and Fox talked about on the desk is they don't have any sense of direction. And you would see time and time again on their attacks, one person is on the other side of the map, one person is in basement, Kix Rose in garage, the other's outside IT. You can't make anything work on this map if you aren't in unison with each other. And what's more perplexing is this map is so condensed as well, so it forces you to play with one another, and somehow LFO made it look impossible to be able to play with each other. I don't really know. There's like Fox said, there's not really much to say. And even for Wildcard, I mean, yes, it was a 7-0, but that game was really given.
And the map bans too. Like, why'd we go to labs in the first place? Standby? Like, who's doing the decision making? I don't understand.
Maybe nobody.
Ah, looks like it.
Pulling straws out of the hat and be like, oh, we got labs today. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like that's a pretty good way to, I guess, put it into perspective. I mean, from the LFO side of things, I feel like it's a team, at least when we talked to them on the rare occasions last stage, that they do want to improve and they do want to like carve something out for themselves in the region, but it's just not working.
That's the tough part. In the beginning of the stage, it was actually like, oh, okay, they're coming prepared. Those games were close against SSG. And then all of a sudden, with each and every single week that has transpired, they just seem to get worse and get more lost in whatever the communication is, the strat is. I don't know.
Okay, relax. It's okay. You can breathe.
Hey,
okay,
I'm chilling.
Hug a tree. Do some yoga, journal, I don't know, whatever it might be, but because we have one more game still coming your way, and that's going to be Cruelty against M80, which you are so looking forward to, not because Cruelty is at the bottom of the standings, but because last stage, this actually was a funny one, so whether or not that's going to be repeating history here at the NAL, we'll find out after the break.
Hey guys, I'm Rory from Team Cruelty, and this is Call of Chaos. Es un mapa viejo, son cajas así de papeles y las hojas de papel así para las impresoras. Hay un escritorio en L.
¿Una mesa volteada?
Una mesa volteada, Simón.
Sí, es oficinas, oficinas de casa.
Güey, es un cuarto donde está lleno de figuritas. Es un mapa que no está en compe, igual. Y te digo que es un mapa que está fuera de compe.
Para mí es niños de casa igual.
Sí.
Kids. O sea, es un mapa de compe. Ya lo jugamos en este stage. Hay una lámpara que no se puede romper, güey. Es indestructible.
Mami, ya sé cuál es. Es 90 de café. 90.
Ajá, pero ¿cómo se llama ese cal?
¿Alemao?
Sí, sí.
Verga, están cocinando una bien difícil, Tiene como unos cuadros como de chinas o relacionados con Japón. Es muy icónica porque siempre juegan como atrás de esa barra.
Ah, es Office de Skyscraper.
Sí.
Bien.
Mira, ahí te va el cala. Tu padre jugaba ahí, cabrón. Y este es hasta arriba, o sea, es lo más alto del mapa, güey.
Ay, no mames, Ruby, güey.
Hay unas escaleras que van desde hasta abajo hasta arriba, o sea, desde hasta abajo hasta un tercer piso casi.
¡Ay, no mames!
Ah, el de 3, ¿no? En Oregon.
Sí. Güey, cuando
que
dijo, ahí juega tu papá.
Ahí juega tu padre, cabrón.
Dodas and Dash together! Unbelievable! Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and gift road. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way!
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today they take the kingdom from Blackout.
It's game wanna relax. I'm packing the stats, I'm firming the stats. Game time, game time, game time. They about to step on a landmine. Yeah, like a landmine. It's game time, yeah, we on the way.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
And the final game of the NAL of Play Day 6 is here with Cruelty against M80. This was an absolute shocker of a result last stage specifically, but so far everything has not really been going as planned here in stage 2 of the NAL. So the likelihood of this repeating is probably pretty slim. But either way, there is a timeline. There is a timeline.
I'm
there
excited.
is a world. Okay, blink twice if you're being forced to say that.
We're about to watch them peak siege right now.
I mean, Cruelty honestly could do the funniest thing. I don't think it's going to happen, but for the side of M80, I think they just continue their streak, get this game over their belt, push themselves into playoff. I mean, not into playoffs, but into Super Week, and secure more wins there, and then sit comfortably going into playoffs.
Yes, but first, Cruelty.
At least Cruelty is consistent. They're 10th in every aspect, so obviously, you know, that's pretty good for them. Cruelty, I mean, if we try to just compare this stage to the last stage, obviously there wasn't many tangibles from stage 1, but obviously coming into stage 2, there's only been one game against OXG where they actually got more than 3 rounds. So that goes to say that every single other one of their games, they're getting completely smoked, and that's their biggest issue.
Yeah, I mean, something to also really touch upon here is that this is a roster that has made roster changes. You have Cadence, you have Rovi. Was that the right decision?
I don't think so. I mean, at least one thing that Cruelty had during stage 1 was the fact that they were pretty decent on attack. I mean, obviously being top 6, that's playoff making contention when you're in top 6 for one side. Obviously their defenses were just as bad, but the changes that they made didn't necessarily make sense because they picked up 2 players to fill in those gaps. But if you look at the statistics, obviously, Ivan didn't really seem like that big of an issue. Skimzy, yes, had his struggles, but he was on hard support. And then they changed roles around to pick up 2 players who are arguably doing worse than Skimzy, who was the worst player on this team last stage. So it just begs the question of why did they make this change in the first place? And that's something that only the players can really know themselves. But so far, these 2 players have not really been an impact in the server, and it's really led Cruelty to this downfall. So if you're Cruelty in this situation, there's so many things we could talk about them needing to improve, but honestly, I think it's the same thing as Standby. Honestly, I think Cruelty needs to go back to making some roster changes. Maybe they could do a little, you know, drop lax, pick up lax like we did twice, and maybe they'll find some success. I don't know.
I don't know what's worse, bringing up the history or putting lax in the same point as Cruelty.
They're both bad. One worked out though.
Yeah, we found success when we did it, so Cruelty, that's my professional experience opinion. Try it.
Take notes, I guess, but either way, M80 doesn't need to be taking notes from anyone because they are the team to beat this stage around.
Yeah, they absolutely are, but I mean, you do have to look back at their performance yesterday. Yes, they did get that win, but God, the attacks were abysmal to say the least. I mean, it was definitely one of the worst games that we saw out of the attacks. Not to fully discredit them as a whole. I mean, it is Nighthaven Labs. Shopify does have a very strong defense. They weren't going against some bad team by any means, but we definitely have to see a far better attacking stat line going forward, especially into the Super Week. But their defense is definitely shine through. I mean, that was the game with this matchup. It really came down to both defenses, them winning 7 out of those 8 rounds and then winning 1 round on attack. So definitely when it looks at the defenses, very solid. But Kino, that's a player that we got to talk about.
Oh yeah, Kino has been incredible. I mean, ever since that clutch from Wildcard against Wildcard that has kept them in the game, then he's just been bringing out these incredible performances time and time and time again to really bring the team over the finish line.
Yeah, and you know, I've seen some haters on social media and Reddit just talk about Kino's lack of performance. And fact of the matter is, Kino is taking so many hits for the team in order to thrive. You know, he's moved off his flex role. He's more in a supportive role. He's being that pillar for the roster. And then you look at that Wildcard game that we were talking about. He gets that 1v2 clutch that keeps M80 alive, keeps their streak going, bringing that momentum. Then we get into overtime that falls into a 1v2. Kino once again plays the round beautifully, gets that momentum going. Then M80 closes out on a big 3K from him. So sure, Kino might not be the flashiest player topping the charts by any means, but his kills are extremely impactful when he is getting those kills on the board. So for all the haters, shut up. Kino's doing his job and doing it very convincingly in keeping M80's faith and hopes and streak alive, to say the least.
The passion that you're bringing today for the teams and the players, 10 out of 10. I absolutely do love the energy. We also got to head into the map veto when it comes to where we're going to be going this time around, because if we're being completely honest here, Foxy, is there even a map where Cruelty would do well?
I was thinking maybe one of the smaller maps. Clubhouse is a map that Cruelty has some strength on. On a map like Cafe, you know, I would say maybe if Cruelty was able to get defense, they could at least maybe get a good start on it. But no, I don't think there's really any map besides Clubhouse that actually would have been a decent pick for Cruelty.
I guarantee you the only reason why Cafe was picked by Cruelty is because of their game off of Oxygen, where it was extremely close. But again, that Oxygen versus this Oxygen now, if they were to do that rematch, guarantee you it's probably a 7-1 from Oxygen. Maybe a 7-0 to say the least. So going here again against M80, that is 4-1 record on it. Just historically, throughout this league has played significantly better teams, looked good on it. Cruelty was really pulling at straws here to think that they're probably going to beat M80 in any chance. And again, that would be hilarious. They do have the ability to make something funny happen here, but it's definitely a very poor choice to go up against M80 on Cafe, especially starting on attack.
So because they have the ability to make something fun happen and even make like history repeats itself, it's why one of you guys is going to be choosing Cruelty?
No shot. The M80 starting on defense. It's about to be a 6-0 half, 7-0. I just don't see a world where Cruelty has the confidence right now to really keep up with a team, even if M80 just runs rank strats. I don't see that world ever happening. And, you know, the biggest issue right now for them is they're not playing as a team. So we can't even talk about Cruelty versus M80 as teams. Just Cruelty's playing like individuals. I don't see it happening.
We'll say they didn't get to play as a team yesterday because they lost one of their players and played a 4v5. So maybe that would have been different on Skyscraper. Probably not.
Give me Cruelty.
But
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Honestly, give me Cruelty. They have all 5. I'll see what they can do. Change my prediction to
Wrap
Cruelty.
it up.
They might do something funny here.
No, I don't think anything. Maybe something funny is gonna happen.
Hey,
maybe not. But you know what? You know, we're gonna head over to our casters. They're gonna be able to cover this game and let us know whether or not. Well, they'll cover the action if something funny does or doesn't happen. So either way, guys, for our last game of today, Lynx and Ollie, it's over to you.
So this game, why are you in the dark?
Sorry, I was getting ready for bed. It's late. It's 27 minutes past 1.
I look down on the screen and you're bathed in darkness.
I was like a little peek behind the fourth wall. Yes, spoiler alert, people, I'm really sorry, but I don't have a million lumens streaming into my eyes as I sit here and cast games for 7 hours. I was just getting a bit of a migraine, so I decided to turn it off, but yeah, my bad. Last game of the night, though. Let's get it.
Woo! Big dog! Hey, this game was crazy last stage, as I'm sure has been mentioned like 85 times. Which Ollie, by the way, is another one of those numbers I always go to. You're talking about last week.
Yeah.
I'm always either 7 or talking about something that has the number 85.
No, it's 9, 17, or 85. It just depends on the context.
9 is referring to myself. 85 is usually referring to like. 85 is usually like we've talked about something a lot. I always go with the number 85.
And 17 is something that's happened like 3 times. This happened 17 times, but yeah, it's the 3rd time it's happened once.
If you guys don't know, we don't. No disrespect to Cruelty. We're not.
10 seconds left before insertion.
We don't think. we don't think this game is going to go well.
It's difficult. Like
attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
It's a difficult concept when you've got a team that is struggling so much. There is everything that you could say has been said.
They've won 9 rounds in the NA League so far, and 5 of them came in the 2nd game of the stage. Han Cold's just running. Han Cold's like running all the way out Snowdoor. Not even playing passive with it.
That is the danger. There is a danger that teams start to disrespect it a little bit.
Which I do think you can't be doing at this level. I think you always just got like the disrespect can start coming a little bit if you've won a few rounds, right? Like you can start disrespecting if you go 3-0, 4-0, right?
Gunner's literally outside. And he's made his way back in, by the way. Oh, Hot and Cold with the assist to get him back inside.
That is a crazy assist from Hot and Cold. That's my IGL right there. My IGL, I'm not on the team. That is crazy, though. That's actually really good time by Hot and Cold. Literally, Gunnar was starting to take shots from Nubalk, who was the guy to cut him off, and Hot and Cold runs out. See, that's the thing, is like, there are like really good things to talk about in like the wild card game, and there, like that's really good teamwork. Like, good job, M80. That's objectively a good thing, whether it's against Cruelty or Shopify. Like,
talk about it for 3 minutes.
I don't know if we can get 3 minutes worth of content out of that. I can yap, as many people are aware, but I can't yap that much. Did he burn the arena gate on the way out? I think he burned the arena gate as he was walking up. What's the wording on Gunner's wall? Could we cut back to Gunner's cam real quick? It's never really. I always feel a little scary whenever I start giving orders like that. That's my boss. Can't be.
No, we're gonna go to everybody but Gunner.
Well, I mean, it's fair, you know.
Stick to the rotation.
Well, I mean, the round ended. Like they've got a rotation. They got a show flow to work off of. I'm not blaming them. It's totally fine. I mean, let's be honest. M80 probably gonna win a few more rounds after this, so we'll get time to read it later.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I can't really remember what Gunner's background looks like. I think it's fairly plain, right?
So Gunner's actually switched up his background from what he used to run long term. It used to be like a camera angle, like front left. Well, like his right was our left. So like a big side profile to the right with the window in the background. Now it's like now he's like straight a little bit lower on our right, his left, looking at a blank wall with some words behind it.
Attackers' objective is to defuse the bomb.
I must admit, there are some cursed backgrounds in NA.
There are.
Like, oh god, this is just disgusting.
Oh, I don't like this. There are some cursed backgrounds in NA. I think Gunner's is pretty nice, though. Maybe you need some TikTok lights if you're going to throw it in the dark like that.
That would have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Get mood lighting for the cast.
I've actually got a really nice setup brewing at the moment in the house that we're doing up.
Really?
Yeah, it's like my office is actually like it was the first room that I did, and it looks really good.
Nice. I'm happy for you.
Stage one next year, you'll see it.
I'm not even gonna make a bit. I'm just happy.
There's no bit to be made.
There's no bit. Well, no bit to be made. You already constructed the office. That part's completed. Full clear, by the way, from Team Cruelty. Doke v Damos. A lot of intel to be gathered. I think M80 correctly realizing they don't need to complicate things. They're running the Vulcan packs, the Zoto canisters, smoke canisters, fully on the site. Never mind. Yeah, I was about to say that's probably Gunner, isn't it? And it is.
Dokkaebi phone call will cause a little bit of a stir, but not too much. Mutumbu falling down. We've had good drone information at the bottom of White Stairs for a long time now. Pyrox is kind of just waiting for his moment to strike there onto the VIP player. Still waiting for a lot of this vert to come through, which, let's be honest, is happening very slowly. Sledge is the third choice for this kind of a job. You would look toward a Ram or a Buck first, almost for certain. And Fatal is taking his time doing it. Kino's still with the C4 as well. But again, some good information being gathered by Cruelty right now. So they've kind of got M80 where they want them. And a lot of this is going to come down to how this execute is performed, because M80 aren't overcomplicating it. They're saying, we're set up, we're very happy where we are. You really need to come and push us now, because there's nothing that's giving the impetus to move at the moment from the side of Cruelty.
Well, Cruelty will at least find one. Gavini going down, but not a lot of active utility lost. Still a setup. Ooh, okay. I was going to say, still a setup that could be quite nice for M80, but Pyrox decides to disrespect the Vulcan packs. He's good for one. Is going to cause some key disruption. Hot and Cold and Kino very separated. Kino also missing that initial opportunity. But Hot and Cold with a clean 1v1. Cruelty running low on time, but the kills could very easily be found. Except they will not. Sadly, another Another M80 round as Rovi gets off the diffuser. M80 take 2 in a row. But I think we can say, Ollie, sure it was individual, but there's some moments for Cruelty there.
There was. I mean, the full clear was perfect. M80 fully respecting that as well, not looking to try and linger for too long. Yeah, there was the initial spawn peak from hot and cold, but I don't think he was in tons of danger. It would have been an incredible shot to hit blind. Obviously, it looks a lot more obvious when we're the ones seeing with the outlines what's exactly going on, but I think if you were looking at the reverse end of that, it would be very difficult to be expected to hit that shot. So a great clear from Cruelty. They used the utility well. I just think it came down to not really having the right tools. There was no execute op, so we didn't have a smoke. We didn't have any flashes. We didn't have anything that was going to burst us through the site and enable that plant to go down. That coupled with the fact that the vert, it wasn't really the best tool for the job. You can get away with a sledge, but Cafe is a map where at least I'll be very particular about what I consider to be the best tool to bring to make that vert. And Ram and Sledge, Ram and Book are definitely up there, especially for the basement and especially for Reading Room, which I'm sure we will see coming up. Cruelty actually choosing to take their tactical timeout here. Now, obviously with relegation on the cards, I'm not a big rule book guy, so I've not gone in and understood all of the different permutations for which team will be, or which teams will be relegated come the end of the stage, or what that relegation criteria is. But I do know that Cruelty are scrapping for rounds at the moment because round count is in there as one of the determining factors. So they are going to want to come away with at least something here tonight, hence that early tactical timeout, knowing that those are going to be the two primary sites that M80 are looking to play and go to tonight. Obviously feeling like there was something that could have been done there to change the outcome. And to be fair, I don't see why not. Like, take it early and see if they can right that wrong quite early on.
Also, wait, you said round count or round diff? Just clarifying. I'm saying what you said specifically.
No, I understand that. I believe that the chick was saying round count last night.
So the reason why that is interesting is Standby and Cruelty ended last stage with the exact same round count at 41. And now that it's a fight at the bottom at the moment with Standby leading at 16 rounds. It is actually a kind of a competition that even if Cruelty don't win a single game, it is one that they could theoretically win if they can actually just start putting a few on the board and Standby still struggle. But one that Standby would be leading by, I think, what, 7 rounds? Yeah, 16 minus 9 is 7.
So you kind of needing to throw a win in there to catch up, right?
A win, or one team keeps getting smoked and the other keeps having close games.
Yeah.
Win would probably be sufficient, but yeah, there's one regulation wins worth of rounds separating the two. That being 7 rounds. So, if you enjoyed that conversation, now you know more than you did before. Pyrox didn't know that Gunnar was getting aggressive, which is a bit silly, not because he should have known, but because it's Gunnar. It's kind of the thing he does. If there's anybody on this team going to push deepest or push a little too far, it's going to be Gunnar. Channeling some of that 2023 era. He seemed to be getting in every kind of, well, I guess 2023, 2024, he's getting in every kind of engagement. Granted, you complimented the full clear last time, Ollie, and I can't really say it's been that successful this go-around.
It's been a little bit worse, hasn't it? And annoyingly, the one thing that I really asked for was the Ram, and Cruelty brought it. It just so happens that Pyrox died with it early on. So that lack of ability to make vert is going to be there again. We've got Hibana for the hatch, but I mean, that's kind of a given. Super Shorty, Bailiff, not the ideal tools. They have had control for a long time, so they have had option to utilize those tools, but the holes that you get and the time that it takes to make them, it just makes it so risky and dangerous, especially when there's 3 C4s being run from M80. Gavini and Kino still with 1 each in pocket. Rovi just trying to use the bees to gather a little bit of information at the moment. It looks like Matumbu's going to go for a hatch drop.
Rovi on that pillar lurk will find one. Still that C4 from below that Ollie mentioned. 2, in fact, that could be played. Evil Eye firing some lasers into the Blackbeard pushing into sight. Good find by Fatal, by the way. Really do like this clear from down below. Might still end up losing his life just due to that HP damage. Especially as Hot and Cold continues just lasering Mutombo quite nicely. That might be the must-win fight of the game. C4 goes out in the wrong spot, though. Did he down it with that C4?
I thought we just came off the plant.
That's what I thought, too. Surely he did.
Yeah, we just straight came off the plant.
Surely, no.
Yeah.
No. 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 No.
Yep.
No. 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 No.
The closest round that we've seen so far, and Cruelty. I mean, we didn't get to see what was happening at that point. I think we're building a replay. We're going to get to see a glimpse of it now.
5 seconds to go.
So obviously it was a brilliant find by Gavini from going down below. But yeah, there was nobody there. Just comes off. It was on the table. It would have been so safe.
No.
I think he thought that it might have been getting threaded up through the floor, or that there was a slightly alternate angle if he was underneath the hatch looking back toward fireplace and throwing it up that way,
Ollie,
anticipating the plant on the desk.
I don't care what he thought. I don't care. I don't care what he thought.
I'm just trying to qualify a bad decision made, all right? Just trying to put everyone in the mind of the player.
And listen, I have always been an advocate for putting yourself in the mind of the player. You know how many things like these, like any one player in this lobby at any given time has to, like, what information they have to take in, how they have to parse it, what they need to prioritize, what they need to deprioritize. When comms are like flying everywhere, when information is flying everywhere that you're taking in verbally, audibly, like, it's hard. Like, it's a hard job that what you're seeing the 10 people do in front of you is. But there are just certain things that it's like, you just shouldn't be doing that. Why get off the plan? You gain nothing for it. Now, to be fair, I remember one time I was casting a game and a guy got off the plant and I was like, what the hell? And it turned out his wooden keyboard sensitivity was a little weird. And it just, like, he was pressing F, but it just, like, I'm being serious, but it deregistered. This isn't a bit. It actually happened.
Who plays with a wooden keyboard?
No, Wu-Ting. Wu-Ting.
Oh, I thought you said wooden.
To be fair, when Nick was explaining it to me, I also thought he said wooden keyboard.
That's how out of touch I am with peripherals. I'm like, yeah, it's called a mouse and a keyboard. Who makes it? I don't know. It's a mouse.
I don't know. Either way. Cruelty looking to go quick with this round. Mutombo looking to stick a plant. Hopefully he does. I wish him the best. In the smoke. Halfway done. No C4 going out. This plant is... Oh, and it misses! Cruelty into the post. Rovy with the 5v4 for Cruelty. A team that has only won 2 rounds in the past 2 games might be on the cusp of number 5. Well, wait. Number 2. No. Number 2. Number 3. There we go. Diffuser and Kino looking to defuse. It's a flawless round, actually. Wait, that's actually really crazy. Good work. Swing around the corner. Mutombo with 2. Absolutely redeeming himself from the previous round. Ollie, goddamn, that was actually a good execute.
I mean, best team in NAL.
Okay, like, let's not be mean. Let's give them credit for it. That was a good execute.
How many times do we see that site planted on? Because it isn't that much.
No.
We certainly don't see a lot of successful rushes on it either. So it was very bold play from Cruelty, and they had most of their ducks set up in a row. They obviously get the first pick onto Gavini. They punish some over-aggression from Gunner. Fatal's able to find somebody on a run out, and it was as if Cruelty had a brilliant read. They knew exactly what M80 were going to do, how they were going to push, how they were going to aggress, and M80 didn't really play to a typical win condition of theirs, which would be teaming up and ensuring a retake or stopping a plant in its tracks. Instead, it was back to that sort of individual playing, trying to really make something happen. And I don't want to say not respecting Cruelty, but playing to the play style that Cruelty have displayed so far. Then when Cruelty bring in something different, which is very coordinated and very direct, it becomes quite a problem, and M80 aren't able to adapt quick enough to deal with it.
And you've got something to talk about. We actually have something to point to and say, hey, look, Cruelty did a good job. Will it be a one-off? Who knows? But it is at least something. See, M80 quickly respond by banning another shield, though, ironically, not the one that we just saw with. Which is fine. I'm not even sure. Well, they actually would know they were as a Monty based on Matumbo getting those final 2 kills. For Cruelty this go round would be another full clear. And that strategy we've seen them do quite a few times. I will say, Ollie, the vertical here is a little lacking. So if they want to go for the standard top-down, you know, reading to, or the top-down cocktail to the default and reading, might be a little weird.
They might be going for something different, because last time they did bring the Ram to try and facilitate that. And this time we haven't got that, and as you mentioned, nothing really to deal with the vert. So whatever it is, it's going to have to be more direct. Already able to get rid of some of the Vulcan packs on site as well. Hot and Cold can tuck in just behind the sofa. There's going to be plenty of information for M80. And I think that's going to be a bit of an order of the day from now on. Just have a good idea of where Cruelty are going to start coming from. Those Valkyrie cameras and, of course, the Bulletproof are going to align with that. I don't think Gavini's actually gotten off that third floor cocktail Bulletproof cam all round, aside from just a flick over onto reading. So really trying to keep the players up there nice and safe.
Dokubi call going out. So a bit difficult for Gunner, but might telegraph the play a little bit. He's got the shotgun ready for it. Nice pre-fire, but ooh, misses the next shot. Could have been a twofer for Gunner, but unfortunately that second pellet going very wide into the wall behind Matumbo. Will get the trade and not seal the round for Cruelty. We still got a long way to go. That's the second time, by the way, that somebody from Cruelty's walked up that hallway and accidentally burned the Aruni gate in the process.
It's a little bit of a giveaway when you're trying to creep up white, isn't it?
Yeah. And I mean, that does, like, not an insubstantial amount of damage either. I mean, he was going to die either way, but kind of a decent chunk of HP to lose on the walk-up. Anyway, but Matumbo on the 1v3 is now the round is pretty much done. Hot and Cold will finish that off. M80 back to 4-1. Fortunately, no execute to talk about from Cruelty that time, as we never really got close.
It feels like Cruelty are in that position where they can focus on doing one thing quite well inside of a round. Round 1, we have a good top floor clear. Round 3, they get the plant down. Round 4, they're able to pinch a player on white stairs. I mean, that's exactly how you want to play that. I do think that Gunnar got a little bit unlucky. If he'd have timed the pumps of the shotgun a little bit differently, it was unfortunate that he missed the backup shot. But again, you can't account for that. 2 players pushing one at the same time. That's what we constantly ask for. We ask for trades, and that was a direct trade. Yeah, you've had to use global abilities, Lion and Dokubi, to get it done, but it happened. So Cruelty, there are individual portions of each round that you can point to and go, you know what, that was decent. And we need to build on that. We need multiple portions of rounds where we can go, you know what, that was a really good pinch. And then the vert was really good. And then the execute for the plant was really good. And when we talk about the better teams inside of the league, that's how we'll talk about them. And that's what we, you end up saying you can chain those good portions of the round together. And it becomes very cohesive, and you can really understand how the round wants to play out. But we're still in that understanding stage for Cruelty, because you look at the lineup and it's never really entirely sure. And then you find out, well, yeah, 2 out of the 5 operators in that lineup were brought just so they could pinch roamers out.
Well, you know what I'm excited for, Ollie? We've got the Sens being brought by Matumbo. Maybe we get another good execute. Another, like, little stealth play, stealth plant into sight.
Quite possibly. I think they've just got to work on these things. It's overwhelming if you try and fix it all in one go. What's the saying? You can't eat an elephant in one go or something like that.
What?
Gotta take small bites. I'm sure there's some saying with like eating a large animal in one go. It's like impossible. You've got to just take small bites and work through it, you know?
Why would you eat an elephant?
Well, just because it's big.
Why would you eat an animal just because it's big?
Well, you wouldn't. You'd eat it in small bites. You can't eat it because it's big.
I don't know, but why are you conditioning eating this animal on its size? Anyway.
We could say the same thing about a giant pumpkin then. Does that make you feel better?
I'm done with this conversation. It's one of those rounds, by the way. It's always kind of the tricky thing with a bakery defense is like we tread a lot of the same steps, usually for the attack and the defense. If the attack's bringing this kind of operators, I will say the Scopos is kind of interesting. I'm intrigued to see where that other shield is placed, because aside from that, it's just a very standard freezer hold. They did drop the Tuberao, oddly enough, which is, I would say, you know, usually kind of a standard thing for this site. Oh. So not like a, you know, deep flank one. Kino can switch to opposite sides of the site. I mess with it. Caden, 0-5, by the way. Unfortunate, as Gunnar continues to have a really strong performance.
Yeah, Caden didn't really have the best of days yesterday either. Hopefully those track stingers will be out though. As the ROUs go in, that's always a good indication that a drop is imminent. And if that isn't, the time is 25 seconds. And Cruelty still need to make a significant inroad here. The nice ROU attempted being bounced through the drone hole there. It's not one you see all the time.
No. Pyrox finds Gunnar too. But hot and cold close on this doorway, I highly doubt. Oh, Kino's just still bottom white. He gets 2. Kino actually gets 3. Him and Pyrox trade. It's a 5-1 half for M80. You're like really pretty. That's what it says. And I would say that was a pretty good half from M80.
I really like that ROU projector bounce through the drone hole. I think the angle on it must be quite difficult to get. Either that or it was shot out because it was kind of obvious as soon as it starts rolling through. Maybe there was nothing else for the VIP player to be worrying about at that particular time. But it's a nice way of blocking off that line of sight and just giving yourself a slightly easier time of things of dropping through. But of course, the best way is going to be to deal with that player inside of Christmas or VIP. Cruelty then, good for 1 round on the attack of Cafe. Cafe, of course, a very difficult map to attack on as well. But I think it is fair to say that there's improvement visible, at least in those Cruelty attacks here tonight. Even beyond the 1 round on the scoreboard, there are some things that we can understand the idea and we can understand where that idea is coming from and how they're trying to build on it. But it is going to be quite the mountain to climb for them as M80 have a nice 4-round lead right now. Monty and the Ying both getting removed. Oh, it got exploded. So it is a great ROU projector. It just so happens that it was dealt with, but on a different day with a different op and, you know, no impact or whatever it might be, then that's something that's going to work.
I also I like the Scopos from Kino. I think that was
great.
Yeah, I like the idea of like obviously you can contest freezer, but also like the pressure's getting too hot and you're actually getting cleared. You can just like tuck back in the corner, maybe have somebody like fire some like covering shots from either like inside of the site or like long bar, and then you're just in bakery. Really kind of nifty strategy. I don't know how exactly it'll work in practice, especially against some like coordinated opposition, but it's a really creative idea.
Out to defuse a bomb.
No, we're in the clear.
I think Kino's been having a very good stage so far.
I would agree.
His game last night was fantastic. Like, without him, M80 lose for sure.
Kino's one of those players that's like, I know he got a lot of flack around Atlanta, then off and on since then, about, you know, the old, I mean, at this point almost 2 years old, you know, shield joke, but at the same time also kind of being the only member to stick through M80's highs and lows all the way through. You know, see plenty of people on Reddit be like, oh, how's he still here? How's he still here? Like, honestly, like, if you take the guy off shields, he can be one of the best players in the lobby. Like, if you look at some of the high points of Kino's career in the past, like, 2 years, on these rebuilds, it's when he's got a gun in his hand and he's playing kind of like important, you know, flex support operators like Capital, like Flores. Like, he's a very good player. Might be only 4-3 right now, but he's always playing important roles. He's great for vibes, really nice guy. And like you said, he's still got great performances in him every now and then. And even if it's not a great performance, it's usually a consistent one and a decent one at that. And Kino defender.
Fatal going to be the first player to fall. He was gaining some really good info on that Mozzie drone. Really concerned about the Claymore. I think he was maybe looking for a bit of a jump out onto Blacktop, but that isn't going to materialize. Caden, welcome to the scoreboard. Briefly finds one before being traded out by Kino. Hot and Cold's got a great chance on reading now.
Ooh, not even looking at him. Just a flick on Matumbo's head. 1v4 for the Clash. Staking his claim on Red 90. Honestly, I appreciate the confidence from Ovi. I appreciate him standing his ground. I love that from him. 6-1 for M80, though. Kino with a kill in that round. Shout out Kino. Good trade on Cocktail. Big fan of that. Hot and Cold getting a bit slippy, to use some of your parlance, with the Dokkaebi.
That's what we love, players that get slippy.
We do.
That's what it's all about.
That is what it's all about. I'm a big fan of it.
It's understanding the avenues and the slipstreams that are possible. I think something that stood out in that round particularly was the trades from M80. We very quickly gathered that information, and there was nothing that went unanswered. I really do like the idea of Rovi putting his Clash shield down, because I think that could be like the start of a really good montage. Like, imagine the music coming in, and then you've got like the clunk of the Clash shield going down, and then he's just quick peeking left and right, doming heads.
I see what you're talking about.
I can imagine that being quite good with some nice music behind it.
That would have been cool. That would have been sick, actually. Could we like rehost and repick the ops and have Rovi play Clash? I want to give him another chance.
5 seconds left before insertion.
You know, it was a good execute from Cruelty in round 4.
The attack on Spaceman?
Nope,
or on Kitchen, should I say?
No, that was Cocktail.
Oh.
You know, the Monty goes into smoke, plants a diffuser.
Oh, yeah, okay, yep.
That was great. I have nothing else to add, just, you know, reminiscing.
Right, I understand. I was a little bit lost for a moment. I was a bit slow. It took me a while to catch up.
That's okay.
I apologize.
He's in the dark, guys.
Quite literally.
He's struggling to see.
I can have the big light on, I just can't have the oppressive camera light on.
You know one thing, by the way? Even if Cruelty lose here, they will have gained 1 round on standby. They'll now be 6 behind instead of 7. So that is actually kind of materially important. It might be small, but relegation is not not a trifle matter.
Shout out.
Shout out. Ooh, Matumbo, no. Ooh. I was gonna say really tricky spot, but he actually finds a way out. I was gonna say with the air jabs and the smokes going in, easily could have found an opening pick onto that Clash, but he dodged that utility quite well.
Fatal isn't dodging too much though, as he's pretty much on 1 HP right now. The drones come in, so M80 gonna know exactly what's going on. Brilliant nade, just pushes him into Kino's line of sight. Some awesome teamwork from M80 yet again.
Oh, but they start flooding into prep. Pyrox gets 2. Man advantage for Cruelty, and not really a good way out of this for M80, in fact. They got initial bakery control. But beyond that, this is going to need to be some kind of a throw from Cruelty for M80 to win. Diffuser down in the process. Kino 1v2. We highlighted him last round. They can sometimes be a bit underrated. This would be a hell of a way to prove us right. By getting this 1v2, 1 around long bar, but I don't think he'll notice. Oh, he does! Great reaction. Final player's up top, by the way. Diffuser in hand. Surely there's no vertical on this position. Impact opened up, though. No, you can't look through that wall. Kino sent us into the post in no time at all. Barovi's got more HP. He's got the faster fire rate. Surely this 1v1 can be won! There's underrated, and then there's Kino. Start putting some respect on his name as M80 play the game in front of them and close out our final game of the night in victory.
Kino's just clutched that in jeans. He's wearing
playing
jeans to
jeans.
play. The man's a psychopath.
He's playing in Levi's.
What a way to top off a brilliant week, not only for M80, but for all the players in particular. I think we've seen big standout performances, and it can't go unmentioned. Kino, he has been ice cold in the clutches this week for this team. We're going to hear from M80 in a winner's interview just after this short break.
right here. Let's camber, let's camber. Hatch is not open. Plant.
It has to go red or brown. Wait, call brown.
Oh, wait, red.
Going red.
Audio red, yep.
Oh! Good job,
bro.
Wait, handshakes. Oh.
Handshakes. Yeah, I mean, yeah. 7-on-1, right? Like, kind of low-key a little bit what was expected when you have M80 going up against Cruelty. So we have Hot and Cold ready to standing by to give us some information, some insights. I mean, last time in stage 1 when I spoke to you and I was like, so what's like different between this iteration of M80 and the iteration they had before? You kind of gave this answer of like, you know, there was nothing going too well for that other iteration and everything went downhill after that. But I'm still gonna ask you the same question. What's the difference between the iteration of this M80 that we're seeing right now and the one that we saw in stage 1?
You're saying for us, like our stage 1 compared?
Yes.
I mean, I think we're a lot more, you know, cool, calm, collected. This stage, obviously, it's just the stage. You know, we got to do it in playoffs where it matters. But that's just really what we've been stressing all season long, all stage long, is just make sure our minds aren't going back and forth, you know, through that roller coaster. I'm sure the fans were in that roller coaster yesterday, but yeah, our mentals were good.
Nice, awesome. Congratulations on the win. I just wanted to know, from your opinion, what it felt like playing up against Cruelty, what your guys' thoughts were, and maybe if you had any ideas in the areas that they definitely need to focus on that you could let us know.
To be honest, Cruelty shouldn't be in the league, in my opinion. They got a freebie spot. It should be probably Core or Mr. B's team. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the NACL teams are better than those guys, and I mean, it's showing. Those guys got, what, 7 rounds so far in the league, so I mean.
Well,
damn.
Matt, I obviously want to say congratulations once again. You guys are keeping the streak strong and going. I mean, similar to Fox's question, can you try to make sense of why they wanted to bring you guys to Cafe? And then a follow-up question, when you guys are in these clutch situations, well, I guess when Kino's in these clutch situations, do you guys just kind of like, all right, we're winning this round at this point, given all the clutches Kino has pulled off so far?
I mean, at this point, I guess, yeah, it is in the back of my mind. Like, wow, Lau's got this. But to be honest, like, you know, most clutches are luck, and luckily, the luck's on our side this stage. I don't know what it is. I'll take it. But I mean, in terms of them going to Cafe, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what their strong map is other than Bank. Yeah, I kind of wanted to go back to Bank just to get revenge for last season, but yeah, we just banned it. Didn't want to do that.
That's for sure.
It's fine. A 7-on-1 is also pretty good revenge, right? Can't complain about that. You guys have had a really good streak so far here on stage 2. Super week coming up next week. Anything you guys are doing differently prep-wise for the fact that you'll have 3 game days back to back to back?
Probably less focus on the individual teams, I would say. You know, it's hard to just get all the info into everyone's minds for 3 teams back to back to back. It'll probably just be more so me looking at the prep and calling off of that. But I mean, what's nice is we have a lot of VODs on all those teams, you know, the whole stage. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be some good games, some tough competition.
All right, well, we're all looking forward to it as well. Thank you for your time for the interview, and congratulations once again. Still flawless on the regular stage. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Bye. Honestly, I just want to say, like, the statement coming out from Hot and Cold where it's like, yeah, they shouldn't even be in the league, like, even some CL teams are better. Damn.
I agree.
I know. You've made that very clear. I know.
Yeah, but that's not coming from like an analyst standpoint.
I know.
That's coming from a former player standpoint.
Cruelty, it's going to be a no from me.
The red buzzer that we have here. But okay, either way, let's bring it back here because, I mean, what is there to dissect here? Because it was just 1 round that Cruelty was able to get.
I think it's the same conversation that we had for standby. You know, Cruelty needs to make sure that they're locking down their issues, make sure they're working on their aim, their attacks, their defenses, getting the diffuser down, droning, information, trades. You can't really look at one thing and say, wow, this is why Cruelty lost. I mean, obviously, I think the biggest issue is the fact that they're so disconnected, and I think they're in a position where, again, same as Standby, their morality, they're just not in it because they've lost so much. It feels hopeless, so it just looks like the energy's not there. They're all playing their own thing. They're not following strats. They're all trying to go for highlight reel clips, and it just looks like a dire situation for them. The one thing I'd say is, you know, I wish we could see Fatal on a different team.
That's what I mean, even Pyrox as well. I mean, both those two have done decently well given kind of the games that they have had to play in. But for me, again, it goes into the question of even just the prep. I mean, why Cafe?
Yeah.
It was the similar situation with Stanbay. Why Labs? If this is going to be your performance where you look completely lost and discombobulated on your attacks, you look completely disjointed across the map. I mean, even in some of those highlights, I don't know how many times Cruelty players were all around the map. No one was really able to double up, maybe outside of the one round where they tried pushing up white stairs. But again, I think Lynx also talked about, you know, they have the Aruni gate down there. That's that sound cue. And then you make that sound cue happen, and then you like are surprised that someone's holding white stairs. So again, there's a lot of question marks when it comes to Cruelty this stage. There's not just one area that you can fixate on and be like, this will fix them. It's really a team issue. And I think to Fox's point, I think it's important of making roster changes and make them count, because it is a best of one league. It is a best of one series, and you have to have the best possible team going into these best of ones. And so far, the roster changes haven't made any sense. I thought they were going to make sense given they do have MXPL experience, but given what it's showing currently here in the NAL, it's not working.
Yeah, it's a dire situation for them to be in, but obviously kind of like at this point it comes down to it is what it is. Like, what else? There's like literally nothing else to say.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at the results so far today and what we have had so far, because some of the games have been pretty close. Some of the games have been a little bit more one-sided. With the Cloud9 SSG, to me, that was the upset of the day.
Yeah, obviously, I don't think anybody really expected Cloud9 to beat SSG that badly, but, you know, it follows in trend. They got double 7-0s. 7-2 SSG is a really big, you know, and it's another thing on their resume to be able to go confident into the Super Week. I was really happy with the OXG Shopify as well.
Absolutely.
OXG performed exceptionally well.
I mean, even going back to the DarkZero Envy game, I feel like there was a good few attacking rounds out of Envy where, you know, had DZ not had good utility setup, not from those Echo drones, from their information game, we maybe could have saw Envy walk away with that, or at least in overtime in that regard, giving both teams points. But it did come down to that very last round where I think that late blue flank just didn't pay off to push them into an OT. But I'd say for the most part, those first three games were definitely the more exciting ones. Were the last two, I think the picture was already painted well before we started.
I like what we saw at Cruelty. So good. It's like...
Please take that buzzer. Oh, wait.
All right.
But the Blacklight Detail, even though SR might not have won their game today, it still goes out to one of their players, Surf.
I mean, obviously, it goes without saying, Surf has been so impactful for SR. Specifically this week, he was just phenomenal. But in this matchup against OXG, he was the reason why he kept it so close. I mean, what a gross shot. Then to be able to plant the diffuser, obviously his teammate's going to go for some type of pressure just to be able to hold it. And now he's in a position, and I was actually thinking in this moment, oh, he's going to peek the bomb, and Yogg's holding the perfect pre-fire angle. But he just plays such a slow timing, goes behind the bomb, and then wide swings completely. Hit, like, there's no player in that situation that's predicting Surf's movement. Surf in that area put himself in Yogg's shoes, and what exactly would Yogg do? And completely did the opposite. Waited, then peeked, then went back, and then full swung. It was really genius. It was really a mental warfare 1v1 that he won.
Yeah, and it was not enough to win the game, which unfortunately does mean that when we're looking at the standing, Shopify is not going to be able to push themselves up on that ladder any longer. Maybe next week, but M80 is still sitting pretty at that top spot with a total of 16 points. And then, I mean, I don't even want to look at number 9 and 10.
We can talk about how it's so close to top 6 that obviously we have 8 teams all in contention within 1 point of each other to be able to bounce all the way into top 6, yes?
My only crazy thing that I wanted to point out here is SSG is the way it is looking right now, not looking good considering where they were last stage.
It also doesn't get easy.
Yeah.
They're literally playing M80, Shopify, and DZ. So it's going to be an uphill battle for them regardless to lock into playoffs.
I mean, fact of the matter is, and we know at best, Fox, that every team just wants to be in top 6. We've heard all the top teams say the exact same line. Yes, getting, first, second is important, but what's more important than anything is just being within the top 6, because just because you guaranteed 1 and 2 and you get to sit pretty, that doesn't always mean that you then are going to make the major. The important thing is just being able to make playoffs here, and that's what everyone is shooting to make. And again, it's relatively close. A lot is going to be shaken up, and it goes back to the beginning of the stage where some of those overtime wins are really going to drastically impact a performance or whether a team makes it or not, or pushes them ahead of a team and then qualifying. So it's going to be very interesting going into Super Week.
Yeah, which is really great because Super Week starts next week, and that means that we have a total of 3 play days. Not 1, not 2, but 3 days where we get to see every single one of our teams competing. And our first game to start off the Super Week with a bang is going to be Cruelty Wildcard.
With a bang, yeah. That's definitely going to be a close one. Back-to-back bangs with OXG standby coming up next. But obviously, I think it goes without saying, looking forward to DarkZero SSG because it's the start of the mountain that SSG needs to climb to be able to make it into that top 6.
I mean, even for Envy to, once again, see what they can do against another top echelon team against Shopify. And then even for Cloud9, I mean, they're really finding their stride, especially on those attacks. So I'm very curious to see what they're going to bring to M80 because M80 really got a free game today, to say the least. So I am curious to see what they look like at versing this new Cloud9 than the previous one.
Oh, I can't wait for Cruelty standby to play.
Yes.
Yeah.
Should be interesting.
I'm excited for that one.
I mean, stage isn't done. They still could pull off 3 wins. I mean, as much as they've looked pretty abysmal, anything's possible. It's best of one. You just have one bad game, Cruelty walks away.
Anything is possible. Yeah.
Just not that thing. Just not that one.
Hasn't been at least in the 6 games, but we'll see. Still 3 games left.
You know what? We're going to stay positive because next week, as we mentioned, we're going to have 3 play days in total, and it will be a Wednesday, a Thursday, and a Friday. So there will be 1 extra play day, which means you guys have to tune in 1 day earlier if you want to catch all of the action. Thank you guys for your invaluable insights, pressing the buzzer, and just all jokes and vibes and memes. Sports. Yeah. Either way, we're going to be back again next week's show. So we'll see you guys. But until then, take care.